Clerk. Looks like we're cooking with fire. Clerk, are we all set?
You're all set. Once members in the attendees list, if you get make sure that you accept the promotion to panelist once so that you can be ready to testify. Thank you.
So while we're still setting up, so we'll call this meeting to order and this public hearing to order. Chair Lopes, do you have anything to share before we start?
No, I'm good.
All right, our ranking members.
Thank you, Representative Williams. I know we have a large number of attendees today, so hopefully we can keep the clock to 3 minutes so everyone has a chance to speak, because if it goes long, you know, people always fall off at the end and then they're unable to be heard.
All right. Thank you. Senator Figueroa, anything to share before we start?
No, thank you. Looking forward to getting the meeting started. Thank you.
All right. So I think I thought I saw Director Santoro first. Oh, there we are. Okay. Clerk, are we ready? Okay. Director Santoro, you are first.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, Senator Ciccarella, and Representative Paletta, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Michael Santoro. I'm the Director of Policy Research and Housing Support at the State Department of Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony before you regarding Raised Bill 298, an act establishing the Urban Homeownership Loan Fund. It is the department's position that this legislation is unnecessary in intent and flawed in concept. This legislation and concept proposes to provide for the establishment of a pool of funds at the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority, which can then be provided to local community development financial institutions or CDFIs, who would then establish a revolving loan fund. As proposed, this local fund would provide forgivable loans to individual home buyers. The obligation to repay would diminish over time. The idea of providing acquisition funds to assist low and moderate income home buyers in the form of a diminishing obligation in exchange for a commitment to occupy and extended affordability is not a new one. It's been done repeatedly over the years and can be very effective if structured properly and administered with appropriate oversight. However, it is not in fact a loan at all. The funds do not revolve as there's no repayment, and over a relatively short period of time, the revolving loan fund would be depleted. Therefore, the original investment in the fund requires a source which does not need repayment as the end user's obligation is forgiven and no loan repayment really ever occurs. Also, the management of such a fund requires resources to support the activity, which not only includes application intake and processing, but financing origination, as well as monitoring and compliance. A similar model to the proposed legislation was attempted by CDFI in 2007, using a loan from the Department of Economic and Community Development. That revolving loan fund operated for between 6 and 7 years before it was depleted through forgiveness and administrative expense. This left the out organization with a substantial liability to the state on their books. That particular CDFI went out of operation, and their liabilities, including this one, were passed on to another organization. This obligation sat on their books of the new organization until recently, when the State Bond Commission approved the conversion of the original loan into a grant. With regard to being unnecessary, the department already funds a number of active homebuyer assistance programs around the state, utilizing both state and federal resources. In addition, we are finalizing program guidelines for a new homebuyer assistance initiative, which we anticipate to be launched in the summer. This new initiative would provide the necessary program structure and administrative support to increase homeownership opportunities across the state. The Department of Housing would be happy to discuss this coming initiative and other homeownership concepts with the committee, as well as our CDFI partners, and look forward to creating new home buyer opportunities, particularly in our urban communities. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment on this legislation.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions for the Director? Thank you, Michael, for your testimony. Our next speaker from the Department of Housing is Director DeLilla.
Great, thank you. Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, Senator Ciccarella, Representative Paletta, and members of the Housing Committee. I am Steve DeLilla, the Director of the Individual and Family Support Program Services for the Connecticut Department of Housing. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 299, an act establishing a task force concerning the use of state-administered general assistance programs to address homelessness, as well as remarks related to House Bill 5346, which is an act establishing a pilot program to fund social workers and homeless shelters. I'll first speak about SB 299. DOH has been very active in promoting ideas that can improve the lives of Connecticut's homeless citizens and welcomes new ideas such as SB 299. However, we view this bill as being duplicative of current DOH programming and therefore is not necessary at this time. The Department of Housing is keenly aware of the solutions to homelessness and have engaged with numerous state partners to create programming to be able to return homeless individuals and families to permanent housing. In addition, DOH has engaged in 2 pilot programs to ensure that the state funds allocated to DOH are used in the most effective and efficient manner possible. Specifically, DOH has procured a consultant to evaluate the effectiveness and efficiencies of the homeless service system. The homeless service system has been funded by a wide variety of state and federal resources over the past 30 plus years in an uncoordinated fashion. The consultant will help identify gaps in our current system, as well as provide recommendations on how to best utilize the homeless service funding to provide the best outcomes, mainly returning individuals and families to permanent supportive housing for those engaged in the homeless service system. Secondly, DOH has identified a consultant to evaluate the current expenditures of homeless shelters to determine if the efficiencies can be created, which will allow for funding to be reallocated to ensure fair pay for frontline homeless shelter staff. In addition to these 2 initiatives listed above, DOH is also engaged with our sister state agencies to bring more housing opportunities to housing unstable individuals and families. For example, there's a state interagency committee in support of housing that identifies permanent housing needs for those individuals and families that are housing unstable. This partnership consists of representatives of over 10 state agencies and has led to the production of over 3,500 units of permanent supportive housing statewide. This group has been able to share the knowledge on how to combine housing resources with services from each of the additional state agencies to create a more holistic approach to resolving housing instability. Now concerning remarks related to HB 5346, an act establishing a pilot program to fund social workers and homeless shelters. Once again, we welcome new ideas such as HB 5346. However, we also view this bill as being duplicative of current DOH programming and therefore is not necessary at this time. The Department of Housing is keenly aware of the wide variety of barriers that homeless individuals and families face in their attempts to return to permanent housing. Such barriers include, but are not limited to, mental health issues, substance abuse, involvement with the criminal justice system, and lack of educational and employment opportunities. DOH has been actively engaged with our homeless shelters as well as all agencies involved with our coordinated access networks to improve the outcomes of those individuals and families that are currently experiencing homelessness. Outlined below are 3 separate pilot initiatives aimed at providing additional resources to the homeless service.
You're at your 3-minute mark, so please summarize.
Okay, thank you. Basically, 2 of the 3 are the same exact that I just mentioned, but the third one is a pilot is to increase access to mental health services to homeless individuals and families. We were granted $1.5 million in this current fiscal year to determine best ways to increase access to those mental health services. And we're in that process, and we hope to have some pilot programs up and running that will add additional services to our homeless households throughout the state of Connecticut.
Thank you, Director. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. My question is, what are the funding sources that homeless people will have if they are to be placed in permanent housing? What type of new funding have you been able to provide?
So we have been able to provide funding through state resources as well as a wide variety of federal resources. There are a couple different programs that are very effective in mitigating homelessness. The first one is permanent supportive housing, which combines a permanent rent subsidy, whether that's a Section 8 subsidy, a state rental assistance program, or other federal resource called the Shelter Plus Care program that provides the subsidies. And then we match that with permanent case management, also from federal or state resources. So those services go to the most highest barriered homeless individuals and families. And then those who have lower barriers who are able to get back into employment or education, we provide a rental assistance program called Rapid Rehousing. So that's not permanent. It does provide up to 2 years worth of rental assistance with case management to kind of get those folks back on their feet so they're able to pay their own rent going forward. And then at the front door of our system, we also try to prevent people from entering into homeless shelters by providing either rapid exit. If they do come in, we try to give them incentives to get out, whether that's security deposit, 1 or 2 months rent, or before they even come in, prevention, which includes a lot of things, but mostly is mitigation and mediation from where they're coming from. Usually there's a family disagreement or something along those lines, and we work to repair those relationships so the individual or the family does not enter.
Okay. So my question is, so is the rent free then? You're getting them into rent-free places?
Generally, what happens is most of our subsidies require a tenant portion. So when you're talking about permanent supportive housing, the tenant pays 30% of their income toward the rent, and then the program pays the rest. If they have 0 income, then the program does pay the whole portion of rent. Rapid rehousing has an escalating scale that starts at 30%, but the goal obviously is to have the individual take on their own rent subsidy. So we don't want to create a cliff. So we slowly increase the percentage of the tenant share of rent until they're able to afford their own unit on their own.
And so you also pay the utilities as well?
There is a utility allowance for those programs, so we don't pay them directly. However, we account for that in the amount that the individual is able to.
So I'm wondering why we have any homeless people paying the rent and you're paying the utilities.
Hold on a second, Rep Gonzalez, can you please mute yourself? Sorry, go ahead.
So I'm wondering how we have any homeless people. I have 3 homeless shelters here. They're full all the time. And I'm wondering how that is occurring if you have free rent and you have utilities paid. And sure. I guess you'd get them to SNAP, but I don't understand how that can happen if this is duplicative. Because, back in the day, there used to be just a voucher system where the rent would be paid with the voucher. Yep. And then the funds would be there for the food and there would also be utility payments. So this is having Saga at $219 a month. It doesn't seem to me to be an adequate subsidy for people in these circumstances. I don't understand how there'd be any homeless people if everything is being funded that way.
Sure. I think the answer to that is it's a supply and demand issue. I think we have the types of programs that do work to end homelessness among the folks that experience it. However, we can't end poverty with the homeless service system. So therefore, there are more folks that are living in dire poverty and are on the brink of homelessness. And what we can do is once they come into our system, we actively engage them to try to get them back into permanent housing as quickly as possible. So we cannot use the homeless service system as the end all be all to poverty, but we can assist those people who actually fall into homelessness with the resources we do receive.
Well, I'm not going to delay this any longer, but I don't see how $219 a month would even an added 100 a month would actually end poverty. None of the programs we have in the state end poverty.
Sure.
We make sure somebody has a chance to have a place to live. And that is not happening with the existing programs we have, at least not in my community, and not with 3 homeless shelters in a town that only has 25,000 people. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Are there any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
It looks to be our next person is Jeff Howard of Deep. Or excuse me, I think it's Vicky Hackett. I apologize.
No problem. Thank you, Representative. Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, Senator Anwar, Representative Smith, Senator Ciccarella, and Representative Paletta, and members of the Housing Committee. I'm Vicky Hackett. I'm the Acting Deputy Commissioner and Bureau Chief for the Bureau of Energy and Technology Policy at DEEP. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony regarding Senate Bill 292, an act concerning heating efficiency in new residential construction and major alterations of residential buildings. The purpose of this bill is to direct the state building inspector and the Codes and Standards Committee in the next expected update of the state building code no earlier than 2024 to prohibit the use of electric resistance or fossil fuel combustion systems as the primary source of space or water heating in new residential construction or major alterations of residential buildings. This prohibition would usher in the use of more energy efficient systems such as heat pumps. DEEP supports this bill as an important step toward reaching the greenhouse gas emission reduction goals in the Global Warming Solutions Act and in bringing the benefits of the clean energy economy to the building sector. Heat pumps represent the leading edge of building thermal decarbonization. These electrical appliances replace or displace conventional air conditioners, as well as conventional boilers, furnaces, and water heaters. A cold climate air source heat pump typically operates 3 to 4 times more efficiently than an electric resistance heat, and a ground source heat pump does so 5 to 7 times more efficiently. So other jurisdictions have recently enacted or are considering similar measures that will phase out fossil fuel use in new construction. This proposal offers Connecticut the chance to join those jurisdictions as a leader in moving its building sector away from fossil fuel use. The state already has tools at its disposal to do so, including a variety of incentives offered through the Energize CT programs. Connecticut is currently preparing for this market transition by identifying and establishing workforce training programs and professional networks for both existing HVAC professionals and individuals interested in entering this field. Online training began being offered on Energize CT's e-learning portal for contractors in early 2021, and additional courses are under development that will be based on best practices in other states with air source heat pump deployment programs. DEEP is encouraged by recent conversations with developers and others in the industry. There's growing momentum and interest in learning about and leveraging programs that have been available, such as our conservation and load management program incentives, as well as new programs such as the new solar tariff, the energy storage program, and the EV charging programs developed by the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority and offered through the utilities and the Connecticut Green Bank. Building decarbonization provides opportunities to developers to partner with those in the clean energy industry to bring significant value to their customers, to provide more efficient technologies while also increasing comfort and indoor air quality and reducing costs. So we're dedicated to working with the industry to implement these exciting opportunities. We do have one suggested revision to the bill. Instead of referring to the International Energy Conservation Code, the proposal could more generically reference the next update to the state building code, which is expected to happen after 2024. And while the codes and standards—
3 minutes, so please summarize.
While the Codes and Standards Committee currently uses the IECC as a basis for the state building code, it's not statutorily required to do so. So we know that there are a lot of concerns that folks may have about this bill. We think it's a really important conversation to be having, and we appreciate the committee for raising this for discussion, and are happy to work with you all and the industry on language for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any questions? Senator Lopes.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner Hackett. I hate to use these words because I always get mad at when people say something's a work in progress, but we do have a good framework here. We do anticipate more input from the home builders associations and some of the contractors involved in building new homes. But we hope to be moving forward in those discussions in the next week or two. Just want to make
That's
sure.
great. Thank you so much for your leadership on this, Senator.
No problem. It's a direction we're all moving in. It just, we have to hammer out some of the details.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Director Oyendale.
Good morning. Dear Housing Committee members, my name is Werner Oyenadel. I am a policy director for the Commission on Women, Children, Seniors, Equity, and Opportunity. I am testifying today around several bills that include our support for Senate Bill 293, 295, 298, 299, 300, and I'm also offering our Commission's perspective in opposition of HB 5347. Due to our limited time testifying today, I will highlight three main points from my written testimony. First, Connecticut is facing a housing eviction crisis. This crisis is disproportionately impacting Black and Latino families, particularly female households. Overall, Black renters are over 3 times more likely than white renters to face eviction, and Hispanic Latino renters are over 2 times more likely than white renters. Moreover, compared to other states, Connecticut has the second largest gap for home ownership rates between its white and Latino residents. This information has been recently released by the Data Collaborative, which highlight how decades of discriminatory housing policies and actions continue to directly harm residents of color in our state. Second, the Commission, as a result of this eviction crisis, commends the Housing Committee for exploring in a comprehensive manner legislation like Senate Bill 293 or Senate Bill 300, which aim at studying rent stabilization and excessive rent increases, along with tax credits and forgivable loans to encourage equitable home ownership opportunities and ways to address homelessness in our state, as recommended by Senate Bill 295, 298, and 299. The studies promoted by 293 and 300, again, would be very important to the Commission I represent, considering that we have received anecdotal complaints from our Latino constituents that local landlords have imposed unpayable rent increases, in one case by more than $600 in 1 year. In another instance, out of Middletown, Connecticut, a young Latino family faced an increase from $1,688 to $2,319. These excessive increases, as we have indicated in our written testimony, have the potential of making the current eviction crisis affecting Connecticut renters much worse, and therefore we would appreciate reviewing the recommendations of such studies. Third, and finally, the Commission opposes passage of 5347, which would allow landlords to consider the erased criminal history of any prospective tenants prior to the passage of the Clean Slate Law back in 2021, a new law that was spearheaded by your committee today. The law which 5347 intends to eliminate from the Connecticut statutes is intended to change circumstances for people who spend time in prison, pay their debt to society, and are intending to reintegrate, but due to their criminal history have a lifetime barrier to obtaining a job or renting an apartment. In conclusion, the Commission is of the position that a criminal record should not hinder an individual's ability to obtain education, employment,
3 minutes, so please summarize.
professional licensure, public benefits, and most importantly, housing in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for your testimony. Are there any questions for the Director? Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Orianadel, for your work. I'm just very interested in the amounts of money that people will need to find themselves in permanent housing, and if you could speak to some of that in terms of that issue.
Yeah, I think what the bills that we have in front of us in regards to the homelessness issue, it's relevant. That was Senate Bill 289, which literally would look at some of the state programs to create the incentives for people to have access to homes and resources. Look, we have more than 3,000 people that are homeless in every single day in Connecticut. And I would even indicate that because of the pandemic, now that the moratoriums are done, we are going to see a significant number of people that are going to become homeless. Now, if I think about the students that are homeless in every single day, we may actually be reaching 4,000. So in my opinion, and by the way, most of the people that we're speaking about here, if not 30% or more, are African American and Latino. My commission that works on opportunity and equity for these populations is extremely interested about providing some support from the current programs so that we can actually help those people in a time of crisis.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for your work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Lopes.
Thank you. Hello, Werner. Nice to see you. I saw your advocacy for some of these bills, studying rent increases, and I understand the importance and the need for those. But I definitely want to emphasize that two of the bills we dealt with in an earlier meeting, 5205 fair rent commissions, 5233 just cause evictions. Those are a big thrust of this committee this year because they will address these problems you referenced in terms of rents being increased dramatically on a more immediate basis than waiting for a study to be done on them. So if you can, any support you can muster for those bills, I think they address your concerns much more comprehensively.
Thank you so much. And, you know, we're reviewing a number of legislative proposals. We know that the federal government also provided a number of resources that would help people in our communities now. We are still really concerned about the fact that we don't know how those funds have really directly impacted our community. So we'll look at those bills that the senator mentioned. And also we would ask that the Housing Committee also figure out ways to look at how those federal funds are impacting the communities that you serve in this committee as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Are there any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Director Sharp.
Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, Senator Cicerella, Representative Paletta, and the members of the Housing Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Cheryl Sharp, and I am the Deputy Director and Commission Attorney at the Connecticut Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. Our Executive Director unfortunately couldn't be here today, but I am joined by a CHRO housing expert, Attorney Michelle Dumas-Kuhler. We submitted testimony on a multitude of bills that are on today's agenda, but in the interest of time, I will focus my attention and comments on just two. The Commission supports House Bill 5204, an act concerning a needs assessment and fair share plans for municipalities to increase affordable housing, which takes a different approach to tackling segregated housing in Connecticut. The system proposed under this legislation would change zoning regulations in towns to encourage the development of affordable housing. It would give towns and planning regions control over development, but would require some degree of development of affordable housing. The Commission is well aware of the grave impact individual town-based zoning statutes and regulations have had on segregation of the residents in the state of Connecticut. The Commission issued its Connecticut Zoning and Discrimination Report in 2021. The focus was on the discriminatory effects of zoning laws in Connecticut. Where one lives affects access to education, healthcare services, food, jobs, and many other things. This legislation looks to change the way Connecticut towns have historically addressed where housing is located and who has the opportunity to live in it. By having regionalized planning for zoning regulations instead of town-based individualized zoning regulations and statutes, a more thoughtful and cohesive plan can be constructed that will address the needs of the residents of the state of Connecticut. The Commission knows this is just the beginning. Comprehensive reform needs to take place not only in the suburban areas, but also in the cities. Resources for affordable housing, access to food and services, education, and open space need to be made within our cities as well. Residents should be given a choice as to where they want to live and not be required to move to suburban areas for safe and affordable housing. The Commission eagerly looks forward to working with the legislature and all the various stakeholders towards this life-changing goal. The impact zoning reform would have on our state and the people who live here is beyond measure. By growing together, which is what we need to do, grow together, Connecticut will continue to show how we lead in providing the best housing opportunities for all. I would also like to offer brief comments regarding House Bill 5347, an act concerning the review of criminal histories for prospective tenants. The CHRO has long been an advocate of efforts to address barriers faced by individuals with a criminal record and has been a supporter of the major recent legislative strides in that direction, including clean slate legislation passed in 2021. Study after study has made it.
So please summarize.
Sure. The studies have made it clear that people of color are disproportionately impacted by the criminal justice system. The provisions repealed by House Bill 5347, which have not yet gone into effect, represent an opportunity for formerly incarcerated individuals to access housing and improve their chance to successfully re-enter the community. The CHRO strongly rejects House Bill 5347. Thank you again for this opportunity to submit testimony regarding the legislation, and we look forward to working with the Housing Committee.
Well, thank you for your office's work. Are there any questions for the director? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony, Director.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Senator Moore.
Good afternoon. It's so different being on this side, not running the meeting.
Amen. Good to see you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, ranking members and Housing Committee members. I want to thank you for this opportunity to hear my testimony. My name is Marilyn Moore. I'm a state senator. I represent the 22nd Senatorial District of Bridgeport, Trumbull, and Monroe. I'm a lifelong Bridgeport resident. I'm here today to support Senate Bill 293, an act concerning a study of rent stabilization. I requested the Housing Committee to raise this bill to address the increase of rents during a declared public health emergency and to study rent stabilization in the state. I've made some changes to my testimony and will resubmit it. During the past 2 years, I received many calls from constituents regarding rent increases. As you all witnessed during the pandemic, people sought to leave their places of residence in search of what they thought was a safer place. Just on my street where I live, there are now 5 new families that have purchased homes from moving in from Stamford in New York. It's interesting because the people that sold their houses are moving further out into Connecticut. I don't know what this exodus means, but this exodus for some of those places associated with rental cost, availability of housing, and locality of transportation. Bridgeport is a hub and does have access to 95 to water, to train for transportation. While we welcome new residents, we witness people who purchase multifamily homes as investments in rental properties. Some of these landlords took advantage of a health emergency and the influx of people into our state and sought to raise the rents of people who had lived in those properties many years and raised their rents from $1,200 a month to $1,800 with very little notice. I am not against people making a profit from their investments. That is why they invest. I am, however, against taking advantage of a health crisis and demand for housing, pushing out sometimes vulnerable populations. My question is, what are the protections for those residents? Connecticut law does not currently permit municipalities to adopt rent control ordinances. Connecticut law authorizes municipalities to establish fair rent commissions to control and eliminate excessive rental charges. Bridgewater is one of the cities that does not have a fair rent commission, which leave my constituents nowhere to file complaints. Senate Bill 293 would include a study to determine what is lacking for renters. And to address the increase of rents during a health emergency, we seek to ban rent increases during a declared public health emergency and would not allow a rent increase for 180 days beyond the end of the emergency or more than 3%. A regularly scheduled rent increase that was previously negotiated in a lease would stand. I want to thank you for your consideration for this legislation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator, for your testimony. What are some of the obstacles or challenges that Bridgewater has had in developing a fair rent commission?
You know, I've talked to a couple of people asking them, we have many commissions that have not been staffed. We have many commissions who have not been appointed. They say the process of in doing a background check is part of the problem, but I don't want to make up excuses for anybody. I think this is really important that we should be focused on doing what we can for renters. I know I've had calls from one group of people for the last 3 or 4 years and problems that they've had. I can't speak for the city, I'm not the mayor, on why we can't get this going. But sometimes, as I've said on other things, you can't legislate the heart, you can't legislate people to do their job. The voters have to speak out when they want something, and I hope they'll speak out today.
And do you think there's a cost to establishing these commissions, or what do you think the cost is either establishing?
There is no cost because they're volunteers. There might be cost for a staff person to take minutes or anything, but everything else is a volunteer.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions for the chairwoman? Seeing none. Thank you, Senator, for your testimony.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
Senator Sampson from the 16th.
Good afternoon, co-chairs, Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, ranking members, Senator Ciccarella and Representative Paletta, and the members of the Housing Committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify before you this afternoon. I'm going to try and be very quick because I am speaking in favor of 5 bills on your agenda. The first 2 bills are related. That would be Senate Bill 296 and 297. These have to do with the belongings of evicted tenants. This is an issue that's come up to me many times in my hometown of Wolcott. Obviously, when the current law says the town is required to store the belongings of evicted tenants for some period of time, and this generates an expense for the town and is certainly passed on to taxpayers. And we've been bouncing this back and forth year after year. Sometimes there are bills to put it back on the landlord. Sometimes there are bills to make the town responsible for it. I think at the end of the day, it is that tenant that's responsible. I'm sympathetic to their situation, but we should find a solution that does not make the town's taxpayers or the landlord responsible. So these 2 bills are designed to resolve this problem by providing a mechanism for a landlord to address the items that are left behind, and also to relieve the town of having the responsibility of having to foot the bill for it. The next 2 bills are House Bill 5354 and House Bill 5345. These are related also. These 2 bills are something I've been looking for several years. They would remove the current limitations on security deposits and advanced rental payments. And I understand why these laws are in place. The impression is that landlords would charge ridiculous amounts for these items if they could. And as a result, the state must jump in to prevent them from doing so and gouging their tenants. But what I want to just let the committee know is that the exact opposite effect is occurring. Sometimes a landlord will have a tenant applicant that they want to rent to. Maybe that person does not have the best credit or job history, et cetera. And they're going to deny them, except for the fact that that tenant might be willing to pay a larger security deposit or advanced rental payments to make up for maybe their less than superb, background otherwise. By having a law that prohibits that activity, essentially you're just preventing that tenant from being able to get a rental, and a landlord obviously from being able to have that tenant. And I just don't think it's necessary. I think that rent and security deposits are determined by the market. And there are numerous apartments available. I hear people testifying about rent shortages, but I'm not seeing that where I come from. I have a lot more to say, but again, I'm moving on very quickly. Finally, House Bill 5347 is the one regarding the clean slate legislation. I believe that landlords, in my opinion, should be able to look at the background criminal record of tenants. I understand the purpose of the clean slate legislation, but landlords also have an obligation to their other tenants to make sure they're providing a safe place for them to live. And that might be in question if they have a tenant that has a significant criminal past. And that's my testimony. I welcome questions from the committee, and I would encourage support of these 5 bills.
Thank you, Senator. Are there questions? Representative Paletta.
Oh, I got a lot of questions for this guy. So, Senator Sampson, thank you. I just, a couple of brief questions. Number one, I know your background is also in this field, so you do understand a little bit about particularly the first bill you talked about, which was the belonging of evicted tenants. Do you have some solutions? I know that that's been talked about for a number of years, and I see it here in Watertown, and I'm one town over from you, where there could be boxes of belongings and no one really knows what to do with them, and it becomes a problem. Do you see a clear solution or a way that we can kind of get to some common ground on this, so that way it doesn't become such an issue and actually an expense for the municipality and the landlord?
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Ranking Member. Answering the question is somewhat difficult. The current law takes the responsibility of what I believe belongs to the tenant themselves and places it on the town, and therefore the taxpayers in the community. That's clearly wrong. So to me, that's the impetus behind the legislation, is to find an alternative solution. And when you start to think about it, who's really responsible? Is the landlord responsible for the fact that a tenant that was evicted left their belongings behind? I don't think they're responsible either. And I'm a firm believer in personal responsibility. So I think that ultimately that responsibility falls with the tenant. And I think that we can certainly improve the situation for that tenant by requiring that the landlord provide sufficient notice, or even documented in the lease what will happen if their belongings are left behind, that kind of thing. But I don't think that the law should go out of its way to protect the belongings of an evicted tenant if they're not willing to collect those items themselves.
Thank you. And I also think, and I'm wondering if you would agree with me, but as some sort of a solution here, maybe have some piece of legislation, something written that says that yes, the individual ultimately is responsible for the cost. Maybe the town incurs the cost first, but there has to be some sort of payback period. Is that something that may work? Because I'm looking, and what you said really intrigues me, is that how much is this actually costing the municipality, and how many times has it happened? It's certainly, I've heard of it, and it has become an issue in our area. And the best way I think to combat this is to have some sort of responsibility on the individual that was evicted. And if they were evicted, there's probably a good reason to believe they don't have the funding to move everything out of the apartment immediately. But at some point, they have to bear responsibility. Let's say a moving cost, and getting all those boxes and furniture out of there, that can become cumbersome and expensive. on the part of the town and the landlord. So I'm hoping we can get to an agreement on this bill this year because it's an important piece of legislation, in my opinion.
I agree with you completely, Representative. That's the reason why these bills are here, is to get us closer to a solution. At the end of the day, maybe it sounds harsh, but it is that tenant's responsibility. If it's left in the hands of the landlord, you're just transferring their responsibility. They've already had a bad situation, obviously, if they had to evict a tenant. And now the landlord's now going to be responsible for packing up this person's items, protecting them, potentially liable for their storage. I think it's inappropriate. Putting it back on the town is not much better, because now you have the taxpayers paying for it. I hear the argument for possibly creating a situation where the town or the landlord stores them, but still has recourse to recover damages. But if you're dealing with an evicted tenant, the odds that you're going to get paid at some point are probably pretty slim. I think that ultimately the notification requirement should be just standardized in the law, that it's the tenant's responsibility, or it should be something that could be done contractually in a lease. So a landlord could say, this is what happens if you do not remove your items at the end of your lease, or if you're evicted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And hello, Representative. How you doing?
I am well, Representative.
I got a couple of questions for you. You just mentioned that you just talking about things that happen depending on what you said, based on where I come from. That was your, especially what you said. You said, I just talking about things that happen based on where I come from. So my question is, do you think that eviction problems with tenants only happen, bad situations only happen in your where you come from, or do you think that problems are all the same all over the state?
Madam Representative, I really don't understand the question. If you're asking me where I come from, I live in the town of Wolcott. I represent the 16th Senate District. But when I said where I come from, I meant from a place of reason and living as an American citizen.
Okay, so other places they don't live with, people are not reasonable, and people, it seems like you said that you live where people are reasonable. That's what you said?
Representative, I don't understand what you're getting at, to be honest with you.
Well, I'm just, my question is that, because it seems like where you come from, you guys don't have a lot of problems, with housing, or maybe, I don't know if you got the worst problem with housing. And I want to know, your area where you come from. So, you don't have no problems, or you got problems with eviction?
Yes, Madam Representative, through the chair, I represent 5 towns in the state of Connecticut, rural towns like Wolcott and Prospect, a medium-sized city like Southington, and I also represent the city of Waterbury. And I've been a landlord and a tenant in my life, and I've experienced all kinds of things. I have friends who have been landlords who've had problem tenants, and I have friends who are tenants that have problem landlords. But none of those things are relevant today, Madam Representative. What's relevant is the legislation that is before us and whether it's good policy or not. And I believe that when a tenant is evicted from their place of residence, there has to be a reason. The court actually followed through with an eviction, and therefore the responsibility of taking care of their belongings should be on them and not the taxpayers in that town or the landlord themselves.
Okay, Representative, with all the respect, yeah, it was, for me, it was important because I want to make clear where you come from anyway. But anyway, my second question is, you said one, landlords can have the right to charge like more than 1 month if they want, so like maybe 1, 2 months, 3 months. Like there are some landlords, they are doing that right now, right? That's where your opinion. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the Current law says that you can charge a maximum of 2 months rent for a security deposit. And there are limitations for senior citizens. I believe it's 1 month. I believe that those limitations are unfair to both landlords and to tenants. They are unfair to landlords because very often the potential of damage to their rental unit could far exceed 2 months rent, and they should be able to ask for whatever they like. This is a free country, and no one is forcing anyone into a rental contract. That is a private agreement between adult citizens. Presumably they are our bosses. In fact, the people that elect us, they do so because they want us to protect their rights to engage in commerce and pursue their happiness, as our founding documents say. And I believe when two adult persons enter into a rental agreement, the terms of that agreement should be between them. And we have no business as a state government or the housing committee or any other committee of the legislature to interfere in that. I do understand the need to protect people. But what I'm afraid is happening is when you limit the amount of rent or security deposit that a landlord can collect, you are not just hurting the landlord. You are also potentially hurting the tenant, because many, many tenants come to landlords with less than desirable rental or job history or income or whatever, and they still want to rent the apartment. And the landlord may, in fact, be inclined to rent to them. And but they cannot do that unless there is some additional incentive for the landlord to accept this tenant. And that might be the tenant willing to prepay for the year or 6 months or something like that. If they could do that, they might accept a tenant they might not otherwise, and that would give that tenant access to housing that they don't currently have.
And also, well, thank you for that answer. But we also have many tenants, like you said, that they come looking for an apartment and they can't afford to pay 2 months or 3 months security deposit. And we also got a problem, and I don't know if you have that kind of problem where you come from, but we have here in Hartford problem that tenants pay 2 months or 3 months. And when they are leaving the apartment, they clean the apartment. The apartment is in very good condition, but then the landlord didn't want to return the security deposit with many excuses. Oh, this is wrong, even though there's some of those reasons are just because, let's say that the tenants live 5 years, 10 years in one apartment, and maybe, they have to paint or, small things. But there are a lot of landlords that they don't want to return the security deposit. And that's a problem when we have a family, a poor family that is trying to survive, but is paying the rent on time, and it's a good tenant, and they want to move because whatever reason, and they need the deposit. If I give you 3 month deposit, some of them, they make plans to pay the other deposit for the new apartment, with that money, even though that I know that the landlord, they have 30 days to return the deposit. But some of these people, they make those kind of arrangements, and it's hard because some landlords, they don't want to return the deposit. Some of these people, they don't know how to fight their rights. Some of these people, they don't know the language. Some of these people, they got problems, but that doesn't mean that they destroy the apartment and the landlord want to keep the security deposit. So we got problems. You said we got one problem, but on the other hand, we got another problem is with the landlords. They try to be slick. They don't want to return the security deposit. How can we deal with that problem? How can we deal with that problem then?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate those examples, Madam Representative. I certainly am not here speaking in favor of any unfair housing practices on behalf of unscrupulous landlords, as I wouldn't advocate for unscrupulous behavior from anyone. And the fact is that there are going to be bad people in this world. There are going to be bad tenants, and there are going to be bad landlords. That has nothing to do with the law that is before us. I believe that the market dictates how much a landlord can charge for rent. Look, if the average rent in a certain area is $750 for a 1-bedroom apartment, and if you want to charge $1,200 for yours, guess what? You're probably not going to get a tenant. I think that that's how America works, that we have a market-driven system for our economy, and that includes housing. And I believe that same thing would apply to security deposits. If I was to advertise an apartment asking for 6 months rent for security deposit, I probably would not have a lot of applicants. And I would be forced by the marketplace and my competition to drive that number down. And in fact, I would say in most urban communities in this state, the typical security deposit is only 1 month, even though landlords can charge up to 2. And that's because the market reflects the need to have only a 1 month security deposit. So the point of the bills that I'm referencing, 5344 and 5345, are not to enable bad actors as far as landlords. They are to enable tenants to have access to housing they wouldn't otherwise be able to have. And that's the purpose behind them. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for those answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gonzalez. Senator Chicarella.
Thank you. And I have just a couple of quick questions for the good representative. The last 2 representatives asked questions similar to the ones that I was going to ask, but I just want clarification, specifically regarding the amount of months of security one could take in. You gave an example of somebody that may have some bad credit that is looking to rent an apartment. But what if somebody had dogs and they want to rent, but they don't want dogs there because of the damage it could do to the floors or the walls or the trim, but they really need to live there. And the landlord says, you know, if you were to give me additional security to cover these things, then we could rent to you. This would stop that from happening, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that question, Senator. You're absolutely correct. This is, as we discussed earlier, a private contract between adult parties. And every circumstance is different. Every rental unit is different, and every tenant is different, and their needs are different. And some tenants are going to have special circumstances that might result in more wear and tear on the unit, like having dogs, as you mentioned. It's only right that that tenant should be willing to put up more security deposit, and it's only right that the landlord might request more. And when we, as a legislature, pass laws that limit that ability for that tenant and the landlord to come to that agreement on their own, to figure out what is fair between them, we're preventing that arrangement from happening. We are stopping that landlord from having a tenant, and we're stopping that tenant from having the place they want. And I've been watching this for years in the industry. I'm a landlord myself, and I'm a realtor by trade, and I deal with a lot of rental property and a lot of tenants and landlords. And I cannot tell you the number of times I've had a tenant attempting to negotiate a lease agreement with a willing landlord, and it ends up being a situation where they're not qualified enough based on their income or other qualifications. And the landlord really wants to accept them, and the tenant wants to give them 6 months up front or something like that. And we have to say, no, you can't do that because our law prohibits it. And I think that's unfortunate, because you're telling the 2 willing participants that really only affects them. It doesn't affect anyone else, that they can't engage in their business arrangement.
Thank you. Thank you. And this clearly could negatively affect both a tenant and a landlord in this situation. To make this point a little bit more clear for people that may not understand what goes into renting and also being a landlord, what is an average rent, maybe in your district, high, low? What's an average rent approximately, or not to get too personal? I understand that you have a few rental properties, so this would be a great person to ask these questions to. What is an average rent?
Well, I cover a lot of territory, Senator, through you, Mr. Chairman. 5 towns, and they do range. Waterbury is more of an urban environment. There are very inexpensive apartments in Waterbury. I think you can probably find a single bedroom unit in downtown Waterbury, probably in the $600 a month range. all the way up to places in Southington and Prospect that might be 2,000 or more for a single family home. So it ranges a lot. My experience mostly is in the city of Waterbury. My units are all single family homes, but they are in the city of Waterbury, and they typically around 1,000 a month. Some maybe a little less, some maybe a little bit more for a single family home.
Thank you. Thank you for setting that kind of picture for me to kind of get a good understanding of this. So we talk about maybe floors being wrecked or maybe paint, trim, appliances. Without great detail, if somebody were to damage floors and the walls just in a unit, you think that would exceed $2,000 for maybe 1,000 square foot apartment, something that would be about $1,000 to rent?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, certainly. I have sadly been on the receiving end of my own property at the end of a lease term and had damage considerably more than the amount of security deposit. And I'm certainly not the only one. I can tell you horror stories of landlords that had their property returned to them in a state where it was no longer rentable and would cost $5,000, $10,000 even for a unit that they only had a $2,000 security deposit. It happens almost every day. Not to mention the fact that the costs of being a landlord or any resident of Connecticut are going up daily. I mean, look at inflation, the cost of gasoline, everything else, but certainly the cost of building materials, the cost of carpenters and any type of home improvement contractors, all these things are extremely expensive. A typical 1,000 square foot house, to have it repainted might cost upwards of $2,000 or $3,000 to have it repainted by a contractor. Most landlords, including myself, we resort to doing the vast majority of things ourselves because we could never possibly be compensated based on the amount of security deposit you could collect under the law. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for answering those questions, and good luck finding a contractor this day and age. It's very hard to find labor. So a lot of challenges for both parties. On the flip side, when we talk about tenants leaving larger security deposits, and maybe there are bad actors in every profession, a landlord may try to say, I'm not going to give you back your money because you have a small nick in the wall, and we know that could be very, very inexpensive to fix. How can a tenant protect themselves from something like that happening? And my thought maybe, and I'll let you answer, is possibly a walkthrough, pictures when you get in, pictures when you get out. How would you go about saying that we could protect both parties in situations like this if we were to push this legislation through?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, that's a fabulous question. I answer that question for landlords. I answer that question for tenants, and I answer that question for myself as a landlord. And basically what it is to document the condition of the property thoroughly at the time of move-in. Any landlord would be wise to do so that they can document the condition of the property in case there is damage, and tenants as well. I tell them all, when I represent a tenant in a transaction, I always go above and beyond to make sure that we document the condition of that property and that the terms of the lease are fully understood so that there isn't a problem down the road. We have housing court in the state of Connecticut to resolve these disputes. I have found the housing court to be supremely fair and even generous towards tenants in my experience. So I do believe there is enough recourse to protect both tenants and landlords in these kind of disputes. And we do have laws on the books for that purpose. But the best solution always is to document the situation so that if there's ever a question about whether damage was caused or not, you can point to the condition of the property at the time the person moved in.
Thank you for answering those questions. And I have more, but for the sake of time, I just wanted to move on one because you ran out of time. It was Bill 5347, the review of criminal records, I believe. And you were just about to finish a thought on that, and you ran out of time. If you don't mind just elaborating briefly on that for me.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator. Yes, the reason for this bill is simply that, first off, I did not vote for the clean slate legislation. When it was first proposed, I did believe that there was merit to it. It was advertised as simply getting rid of very minor offenses, particularly drug offenses, so that people didn't have that following them around their whole life. That is something I would have been able to get behind and support. Ultimately, the clean slate legislation that did pass did not resemble that at all. It was far more expansive and in fact erases significant crimes, even felonies, even violent felonies. In fact, I listed those on the floor of the Senate during the debate. And those are things that any person who is offering their property available to a tenant ought to know about that prospective tenant. And they need to know that for their own safety. And they also need to know that for the safety of the other unit tenants. You know, if you own a multifamily house or apartment building, imagine, you know, your responsibility as a landlord when you have, different types of tenants in the building. Maybe you have a couple of young college students, and you might put a hardened criminal in the unit next door. I think you have an obligation to all the parties to make sure that everyone's aware of what's happening and be able to make an intelligent choice. I am very sensitive to the notion that people that serve time have a difficult time getting back into society. And I don't know that there's a viable solution. But certainly denying the transparency of someone's criminal record to a landlord or to other tenants in that apartment complex is not the answer. I believe that is dangerous, is asking for trouble, and I would repeal the law that does that currently, because if we do not, there's a very high likelihood, in my opinion, that some heinous crime might occur as a result. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. And I agree with some of the comments that you've referred to. Just sheer, understanding of what someone's background's like, and obviously people make mistakes. Not to hold every bad decision somebody makes against them. Everybody makes bad decisions, myself included. And to be judged by your bad actions for the rest of your life is not fair. But there are repeat offenders and people that are just violent and repeat offenders. And I agree with what you said there wholeheartedly, and we could elaborate. I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to do so at some point. But another concern that I have is, even if the person had a bad record applied and there's somebody else that's just a better candidate on paper, or just signed the documentation faster, I just think it leaves a liability or vulnerability to the landlord to be sued for saying, oh, they're only not taking my application or accepting me because I have a record. And maybe they don't even know about that. They just went with the first person that signed. They could have a record too. But I just think it opens up the door for possible lawsuits for landlords if this isn't clear or more clear. Did you hear or have any concerns about that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question, Senator. The current law defies logic in my mind, both from a transparency standpoint and both from a liability standpoint. It is only logic that a landlord should be able to know, just as an employer or anyone else who has to interact with someone, whether or not they have a criminal record. The notion that somehow we're bettering society by not keeping track of that information is completely false. We are all responsible for our actions. And if those actions end up putting us in prison, we're going to be responsible for that, even once we've served our time. That's just the nature of how human beings work. It is also a deterrent. If you know that your life is going to be dramatically impacted, both by being sent to prison or paying a fine or something, and also the fact that you might have a difficult time finding a job or a rent, I think that's a deterrent to committing that crime to begin with. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for those questions. Are there any other questions?
No, thank you very much for your time.
Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
We will now be going back and forth between public officials and the general public. So our first person up is Amy McLean.
Sorry, you surprised me. You got to me earlier than I thought, so thank you very much. Thank you very much for entertaining me today, Honorable Chairperson Lopes, Vice Chair Smith and Anwar, Ranking Members Paletta and Ciccarella, and committee members. Acadia Center appreciates this opportunity to provide testimony. I am the Connecticut Director and Senior Policy Advocate for Acadia Center, which is a nonprofit research and advocacy organization committed to advancing clean energy future. Acadia Center advocates for the equitable clean energy future and tackling regulatory and legislative energy policy, transportation, energy efficiency, beneficial electrification, utility, innovation, and renewable energy. We are here today to support SB 292, an act concerning heating efficiency in new residential construction and major alterations for the residential buildings. We support in general, because in general, Acadia Center understands that unless the states implement new regulatory changes, electric and gas distribution system planning processes will not enable decarbonization to the scale needed to address the climate crisis. The Northeast states have made important steps directionally consistent with addressing climate change, but the pace and the scope of these changes to date are inadequate to meet the mounting challenges. The recent acceleration of observable and predicted impacts of climate change, including the storms, including with the near-term impacts on human life and electric reliability, irreversible global changes, and disproportionately impacts the lower income communities, communities of color, and rural communities, and often require swift and sweeping reforms. The cost of about 80% of homes and 75% of commercial buildings in New England right now in New York rely on fossil fuel for heating, including heating oil, propane, and fossil gas. While fuel costs have been historically low in recent years, and the average home in the Northeast spends roughly $1,000 to $2,600 on heating every winter. Because the Northeast imports an overwhelming proportion of its fossil fuels, this money flows out of the local economies to other states and countries. And the region is beholden to the price fluctuations out of its control. Fossil fuel heating is also a leading contributor to climate change and poses health and safety dangers. One solution to these issues is switching to clean, efficient electric heat pumps. This commercially available heating systems can save residents money because they don't burn fossil fuels. They reduce health risks such as gas leaks or carbon monoxide poisoning, avoid fluctuating winter fuel costs, which we're seeing, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We are transitioning away from fossil fuel combustion in our own housing stock. We need to stop expanding our gas infrastructure if we are going to meet our climate targets, like the goal
At the 3-minute mark, so please summarize.
Warming Act. Thank you, I will. So we are supporting this bill because it meets our greenhouse gas emissions goals. A recent study from RMI talks about how it estimates the burning fossil fuels in buildings leads to 318 additional deaths and $3 billion in health impacts costs in 2017 in Connecticut alone. So please support this bill because it also talks about the provision for the adoption of the 2024 International Conservation Code, and it will give the industry time to prepare for the new construction codes. I hope that you can see it in yourselves to support this bill. It's the step in the right direction. And if we don't start doing it now, then we aren't going to make it. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Are there any questions? It looks like Representative Gonzalez, your hand is up from before, correct? I think so. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Amy.
Thank you
for your testimony. Our next speaker will be Senator Kelly. I think so. We're going to go back to Senator Kelly. We're going to go first to Kevin Alvarez.
Thank you, Chairman Williams, Senator Lopes, ranking members Paletta and Ciccarella, members of the committee. I actually wasn't planning to speak regarding House Bill 5347, but I think the exchange that happened just a few testimonies prior to mine was very inaccurate about what that bill does and what the Clean Slate Bill does. So I wanted to first say that and speak in favor of that bill. But I'm here to talk about House Bill 5204, an act concerning a needs assessment and fair share plans for municipalities to increase affordable housing. I have been before this committee before and undoubtedly will again to stress the severe lack of affordable housing within the state of Connecticut and the dire impact that reality is having on our state's economy and the well-being of all of our residents. The proposal put forth in House Bill 5204 gets to the heart of the problem in a fairly simple way, by actually recognizing the scope of the problem before us. While there have been different estimates to the housing need in our state, ensuring that the State Department of Housing and the state government as a whole fully recognizes and is working from the same information is critically important. Setting clear standards for every community for what their responsibility is in fixing the problem is also essential. It cannot just fall to cities like New Haven to provide for the housing needs of this state. As I have said before, 30% of our housing authority waitlist is individuals from other communities. Connecticut cities overwhelmingly provide for the need of the entire state, and this fair share proposal would fundamentally change that dynamic. We are all in this together. So why aren't we simply asking the question, how much housing do we need? And then clearly articulating what each town's responsibility is in addressing that. More housing options are good for literally everyone, but so often certain kinds of housing are maligned, usually with racial undertones, because the fight that has played out over the last several decades has often not been one about housing, it's been one about people. I have heard countless instances of folks, even those speaking in support of more housing options, framing it as making sure that teachers and first responders can afford to live in the towns where they work. And of course they do. But examples of those professions are used intentionally, not out of malice, but out of the underlying reality we're grappling with, in that we apply different levels of morality to different professions and economic circumstances. A teacher or a firefighter, two jobs that are disproportionately held by white residents, are seen as worthy, while talking about the housing needs of food service workers or custodians or secretaries are seen as not. As we have this debate, we need to change the way we talk about and, more importantly, think about the value of every resident of Connecticut, regardless of their economic circumstance. People who do the jobs that keep our state and economy running also deserve the same value and respect when crafting public policy and talking about what our state's needs are. Tens of thousands of residents are paying too much for housing and are kept economically disadvantaged as a result. Systemic racism has made this fall disproportionately on communities of color and kept affordable housing concentrated in low opportunity areas. We can and should and must change that. This fair share legislation is a major step toward greater equity and better public policy, and I urge that this committee pass it. Thank you.
Senator Anwar.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Alvarez, for your testimony. I wanted to know if I agree with you, and then sometimes in this committee and some of the other committees, the conversations that we have which try to justify the status quo using everything but the reality where it's coming from at times, maybe it's pretty complex. And I'm trying to figure out, how do you change hearts and minds? Has there been a model in any other part of the country where we've been able to change the hearts and minds of people to be more kind and more humane and nice and caring towards each other in this policy?
So I think I have two sort of examples there. One is, I believe it was the city of Minneapolis that underwent a really broad, and I'm not deeply familiar with it, but underwent a really broad evaluation of its own history with segregation and the way that it designed housing in its city, and actually had a really engaging public process of having the community come together to actually see for themselves what was done in the past and how that still impacted them today. And so I think the biggest thing for getting more people to think more deeply about these issues and take more personal responsibility for them is education, because, and that goes to sort of my second example, which is I'm a kid that grew up in Colchester, Connecticut, in an overwhelmingly white town. And the amount that I have learned and still have to learn after coming to live in New Haven or live in Manchester is astronomical. And the level of frustration that I feel, that I was deprived because of the way that our state is designed, and this is more broadly in the country, what I was deprived of in growing up with people that didn't look like me or people that had different experiences than I had. And so I think the most sinister part of segregation, other than the enormous realm of sort of depravity of it, is that it keeps people apart from one another and not talking to each other about their lived experiences. I don't know what it is like to grow up poor in New Haven. I only know that I have now a position of power where I can speak to the needs of the people that live here. And so I think the biggest thing that we can do to try to make things better is, one, educate people with facts and the actual history behind these policies, and two, have more people engage with people that are from a different background and from a different place so that they can see and open their eyes to the real struggles that so many in our state and our communities are going through.
Thank you for that. And then one more question, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to look, many of these situations are going against the Federal Fair Housing Act. And what has happened is when the towns and the state are unable to fix the issues, then somebody can bring about the federal lawsuit, and those are pretty easy to win. And that result in judgment which requires things to change. And when that change happens, there are some models where that change actually did prove that the anxiety and the fear people have is unjustified. Can you speak to that too?
Absolutely. I think first of all, I think we go through these rhythms in our state and in our country where when there is that sort of proposition of the status quo changing, there is this visceral reaction to it. And I think we're seeing that play out now. When there was George Floyd's murder, when so many people were woken up, I think quite far too late, but were woken up to the real deep issues of racial injustice in this country. I think there was real movement for a time in a positive direction, but we've also seen a severe backlash to that. And I think there's this sort of fantasy for the 1950s and how good that was for mostly white men that were middle class. And like, it shrouds the deep level of suffering that was going on in decades past. And I think we can see for ourselves that having more diverse communities, having more people engage with each other, having less segregation has enriched so many of our lives. It's the reason that New Haven is such an incredible city, because of the vibrancy and diversity that we have. And so I think when you actually are exposed to that, you see for yourself that actually changing the status quo is for the better. And part of the way that Connecticut is designed, we have no sort of regionalization. So there are states with significantly better public transportation systems. And because we are had been so entrenched in this idea that people had to be separate and that their governments had to be as far apart as possible, we weren't able to work together to build better transportation systems, build better education systems, build better systems that would have benefited everybody. And so for communities that do become more diverse and communities that put that effort in to try to change things, they see it tenfold in the way that their communities can thrive and go so much further than where we are now.
Thank you so much. I truly appreciate your testimony, and I appreciate you coming and speaking with your love and care and heart. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Are there any other questions? Just one quick question. What are the economic impacts of not doing this?
They're devastating. I think whenever we're talking about Connecticut right now, this is already playing out. When we talk about young people leaving this state, it's because I'm paying $1,500 a month for an apartment. It's because after getting a college education, it was so difficult to find anywhere to live. If I'm looking right now for apartments, I can look down the street from me where it is $2,200 a month to live in a studio apartment. And there are still people that are forced into that situation. The economic reality of somebody paying more than 30% of their income and rent is devastating to economic mobility and progress. If more people are spending more money on their rents when they don't need to, instead of going out to eat or buying school supplies or going to Walmart, like the economic activity that is being stifled right now is astronomical. And us not fixing this problem is only going to get worse. You see, we've had a problem. We've had a problem for a while with our housing stock in this state. But now with an influx of new residents taking up more of the housing that is of a higher sort of impacting the market and pushing pressure down onto rents that might have been more affordable or housing that might have been more affordable, we're seeing more and more people get squeezed. And if we do not solve that fundamental issue of housing and transportation and access to jobs, we are never going to be able to get our state to a place where we're not going to have budget crisis, or we're not going to see so many people suffering. So I think the economic reality of this is staggering, but so often it is seen and felt and experienced by certain groups of people, particularly in communities like New Haven. But it is also affecting seniors, it's affecting young people, it's affecting everybody. And I think it is urgent that we change this, because also constructing more housing that the market is demanding, first of all, and also more affordable housing creates jobs and creates enormous economic mobility for people that have so often been deprived.
Thank you, Kevin. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I think our next person is, and let me just double check, Elman Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Sorry, I'm number 16.
We'll call you soon. I apologize.
Do I continue?
Yes, please continue.
Rodriguez,
I'm the chair. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Lopez, Representative Williams, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Elman Rodriguez, and I work as a toolkit coordinator for All King. Before working at All King, I operated a family childcare business in Bridgewater. I'm offering my testimony in support of SB 291, an act concerning protection for group and family childcare homes. As a toolkit coordinator, I am the liaison in the state family childcare providers. I make sure that the providers are prepared to pass their home inspection required by the license department. When providers look to start their home-based childcare program, they have their own dreams and visions. We are here to listen, to connect them to resources. We do more than just listening to support them. Some educators have challenges with some of the landlords. Since working at All King, personally, I work with 5 educators that have to move out of their homes because of the landlords. These educators alone would have offered care for 30 children in Bridgeport. I work with an educator whose landlord said she wouldn't be able to open a childcare program. This was after she paid 3 months deposit and started the process of becoming licensed at her site. I coached her on what to say to the landlord. She assured him that she was going to ensure in the state regulation and follow the state regulations. She was gonna only care for 6 children. Now she's a successful provider, and she's becoming a Bridgeport leader in the city of Bridgeport. However, all of the other educators that start a family childcare programs do not have that support from network like All Our King or a staff person like me. My educators are scared to inform most of the landlords that opening home-based childcare will be their only source of income. Many of them opt to move to another house. Some educators have language. They don't have the language to explain or to advocate for themselves. They're also opening, they say they're opening a daycare, and the landlords think that they're going to care for more than 30 children. Landlords are not familiar with family child care regulations or requirements, so they get scared. When I had my own business, when I owned my program, I had the landlord fix something in my house.
3 minutes.
When my landlord came to the house, he noticed that I had some educational materials, and he just asked what I was doing in my home. So I showed him the license, and he allowed me to continue with the program. Some providers are not fortunate to have this support. So they have to move to another place so they can before opening a daycare. This leaves working parents without care, provider without employment, and children without stability they need to grow and develop. Provider face many obstacles trying to start their business. Housing should not be one of them. This is why I'm urging to support SB 291. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any further questions? Thank you, Elman. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
So I do want to just say thank you to all those that are watching, those that are participating, and want to just say thank you for their compassion and making do with the new chair and making mistakes. We will make sure that we do call everyone, but there will sometimes be things out of order. So as a new chair and the rookie, please give me a little bit of leeway. So I do apologize for those mistakes. I think the commissioner is next, and then we will get to Maria after. So Commissioner Kidd. Okay, so we're gonna go back. Is Selectman Chris here?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
There we go. All right.
And I won't hold
I
it
almost
again.
skipped you too by accident.
No problem. That's all right. I'm used to it. I'm an elected official. So my name is Michael Chris. I'm first selectman for the town of Harmington. I want to thank the chairs and the ranking members and the members of the housing committee for listening to my testimony today as I testify on behalf of CCM and the town of Harmington in against House Bill 5204. 5204, amongst other things, would require an assessment of the statewide need for affordable housing, which we all can agree affordable housing is in need across the state. We go back to the Blue Ribbon Committee that was done back in the 90s that talks about how the challenges for small towns to meet the current needs under the affordable housing, 830J, I refer back to that statute, and that there's huge problems with trying to meet just the 10% as small communities. And those problems stem from water and sewer infrastructures, public transportation, sparsely populated communities, lack of job opportunities in the small communities, and types of projects that are financially unfeasible for developers to even develop in our areas, even though some have posed some interest, but when they come across these problems, it becomes too much. 5204 would create an alternative process to assess the statewide need for affordable housing, which is much different from the current state statute in regards to affordable housing. Increasing, there's a sweeping decision making on the state level that imposes a top-down policy onto the backs of local governments. This new proposed process doesn't even take into consideration the affordable housing statute, which is 830J, which would include a housing needs assessment and consider the role of local and regional housing conditional affordable housing development. We currently are already in the process, most of the small communities are in the process of developing and adopting housing plans, which will outline our approach to affordable housing for our communities that best fit our communities. And we want to work with those plans and have an opportunity to vet those plans out with the state and work together as partners to develop those plans as they work for each community. I think we can all agree that there's existing efforts and proven successful strategies out there, such as incentivized housing zones, flexible affordable housing development programs, and expanding strategies to address the affordable housing needs. And that we can all agree that we're all trying to do our part to make it affordable to live throughout the state, travel throughout the state, and stay within the state, and raise a family here. It goes a lot further than affordable housing. Affordability to live here in general is tough in Connecticut, and our residents need that support. They need these systems in place, but 5204, we feel, doesn't really doesn't take into consideration 830J and does not give us an opportunity to work through the plans that we're already adopting and to assess those. It's already difficult for small communities to reach a 10% goal as it is. And the Blue Ribbon Committee back in the 90s had already discussed that and said it would be next to impossible, because we also have to balance that with protecting the natural environment of water supply and other natural resources that the state requires as well. Therefore, we are submitting testimony against House Bill 5204 and ask for a reevaluation.
So please summarize.
Yep. Thank you very much. And I'll answer any questions or be able to provide any information later on as well. And
Representative Paletta.
Good afternoon, First Selectman Chris. Thank you for testifying today, and I appreciate your insightful comments on this piece of legislation that has been talked about for a number of years here in this committee, and certainly before I was here. And I know that you live this every day as a First Selectman, and I think on a bipartisan basis, we've been trying to get this right. This has been a hot topic for a long time. We heard a lot of passionate testimony last week as well, both for and against some of these expansions. Could you just offer a little bit more insight on what your community has been doing? You said that you had some housing initiatives and some studies you've been doing to address affordable housing. Could you just briefly talk to that for us so committee members can hear of what some of the smaller towns have been doing as well?
Yes, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Paletta. Yeah, I mean, rural communities are faced with a troubling problem, and in the northwest corner, our problem is much bigger. It's an aging population, lack of services, lack of housing for our seniors. It has really grown dramatically and is anticipated to grow even more. Declining enrollment. All of those things are plaguing our towns and cities up in this area. And what we're trying to do is work together with cities like Torrington and Burlington and in this northwest corner as a 21 town cog to look at, say, okay, what housing needs do we absolutely need? And we're assessing those with our plans. And one of the things we assessed is that the growing need of senior services, senior affordable housing, so that people can afford to age in place. A lot of them grew up within the northwest corner. They want to stay within the northwest corner, but can't afford to stay here as they age out. We're trying to find those opportunities as well. One of the other things we identified is that some of our little shopping centers, our little nooks here in the northwest corner would allow itself to build some affordable housing with some change in our zoning regulations, which we are currently working with our zoning commissions on those, to have those mixed use housing opportunities so that you can not only have just your regular storefronts and all those, but you would have those affordable housing opportunities above those as well. The biggest thing that we constantly run into is a transportation infrastructure problem in the northwest corner. Northeast corner sees the same problem. Lack of sewers, lack of city water, the soil compression rates. You talk to the area health districts, they'll all tell you the compaction rates and soils in these areas make it very difficult to make community type septic systems, or what they call cesspool allotments. It's a real problem in the area. So in our housing plan, what we did is our first stab at it was to look at what is really the need, and getting that public input from our communities and finding out that, it is an aging in place issue. There is a lack of that type of housing as well, but also the transportation needs of the northwest corner, northeast corner to adapt to the rest of the state. You can't ask people to move out to the rural area of Connecticut, and we want everybody to come out here. It makes it more affordable as we spread everybody out. But the reality is getting back and forth the job when you've got an hour to a 45-minute to an hour and 45-minute commute to a job in another portion of the state, it makes it very difficult to do that. So we're trying to assess those needs as a group, but also as individual towns, and try to see what best fits for our communities, because every single community in Connecticut is different. And we can't take a one-size-fits-all approach. And I also don't want to see bills get passed that may circumvent things that are already in place that may just need a little more work. And we could do that together.
Thank you. And, that really is the crux of what I've been talking about the last couple of public hearings, and actually the last couple of years, is that, there's the notion that a lot of the smaller towns just generally blanket oppose any sort of affordable housing, and that's just simply not true. We've heard that notion that some of the cities are trying to expand, and that the towns don't want any kind of housing and development, and that's not true either. That's blatantly false. The fact is that we're looking to have each town individually come up with their own blueprint And I think one of the ways we can do that is to get this committee on the road with all of its members, visit different parts of the state, see what the housing needs are and what these towns are doing, and then come up with a set of blueprint bullet points that would help and we can put into a comprehensive bill. Because, you know, it's easy to just throw a flame out there and say, oh yeah, none of the towns want affordable housing. We know that that's not true. We hear from folks like you every day that are doing the things that they're supposed to do in their town and are taking steps to making sure that housing is available and that it's affordable. And that's what, you know, that's why we are here on this committee. So I thank you for your testimony, and I hope that you will also participate in our future working group that I think the chairs and the ranking members are going to put together, because you have done a good job, a great job in the town of Harmington, and can offer some useful insight. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would also extend that invitation to say that I am willing to work on any committee that will help make it and take into those considerations and look at those, and be more than happy to host right here in Harmington and have you all here to talk about it and bring the COG together to talk with you all about it as well.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Senator Anwar.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony, Mr. Chris. I wanted to ask you, for your town, what are the demographics with respect to the age? What is the trajectory for the aging population, and how many new young families are coming to your town?
Right now, if you look at the demographics as a whole, even for Harlington, if 55 and older is our largest community right now. And in the northwest corner, that tends to ring true throughout most of the community in these areas. It's a 55 and older community. A lot of young families tend to move here when they get out of the mindset that they want to live in a city. They want to move out here. Again, the biggest obstacle is transportation, affordability to raise that family out here. And I think the nuances of being close to everything. We come from a society that's really grown to be where they want everything at their fingertips. And when you come out into the rural Connecticut, whether it be the northwest corner, northeast corner, it's quite a bit of difference in travel out here. And you add quite a bit when you just want to go to the grocery store and you got to travel 30 minutes to go to a grocery store. So it becomes very difficult, but that population group is definitely more 55 and older based on the last census. And, have we had some new families move into town? Yes, but not enough to really move the needle. We still face a huge declining enrollment problem out here in much of the northwest, northeast corner. So.
Right. So I have a series of questions. I'm just going to quickly try to move forward. If the current trajectory continues on, my concern is that there's a sustainability question, because you need a balance of younger families, and you also want young retirees to be in the community as well to keep that balance. And what is your strategic plan to achieve that?
Well, I mean, our housing plan addressed the initial needs right off the bat, and our long-term goal is to obviously work. The Council of Governments is what we tend to work throughout here in the Northwest Council of Governments. We tend to talk about a lot is really overcoming the transportation problem. There's a failing transportation issue that Northwest corner, Northeast corner have faced for years, where there's no real public transportation, sustainable public transportation out in these areas. The other problem is infrastructure. You face a sewer, water, public supply infrastructure out in these areas where it's difficult to achieve those. And I would agree with you 100% that we need that sustainability, and we need to spread that burden out from our fixed income households to our working class households. Being a single dad of two, I know the struggles of living in a community makes it difficult to afford. But at the same time, you want to make it so that they have the nuances of living with those infrastructure requirements. And I think that really it starts right there. If we look as a whole, what is the infrastructure that we can feasibly put in order to support housing, to attract young families, to attract these working class families? And the infrastructure starts with transportation, then it goes to water and sewer, and then it talks to easing those regulations on the housing, the health department levels. What is reasonable in those requirements to enhance the ability for young families to live out in these areas?
Again, I've served as a mayor of a town for 2 terms, and the way I saw things was that rather than being reactive, we needed to make plans for the next many years, up to 10, 15, 20, 30 years down the road. What do we need to do now to be able to make sure that we have a sustainable community? And our town became one of the top most sustainable towns from various respects. I would like to suggest, with respect to the local community's emotional feelings about the issue, that unless we address the affordability and start to work whatever, I mean, I heard about 5, 6 barriers that you perceive are restricting you from doing that. And if you and your leadership are not going to overcome those barriers, then the next person or the person after that 5, 10, 20, 100 years from now is going to say, I wish the first selectman back in 2022 had started to overcome those barriers so we were a sustainable community to have a diverse, financially diverse, racially diverse, economic, all different diversity to be able to make your community their home and create sustainability and strength of the community. And I think that's something every leader in our state, whether they're in a small rural town or a inner city, a large city, has to start to think. And this bill is not a hurdle for that. At least I don't see that as a hurdle. But I think we have to start to see reasons why it needs to be done, and the hurdles, what are we doing 24/7 to overcome those hurdles? Those are my thoughts, but I again appreciate you coming in and speaking on behalf of the community that you represent. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Senator.
Several quick questions, Selectman. So I don't think I didn't see any other. How long have you been serving?
I'm going on 10 years as first selectman, 2 years as the first selectman. I was 9 years as the chairman of the Water Pollution Control Authority, and I'm serving another 2-year term now, so it'll be 12 years as first selectman when this term is done.
So thank you for serving your town and the state. I said I know what it's like to be on a municipal level too. I served I think over 10 years on the municipal side myself. 830J I think was first adopted in 2017. Has your 830J plan been completed yet?
Yes, it has been completed and adopted. Yep.
Okay, good. And how long did it take to do it?
It took us probably about almost a year's worth of working on that and planning. We did get some help with some grant aid, which helped get a consultant, independent consultant, help design that. Then we had public hearings and then vetted it through all our boards and commissions and all of those things. And
a few other questions. And I said, I thank you for your leadership and make sure that those are adopted. I think that's the first. If you do not have a plan, you have a plan to fail. So at least we are on the right side of having a plan. If I understood correctly, I think the median income in Harmington is around 66,000. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think the median rental for an apartment in Harmington, I think it's somewhere around 1,400. And I think it's for a house. I think it's about $1,000 for a rental apartment, about 1,600 or 1,400 for renting a house. If the median income is 66,000, that seems well over the proposed and suggested amount for a housing expense. That would clearly put a family into the sort of Alice category. Would you say that Harmington is an affordable place to live?
I'd have to say that as a whole, I believe Harmington is affordable to live if there's jobs and if the state is affordable to live in. We have families young families that have moved to Harmington, lived here 6 months, and moved completely out of the state because it became unaffordable to live in the state as a whole. So I think we have a bigger problem than just affordability in the municipalities. We have a state affordability problem. And we got to overcome that in order to make municipalities affordable to live in.
I agree with you, which is why I said I'm definitely encouraging our committee to continue adopting policies that increase our housing, that will increase our supply, which will then decrease our housing costs. So thank you for what you have shared. I don't see any other questions for the first selectman. So thank you very much for your testimony. And Maria, it is your turn. Maria Weingarten.
Good afternoon. Senators Lopes, Representative Williams, ranking members, Senator Ciccarella, Representative Paletta, and members of the committee. My name is Maria Weingarten. I am a first-gen American, grew up in New York City. My father had to escape communism from Hungary, so came from a blue-collar family. I'm a realtor and I serve as an alternate member of the New Canaan Board of Finance. I'm here speaking as an individual citizen and I'm opposed to HB 5204, the Fair Share Plan. There is an understood need for affordable housing at the lowest price point of the market. The thought is that housing can put people in proximity of opportunity, schools, jobs, public infrastructure. But how do we optimally enable access to opportunity? Members of the legislature proposing fair share and Monday's transit development think there may be a problem in the housing market, and the solution is that maybe we need to forget decades of zoning and land use laws, individual property rights, local public hearings on building projects, and specific environmental and infrastructure constraints that throw out the window, all of that, and then we need a fresh start. HB 5204 seeks to bypass local planning and zoning authority to regulate land use in a one-size-mandated-to-all approach. Only local planning and zoning members of a local community, through use of public hearings, can provide critical information necessary to properly evaluate building projects within their own municipality. Why? Because all land is finite and unique. Locally elected leaders and P&Z members are also the most accountable to the residents of the municipality and can decide zoning issues in a manner that allows planned development without adverse impacts to local infrastructure, environment, or historical preservation. If housing is the solution, does it stand alone by itself, or are there other elements, like was discussed just now, that are necessary for success? If so, are there other things as well that need to be in place to optimally access opportunity, creating jobs, pathways to careers, schools, transit systems? If so, what is the best way to create that housing that leads to opportunity? That is the real discussion that needs to be had, rather than just building housing arbitrarily through statewide mandates. The devil is in the details. So what is wrong with the Fair Share bill? This year's bill is very vague. It gives decision-making power to appointed bureaucrats and housing advocates. These decisions should be made through the legislature, as they are accountable to our state's residents, as well as other important municipal constituents, local P&Z experts, local land experts, to ensure that the allocations are appropriate based on the unique environment of each municipality. It eliminates consideration of market forces like project viability and actual housing demand in different parts of the state. One can see from a recent census that due to adverse economic factors in Connecticut, population has declined in most of Connecticut except Fairfield County, which benefits from the access to economic engine of New York City.
We're at the 3-minute mark, so please summarize.
Okay, and it forces an arbitrary allocation of municipal units on 4 criteria that are highly correlated to each other, including the grand list, the household income, and a level of poverty. And it's vague in the end of the bill, the last lines that discuss how to enforce it. And I would recommend that that information also be decided prior to voting on such a bill. And I'm happy to discuss further and specifically about the numbers that were in the prior year bill, which I believe should be disclosed to all of our residents in our state, so we understand what this bill is and the impact that it would be on all of our towns. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Are there any questions for Maria? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Councilwoman Jelks is next.
Good afternoon. Fair share, contrary to the message that we just heard, is common sense. This is my message today. Fair share is common sense, and it's the right thing to do for Connecticut. I want to thank the members of the Housing Committee and co-chairs Representative Williams and Senator Lopes. My name is Sonia Jelks, and I'm a city council member in the great city of Meriden, as well as the Connecticut Director for National Nonprofit Corporation for Supportive Housing. I'm here today to testify on behalf of House Bill 5204, an act concerning a needs assessments and fair share plan for municipalities to increase affordable housing. Like many of you as municipal leader, we face and tackle real problems in our community every day, and I'm accountable to the needs of my constituents. Fair share is the right thing for Meriden, and it's the right thing for every town in the state of Connecticut, including those who may need low-income, affordable, and supportive housing needs. Fair share is finally addressing and tackling unjust exclusionary zoning practices that impact so many individuals and families. For so long, housing matters that have been addressed on a local level have left too many in Connecticut without fair and equitable housing options. And it unfairly burdens urban areas to provide low-income and affordable housing and services. When will we learn to operate as a state with the goal of growing together? Families are better able to thrive when they can afford reasonable housing options. When families thrive, this will help our state and our businesses flourish, educational opportunities are increased, and other social determinants of a thriving state and communities are made possible. Our broken housing system is the root of many of the biggest problems that we have with business and business growth. We can be growing faster, which means that creates opportunities for everyone in Connecticut. Locally, my community is currently looking at our housing needs to support our growth in Meriden, even in our diverse and growing community, which is taking advantage of many opportunities to revitalize our downtown and our urban areas through increasing housing options. I still personally hear a lot of language against increasing fair and equitable housing. And many times these comments reek of times of past, times when redlining and racial segregation was encouraged in practice. As a Black woman raising 2 children as a single parent, housing options are important, and they should be open throughout the state and not just in urban centers. Connecticut has a right to be fair to all of its citizens, including those that may be Black or brown, or even those who may be in lower income levels. Mountains of social science and data prove beyond a doubt that Black neighborhoods are segregated, isolated, and starved of opportunity. And this didn't happen by accident. Black people who did not choose to live in those areas with those least opportunities, many of them would prefer to be in those areas that provide more opportunities for education, jobs, and growth as any other community. Thank you. So in spite of all these trouble, we are trying to build in our community. Connecticut truly, needs to take this opportunity to grow and eliminate the segregation that we know has been done. Housing is attributed to a lot of the issues that we have. Fixing housing can address a lot of those problems. And I really look forward to seeing us pass this important legislation and just, ensure that fair share is common sense for all of us. This is a solution that is backed by nonprofit leaders, housing advocates, racial justice advocates, developers, faith leaders, educators, and even legislators like yourself. I implore you to adopt this legislation, help us grow and prosper together. And please, ask any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman and President. Senator Kushner.
I don't have a question, but I couldn't resist saying hello to Sonia and let you know we miss you here in labor. I think that your comments are well taken, particularly that there are so many interacting areas that we need to address, and housing is sort of at the center of many of the things that we're trying to improve, including, education has an impact on education, has an impact on labor. So I really appreciate your comments here today, and we miss you.
Well, thank you. I miss you guys as well.
I was having a kick out of somebody else saying your 3 minutes are up, because you used to have to say that.
Awesome. Are there any other questions? I have to go back to this view, make it easier to see. Just one quick question. I am a big fan of the recent updates and modernization of the train stop in Meriden. Across from a beautiful park, but I was surprised at what I would probably call the underdevelopment compared to a lot of other areas that have been able to have tremendous amounts of economic development fairly quickly once a space like that has been created. How do you think this bill would encourage further development of that area?
So one of the things that I am, because we're currently in Meriden working on our housing plan based on the state statute requirements and determining what our goals are. Unfortunately, Meriden also suffered many years from having extreme flooding in our downtown area, which is part of the reason why that flooding issue has to be addressed. And even we're still currently in the process of abating some of those issues. So it's not 100% corrected. And we've had a lot of state support in helping us with that. But I also, as the council member whose district is the downtown district, I think Fair Share will help Meriden not have to take on all of the region, because we're in the center of the state. We take on a lot of the regional types of services. We have the health department. We end up leading in a lot of the safety and other services that are local. And so we provide a lot of assistance in that regard. We do take on a lot of the homelessness and a lot of the other social services issues that happen regionally within our area. And I think that if there were opportunities for families to be spread out in our region and have more affordable options that aren't just located in our Meriden downtown district, I think that would help to grow opportunities and also share in some of the services that Meriden is currently, as an urban district, having to take on for our region. I'm also, as a council person, encouraging that we not just develop in our downtown, although that is part of our goal is to revitalize the downtown district, but even in our outer skirts, suburban areas, there's opportunities and growth to spread. And we have the exact same problems that a lot of other communities, even in urban district, where all of our zoning is within to build housing developments is in our downtown district. And it really does need to be spread even in our suburban areas.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And it looks like our next person is Ralph Carlo.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Am I live now?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay. Good afternoon to all and Housing Committee. My name is Ralph Carlo, and I'm co-owner of Tracy Energy, a 91-year-old heating oil company in New Haven. I appreciate this opportunity to testify. I wanted to speak about SB 292, the proposal to prohibit the use of electric resistance or fossil fuel combustion system as the primary source of heating, ventilation, or air conditioning, or water heating in new residential construction or in any major alterations of residential buildings. I'm opposed to this bill for the following reason. About 9 years ago, I spoke at a public hearing about the state's comprehensive energy plan. Back then, the plan was all about converting 300,000 homes from heating oil to natural gas. The state of Connecticut spent thousands and thousands of dollars on this policy of conversion. They were putting all of their eggs in one basket, choosing natural gas over other fuels, liquid fuels, heating oil, propane. Now the state wants to say, wait, let's do electric heat pumps and stop using natural gas and oil. So consumers that did convert to natural gas are now being told you should actually be using electric heat pumps instead. Again, I will say, as I did then, the energy solution needs to be a blend. It needs to include the heating oil industry. We have already created a new product that is cleaner, renewable, and domestically produced. Bioheat is successfully fulfilling the targets for greenhouse gas reductions, currently already surpassing some of the mandates of 2030. Eliminating bioheat equipment by the state is picking one type of fuel again over the other. Consumers should be allowed to choose the equipment and fuel they want to use and to heat their home and families with. That's basically all I really wanted to say. I just think we're going in another direction of one option over many options. Any questions or discussion?
You're taking my job. Thank you, Ralph, for your testimony. Is there
Sorry.
any questions for Ralph, our recent testifier? Seeing none, Ralph, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Have a good afternoon, my friend. Melinda Johnson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So Senator Lopez, Representative Williams, and members of the Housing Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Melinda L. Johnson. I am the co-chair of the Growing Together CT Equitable Urban Revitalization Subcommittee, and I am Director of Community Engagement and Advocacy at the YWCA Hartford region. I'm also a resident of Hartford. In solidarity with Growing Together CT and the Fair Share Consortium, I stand in support of House Bill 5204, an act concerning a needs assessment and fair share plans for municipalities to increase affordable housing. Connecticut has the 10th highest housing wage in the nation and is one of the most racially segregated states in the country, with housing inequality being a large factor in that segregation. Fair share is a system-wide approach to housing, connecting all areas of social determinants of quality of life. Current policies limit choice, concentrate poverty, and create barriers to high poverty areas and their residents. In order to create equity, we need to establish pathways to choice in all communities, allowing diverse communities to thrive and develop. Fair share planning and zoning can help counteract decades of inequality in housing policy, adds jobs in our communities, and drive economic growth for the state. This model of planning and zoning has proven to be effective for our neighboring state, New Jersey. Utilizing a needs assessment and fair share plans for municipalities would create more market rate and affordable housing. House Bill 5204 allows towns the freedom to determine how best to achieve their fair share of housing goals while investing in their community and creating community wealth. So I urge you to support House Bill 5204, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Melinda. Are there any questions for Melinda? Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Ms. Johnson, for your testimony. Could you share about the impact and the long-term impact for not moving in this direction? In other words, the healthcare impact, the educational impact, the future potential impact of individuals.
Yes, thank you. When we look at housing concentrations currently, especially in urban settings, we see that a great portion of affordable housing is concentrated in urban settings. And what is also concentrating currently in urban settings is other determinants and factors to quality of life, including health risks amongst populations. For example, I live in the city of Hartford, and one of the largest landfills in our state is right across the highway to Hartford, and increase the rates of asthma and other things like that for youth and children. Other components that go along with urban municipalities include access to education, high quality education, access to food. When we consider, again, looking from the lens that I come from, the zip code that I live in is a food desert, considered a food desert. And these are things that intersect when it comes to quality of life for families. And while there are approaches to address each of these issues, environmental issues, educational issues, being able to currently choose, given the landscape that exists within Connecticut, having families have the ability to choose where they want to live is essentially what fair share would allow. It would give low income, high income, all income families the opportunity to assess what is the best space for their families and design of their family and destiny of their family, and where would they like for that to take place.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate your work and your words. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Are there any other questions for Melinda? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Melinda. Alexis.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Chairman Williams, and good to see you. And thank you to the members of the Housing Committee. Alexis Harrison from Fairfield, Connecticut. I'm a member of the Town Plan and Zoning Commission in Fairfield, and I write to you today to object to HB 5402. The bill's language is very vague on how it would work. After an analysis as it reads now, I think the impact of this bill would be very devastating for communities throughout Connecticut. The bill would force an arbitrary allocation of affordable housing units to every municipality, decided by housing advocates, not a diverse group of stakeholders, such as planning experts, environmentalists, preservationists, and engineers. Some towns would have to build thousands of more of units. I don't know how that would happen in Fairfield. And, we often hear about the negative of suburbs and affordable housing. And I want to tell you some really good success stories in Fairfield. I was proud to be born here and raised here. And we have a really long history of creating affordable housing. In 1964, the Affordable Housing Authority was formed. We started building senior housing in the 60s. In 1986, the town created a homeless shelter for men and women. We've also created an affordable housing task force. Our TPZ has adopted regulations for ADUs, and we just recently expanded that. We have a great amount of multifamily housing being built in our transit areas. I think over 600 units in the last few years have been built, and about the same are occupied. So we are doing the work, as I've stated before to this committee. Going back to the bill, with the vague language, the magnitude of the new construction mandate to be imposed on towns like mine is unknown. This is because the formula or the methodology won't be set up until after the bill is passed. In reality, none of us would sign a document where the details are left open for someone not selected by us to determine. We need the formula and we need the calculations now, not left open for future determination. If housing development lobbyists succeed, then towns, especially communities that have comparably larger grand lists and are comparatively better off economically, we could just be mandated to build thousands, 20% of total housing stock. As this committee has seen, 830G has not worked. Most towns can't even build that 10% threshold. I don't know how we would ever be able to build 20%. And just to reiterate, just last week, myself, I was here, and several other residents have addressed this committee on the need to comprehensively study 830G, the state's affordable housing law. Why would we adopt more onerous laws if we're not even understanding the full impact of 830G? Again, I thank you again for your time. I just want to say one size fits all state mandate will not work for most towns. Most of our towns are already doing the work. I don't like the notion that the city is against the suburbs. We're all here together. We're all stakeholders of Connecticut, and we should be doing this together. It shouldn't just be housing advocates pushing for this. We all need to come together for a reasonable, common sense plan. Again, I thank you for your time, and I really appreciate the discussion.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there any questions? Just one question. Has Fairfield completed their 830J plan yet?
No, we have not. In fact, we have a meeting on Monday.
Okay, so I look forward to seeing that plan after 4 years. Seeing no other questions. Thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you.
Naomi.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the Housing Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I am a property manager here in New Haven, so we tend to get really in the trenches. I'm speaking about SB 296 in regards to tenant possessions. And I just want to voice that there's already tremendous fiscal losses sustained by housing providers, and that to have that on top of other losses is to have any type of help is greatly appreciated. And if I may comment that a typical tenant, once they leave the premises, as of midnight from the time that they leave, they are disregarding all possessions. So that's the common way. And more or less, and then with somebody that's evicted, it's even, they're getting so much advance notice and so on and so forth that it is, if they leave it, they leave it. And The other thing that I wanted to comment on was in regards to the background check, HB 5347. And we use that to help to protect tenants and seeing background checks. There's so many applicants that do have something on their background, and all of that is looked at and what makes it up. So that is something that, we actually look into that, and I want to present that as consideration, that it's not something where we just see something and, oh my gosh, you're done. We actually dig into it already. And we also want to protect tenants in the event of somebody dangerous, which most are not, because once you actually look into it, you see that they're fine, maybe just a little traffic thing or drugs or whatever. So that's all.
Thank you, Naomi, for your testimony. Is there any further questions? Thank you, Naomi, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Jason Ruiz.
Hi.
Jason, I think we're having trouble with the sound.
Oh, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, I'll keep the camera off. I'm calling in from work right now. I'm a factory worker here in Connecticut. So thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony. I'm here testifying in support of SB 293 and SB 300, both regarding studying rent stabilization and studying excessive rent increases. I really want to thank Senator Moore for testifying earlier and for presenting these bills to the Housing Committee. I think they're extremely vital steps in what has really been something that's been necessary in Connecticut for a long time, which is repealing that law that bans rent control in Connecticut. I think that, as we'll hear today, with some 10 plus property managers, landlords, and other housing owners testifying today, begging to be able to price gouge further, trying to bleed blood from a stone. I think that it is very clear that landlords are waiting for opportunities like the crisis that the pandemic has given them to try and raise rents on their tenants. And we really need a thorough study, but I really think what we really need is rent control now. These bills, while they're good, and I applaud Senator Moore for introducing them, I think that what we really need is to take a step further and really consider how we get to the next step, which is actually implementing rent control. I also want to really thank Senator Anwar and other members of the committee for raising questions and continuing to use their power to advocate for tenants here on the committee. It is rather annoying when I work, 8-hour shifts, 10-hour shifts, trying to get time to hop on these calls and hear constant landlords complaining that they can't price gouge further from their very nice offices. And it's nice to have you guys, even, your own landlords say this is accepted. It's really nice to have you guys advocating for us. So thank you so much. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Jason. Are there any questions for Jason? But it does look like doing these online testimonies is helpful in order to get more participation. So thank you for your testimony, Jason. Brian M.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning, Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, Senator Ciccarella, Representative Paletta, and members of the Housing Committee. Good morning. My name is Brian Mezek. I'm a Connecticut State Marshal. I'm also president of the State Marshal Association of Connecticut. We represent marshals all across the state in all 8 counties. I'm here this morning to comment on SB 296. This is the eviction storage bill, sort of a perennial topic, I think, before the Housing Committee. Your state marshals have a couple concerns about the bill, namely that the bill deletes a lot of the specifics in our summary process statutes about where the tenant's possessions go, how long they're stored for, how the tenant can get their stuff back, and what happens if the tenant doesn't move. Now, I've heard some comments that an eviction is a private matter between a landlord and a tenant. And of course, that's true when it comes to the original rental agreement, but an eviction, a summary process execution, that's a court order. And my involvement, our state marshal's involvement in the eviction process is enforcing a court order out of Superior Court. So I'm sure when members of the committee think of an eviction removal, certain things come to mind. Maybe you know someone who was evicted, or from the landlord side about conducting an eviction. But what I kind of fear here is we're sort of generalizing evictions across the state. But your state marshals, we see a lot of evictions, obviously, because we conduct these. And if you have questions for me, I could probably recount many, many personal accounts of difficult and problematic eviction removal situations. And your state marshals know that residential eviction removals are difficult. They're unique, they're unpredictable, and they're always very, very personal. It's really one of the most challenging parts of our jobs. We're the neutral parties between the landlord and the tenant. We have the status of peace officer, and the marshal's obligation isn't exclusively to the landlord. It's also to our laws and to enforce the court order and do this in an orderly and dignified way, and also protect the tenant's items and possessions. So if the bill's envisioning that the landlord's going to store the tenant's items in the unit, we wonder, how would that process work for the landlord and the tenant after the tenant is removed? And we're also wondering under the bill, what is the marshal's responsibility in this process, sort of post eviction? Because if the residential eviction process, if we're thinking about changing it towards basically what we do for commercial evictions, then my testimony is frankly that we're going to have a lot of problems. Someone who already hasn't moved and the landlord-tenant relationship is broken down, I don't know how we're going to expect that person to come back into the unit and get their things. I could really imagine a process marked with a lot of conflict. And I can testify that I've conducted quite a few evictions where unfortunately the person will not leave and that person becomes subject to criminal trespass laws. So I can't really imagine how we would create a process where the same person comes back into their former home days later and then is expected to move their things out with the landlord. And I also can't imagine a process where we create a system where everything gets forfeited to the landlord. Our current process works. It protects the tenant's belongings. It prevents confrontations between the landlord and the tenant. And the landlords also, frankly, get the unit back nearly immediately. So we would ask the committee to allow us to conduct evictions with dignity, public safety, and in an orderly manner. And so if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brian, for your testimony. Senator Chigarella.
Hi, Brian. How you doing?
Good morning.
I appreciate you. Good morning. I appreciate you taking the time to testify and shed some light from your firsthand experiences. And I did have a couple of questions, but you may have been just about to answer that on kind of what is the process now and how that works. You were just about to finish. It may have clarity. If you could just wrap that up, your thought that you were.
Yeah, I could generally just summarize the process quickly. I mean, obviously an eviction's a long process for the landlord. They serve at least 2 papers, and then the tenant gets a court order. If they don't move, you have to enforce the court order, and that's where we get involved with an execution. The execution involves us noticing the tenant, setting a date, coordinating with the moving company and the town, and then coming back. Within the law says 24 hours, but in reality, it's much more like 5 to 10 days that we come back and do the actual removal.
Now, in your experience, when it gets to that point where you're knocking on the door, is it fair to say that the relationship between the landlord tenant has broken down and is less than civil?
Yeah, and one thing our marshals are super cognizant of is we actually keep the landlords away because we want to do this in an orderly process because we know that tension's inherently there. Our role is as a neutral, public official to get this thing to completion. When I knock on the door, I have no idea how it's going to end. I just know it's going to end with them, leaving and me returning possession back to the landlord ultimately.
Sure. So then I'm assuming that you would see challenges that at that point, once you come in and say you do have to leave, and there is property left behind, if the tenant that left maybe 4 months ago comes back to look for the stuff, there's no saying how the interaction would go, correct? Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think that would be a fair assessment. Obviously, we don't know all the history that was involved in the case. We just know that there's an eviction judgment. So we have to be, super calm and even tempered with these because they're marked by hostility sometimes. I mean, I have a lot of personal anecdotes of some very dangerous things we've been involved in conducting these. They're not all the same.
Sure. I think wasn't even a marshal threatened maybe a year or two ago, or was it physically assaulted?
I have a marshal in Bridgewater who called me last week. He said when he knocked on the door, the guy opened the door with a samurai sword. So yeah, it's getting tough.
So, and I feel for you in these heated times, both for landlords and tenants going through very tough times with current events. But you're there as a neutral party. Your emotions are out of it. You're there to do a job based upon the law and the directives that you are provided by the state. I just the point I was trying to make, I just think that it would be very challenging for these two parties without a marshal or a neutral party to communicate when it comes to the storing and retrieval of the tenants' belongings. And then there's surely cost associated with storing tenants or any belongings anywhere. There is costs that are associated with that. And I'm sure that'd be another contentious debate. So I just think by taking the marshals out of the process, it could create more disturbance and confusion and maybe worse. And if you would agree with that, if you could just elaborate on how you think it should continue.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, at least from my perspective and many of my colleagues, we're super cognizant that the landlords are already in the hole, so to speak, and that they haven't been paid rent for a long time. I don't want to be there any longer than I have to be. So we try to do it in the quickest, calmest, peaceful, most legal way possible. But the stuff being removed out of the unit, stored off site, it provides the tenant an opportunity to get their things back in a dignified manner, but without interacting with the landlord that they've just been sort of ignoring or not paying. I mean, there's tons of different reasons why people get into an eviction situation. And it's not just a rental agreement. I mean, we do summary process evictions for people who lost their homes after foreclosure or squatters, or there's tons of other situations that happen, not just them not paying.
Sure. And I appreciate that. And I think that is probably the best way to do it, that a third party is holding the belongings. You have two sets of people that are already in a debate and arguing and very heated and emotional over something. And now something goes missing or there's an allegation of something missing. I just think it creates more problems. And I think by having a third party there, I just think it just makes the most sense. But I did want to thank you for your testimony and shedding your experience on this specific bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Ciccarella. Any further questions for Mr. Mezek? Representative Butler, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question, and all right, that mute button sometimes is a little difficult to hit. I do have a question regarding the cost. And it sounds like you've done quite a few of these evictions with the removal of property. Could you tell me typically what is the cost associated with the move of possessions? Is it based on the amount of property that is still in the unit to be moved, or what is the typical cost, and is it based on the amount of property that you have to move?
Yes, Representative, it's by the hour. You know, many landlords come to my office and they want to know the exact cost, and it's very hard for me to estimate. I want to get it done as quickly as possible and keep the bill down for them. Generally, the fee for the removal is the marshal's fee. It's set by statute. It's $100 an hour. Can't charge more than that. And then there's the fee for the moving company. And, you know, if a unit's on the second floor, it can take longer. If a unit's on a third floor, it can take longer. There's stuff that has to be disassembled, furniture, you know, it can take anywhere from an hour and a half to I've had evictions that have taken me multiple days. Those are more rare.
Okay, thank you for that clarity, because that's very helpful in terms of kind of putting the cost of this in a breadbox and kind of estimating what it may cost in these situations. And then I know it really varies between the particular cases you have, but in the cases that you've seen, the material and property that has been left behind to move, could you kind of give a description of what you generally see? Is this property that seem to have a lot of value or not so much value? And typically, say on average, what do you see?
Well, Representative, I'm reluctant to generalize because there's some evictions that are total disasters and there's other evictions that it's the whole person's life frozen in time. So I don't want to say something's valuable and say something's not valuable. Courts have held that I'm supposed to remove and store what a reasonably prudent person would do, their possessions and their personal effects. So that's generally everything except food, chemicals, or hazardous materials or animals. Everything else is pretty much taken into storage, and we box it up and turn it over to the town. And then those people have an opportunity to claim those things. I mean, a lot of my work is in the city of New Haven. My understanding is almost a third of the people pick up their stuff from the storage depot. So people are coming back for these things. In terms of the cost, some towns charge and some towns don't. The statute enables the town to charge a reasonable cost for storage, but some municipalities don't charge. So I don't know if that's creating an incentive or not. I wouldn't want to extrapolate on that, but the towns do have an opportunity to recoup some of the costs for those who are coming to pick up their possessions.
Well, again, thank you for your description of this, and there was some people try to make the case that most of the items that people left behind weren't of significant value, so they didn't actually bother to come and pick it up. But I'm glad that you stayed away from kind of generalizing, that you just painted the picture of what you typically can experience, and maybe a third of the people do come and retrieve their material. So, but that was very helpful. So I, myself and other members of the public actually know what actually happens in this process. So thank you for sharing your experience, and thank you for what you do. It's a thankless job. I know there's a lot of people not waiting at the end of the day to, just get a hand clap and thank you, but somebody has to do it. So thank you very much.
Representative, I appreciate that. Yeah, we do have a challenging job and a unique job in state government, but someone's got to do it. And our obligation is to the laws that you all pass. So we want to follow those and treat the public with respect and dignity in doing it.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to have those questions.
Not a problem. Any other questions for Mr. Mezek? Seeing none, thank you very much. I might be wrong here, so correct me if I'm incorrect. But the next person I have is Maribeth Shields, followed by Stephen Stack. Ms. Shields?
Yes. Hello. Thank you.
No
Thank
problem.
you for.
You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you for hearing me. I had something written up more professional, but after listening to all of this testimony for the last few hours, I just wanted to talk, from my experience. I'm a landlord for almost 30 years. I'm a very small mom and pop landlord, and I feel that the policies that the state has put into law in the past few years have destroyed and crippled us. And the reason that rents are going through the roof, and by the way, I haven't raised my rents and I'm trying not to, but it's getting to a breaking point. All of the utilities were allowed to raise their rents ridiculously, and we pay for utilities, we pay for materials and contractors, and their rates are through the roof. And landlords consistently get a bad name. And during the pandemic, I had to sell. I didn't want to. I was forced in the position, and it wasn't a profitable sale because it was in the beginning before property values skyrocketed. So the bills that or the studies concerning rent stabilization and all of these studies that are introduced to the committees for further research, I think that they are just making a bad situation worse. They're creating more of a problem for tenants to find housing, and the tenants that do have to be evicted because they're a problem to the neighbors, or they just refuse to pay rent. Not that they don't have the money, but they refuse to pay. And they're all very aware of their rights are crippling. They're putting the mom and pop landlords out of business. And the mom and pop landlords are the ones that are giving people the best shop for housing, the best value for their buck. And I really, I could go on and on and on and on all day with my experiences, but I'm here to answer any questions that anyone may have. And I really believe that if the legislators care about the future of housing in Connecticut, that you really look at the laws you're passing, because the laws are what's creating a problem. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Shields. As I said, many of these other committee meetings, the leadership of this committee is mostly comprised of landlords, and we do take the future housing in this state very seriously. Any questions for Ms. Shields? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see Mr. Sack, if I'm incorrect, but next would be Roger Sensorich, followed by Eli Sabin.
Hello, good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Phillips, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Roger Sensorich. I'm the Communications Director at Connecticut Working Families, and I'm here to testify in support of 5204, the Affordable Housing Bill. Our main concerns with this bill, we support the bill, and we support this bill because Connecticut has a housing crisis, and we had this housing crisis for many, many years. Close to half of households in the state are what we consider housing burden. That is, they pay more than 30% of their income for rent or for mortgage, basically for housing costs. And 1 in 4 are severely cost burden. They pay more than half. This is not something that happens by accident. This happens mainly for 2 reasons. First, lots of people want to live in Connecticut. This is a very nice state. People want to come live here. That's why housing prices are high. And the second reason is that we are not building. We are not building affordable housing. We are not building housing, period. There is only one state that had less housing permits from 2015 to 2020 in the whole country per capita, and that was Rhode Island. We essentially have decided not to build housing, making housing incredibly expensive, not just basically for everyone, and especially for people of color, especially for working families that cannot afford to live in the state any longer. The big issue as well is that this is not happening by accident. This happens because we zone against building. A lot of towns, a lot of suburbs, we know which ones they are, essentially have actively zoned to make it impossible to build any multifamily housing, to build anything remotely affordable. The vast majority of the state, it's not that we are not building housing, we are banning building housing. If you have a property, if you have a piece of land, you cannot build anything because the zoning laws don't let you build anything. So this legislation will get us out of that, and will help grow the state, not just in terms of equity, not just in terms of helping people of color, working families get access to housing, but also help us grow the state economy as a whole, because we are trapped in this stagnation. We keep complaining why our population is stagnant, why people keep moving to Florida, why we are not having any people come to the state. Well, we are not building. We need to build housing. We need to build housing for everyone. We need to build housing that it's equitable, that gives access to opportunity everywhere to people in all communities, and we need to do it as soon as we can. This bill is a really important first step. It should be part of a broader package making zoning reform, transport-oriented development, basically expanding housing and opportunity and access to opportunity to everyone in the state. But again, this bill unlocks that and gets us moving into that direction. I'll be happy to take any questions.
No problem, thank you. Pardon me. Any questions for Mr. And say your name again, Sensorich?
Sensorich. No one pronounces it right. It's fine.
Sensorich. I tried. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, I have Eli Sabin. Name looks slightly familiar. How are you, Eli?
I'm doing pretty well, Senator. Good to see you. Good afternoon, Chairman Lopes and Chairman Williams, Senator Anwar, Representative Smith, Senator Ciccarella, Representative Paletta, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Eli Sabin, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children, a research-based child advocacy organization working to ensure that one day Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children achieve their full potential. I've submitted written testimony in support of Senate Bills 302, 298, 299, and 300, and in opposition to Senate Bill 296, House Bills 5345 and 5347. But today I want to focus my testimony on Senate Bill 291, an act concerning certain protections for group and family child care homes, and HB 5204, an act concerning a needs assessment and fair share plans for municipalities to increase affordable housing. Connecticut Voices for Children supports SB 291 because it will increase the number of licensed child care providers in our state by clarifying, enforcing, and expanding housing and zoning protections for licensed group child care and family child care homes. With more child care providers, our economy will be able to fully meet the needs of Connecticut's working families, particularly those with infants and toddlers. Research has found that Connecticut's early care industry has been shrinking and losing its capacity to serve young children and their families. Since 2003, Connecticut has lost about 2,000 licensed and accredited early care slots. With this loss of slots, the state's infant and toddler slot shortage is now up to 50,000, creating even bigger strains on parents. This shortage is caused in part by a nearly 50% decline in the number of licensed family child care providers, or FCCs. Despite all the benefits that family and group child care programs provide, many current and prospective providers face housing and zoning barriers that make it difficult to start, maintain, or expand their home-based child care businesses. These barriers are often rooted in systemic racism and discrimination. Connecticut Voices for Children supports SB 291 because it will help child care providers overcome these barriers. By strengthening housing and zoning protections for home-based child care, we'll be providing a safe, nurturing environment for thousands of young children, helping our kids grow and learn, lowering costs for families, and supporting our economic recovery. We urge the Housing Committee to support this bill. Connecticut Voices of Children also supports HB 5204. We support this bill because Connecticut faces a housing crisis that makes our state unaffordable for hundreds of thousands of families, holds back our economy, and reinforces the exclusive policies that have made us one of the most segregated and unequal states in the country. HB 5204 is a common sense reform that is already on the books in neighboring states, and it deserves this committee's support. The fair share concept at the heart of this bill is simple. Working and middle income families should be able to live in every town in our state. If every town in Connecticut fulfills their responsibility to plan and zone for their fair share of affordable housing, working and middle income residents will have many more housing options. Our state will grow, and those U-Haul trucks that have been famously heading out of our state over the past decade will turn around. A fair share policy would also create almost 80,000 jobs and produce $12.2 billion in state and local tax revenue over the next 10 years. The construction of 100 affordable housing units creates 120 jobs. Just to summarize, overall, HB 5204 would make Connecticut more family-friendly and a more business-friendly state. It would help working people afford to live in more of our communities, and it would address decades of discriminatory policies that have trapped our neighbors of color in poverty for far too long. To right these wrongs and put our state on a path to a brighter future, Connecticut Voices for Children urges the Housing Committee to support this bill. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sabin. Are there any questions for Mr. Sabin about his testimony? Seeing none, thank you very much for sharing your time. I have on the list, next is Karen Arpino, followed by Rafi Podolsky. Don't see Karen anywhere. Okay, Rafi, I do see you. You're up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Rafael Podolsky. I'm an attorney and the public policy housing advocate for the legal aid programs in Connecticut. We represent tenants in eviction, among other things that we do. I'd like to speak this afternoon on 6 bills that we oppose. First, we oppose Senate Bills 296 and 297. And you've heard about those bills. Actual physical eviction is a horrible experience for most tenants. Senate Bill 296 essentially destroys the system we have for protecting their property at the end of an actual physical eviction, which ironically is called an execution. The tenants we're talking about are mostly ones who either have no way to move or don't know or understand that the marshal is coming. Those that are still there are the ones who have no money, no apartment to go to, no car or pickup truck to move things, often no family to help, and no understanding of the process. Or they don't know that the physical eviction is imminent. We've had tenants who were hospitalized and did not know that an actual eviction had occurred until after it had already happened. Senate Bill 296 essentially says it's your own fault. It's too bad. And the marshal should simply move your stuff to the street, leave it there, let other people pick it up, or let the landlord take it or throw it out, or keep it for themselves. That's what this bill actually says. I'm not making this up. This is what's in the bill. We have a much more humane system. The entire eviction process, as was pointed out by Senator Ciccarella, is buffered through neutral entities. A marshal serves the papers and carries out the eviction. The landlord must go through the court so that the tenant side can be heard. And since at least 1895, not 1995, that municipalities hold the possessions temporarily so the tenants can redeem them. Landlords usually don't want to be in control of tenant possessions, nor should they be, because there's a high probability the tenant will not get them back. The system we have now may not be perfect, but Senate Bill 296 proposes something far worse. As to 297, which proposes to make the tenant liable for eviction costs, that bill is clearly unnecessary because the tenant already is liable under existing statutes. Second, we oppose House Bills 5344 and 5345, which repeal Connecticut's 2-month maximum on security deposits for most tenants, 1 month for seniors. A 2-month deposit already means that the tenant needs 3 months of rent to move in because you have to pay the first month's rent also. It's not just that it's a higher deposit excludes large numbers of tenants. What it really does is it invites all sorts of hidden discrimination, and we've seen this. The landlord asks for 3 months or more, knowing that few applicants can provide it. The landlord gets a tenant he can't legally discriminate against, based, say, on race or ethnicity or gender or source of income or anything else. He can insist on the full deposit. He now wants 3 months plus a month's rent. But when he gets an applicant he likes, he waives the 3 months. It takes a lesser amount. It's easy, and the discrimination is very difficult to prove. This is a real issue now, even with the existing 2-month maximum, be much worth with a larger maximum. There's just no reason to change the law. We oppose Senate Bill 301.
Your 3 minutes is up, so please summarize.
Okay, I was just saying we oppose Senate Bill 301, which is based on false assumptions and is impractical anyway, and we oppose House Bill 5347. And I've submitted written testimony on several other bills that we support, and would invite you to look at the testimony. And I'm very happy to answer any questions that you have. So thank you.
You had a lot of negativity in there in your bills you oppose. Are there any bills you support on the agenda today?
Yes, we support House Bill 291, which is on family daycare. Family home daycare. We support Senate Bill 294, which protects victims of domestic violence and for which we've suggested 2 small amendments, friendly ones, and House Bill 5204, which you've heard a lot of testimony on, which will help open all towns to a greater diversity of different types of housing for different income groups. We're interested in the bills that deal with studies, but we think we've already moved forward with a very important bill that deals with some of the same issues, and that should be the primary thing to move forward on.
Hold on 1 second. All right, thanks for the indulgence. Any questions for Mr. Podolsky? Representative Butler, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Rafi, always good to see you.
It is.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I just had one question, because I'll read the rest of your testimony on all the other bills. The 5204 bill that you're favoring, do you support it based on the current language, or do you think it needs any adjustments to the current language?
I actually can't answer that question. I really support the bill on the basis of the concept. I haven't reviewed the precise existing language. I think the concept is very important. And so if there's a specific question about a particular piece of the bill, I'd be happy to try and answer it if I can. But I guess I leave it really to other advocates for the bill to address the questions on the specifics of the language.
Okay, well, I'll respect your opinion on that. Well, your position. I just wanted to get a little bit more clarity in my understanding on how this is going to play out in reality, because a couple of things in the bill just aren't quite clear. But if I ask you those questions, I don't want you to further say that you're not going to answer it. So I'm going to leave it alone. But thank you for your testimony for the other bills.
I mean, I don't want to start making guesses, but my understanding is that the bill puts into place a structure for a regional allocation of goals with the capacity to build an enforcement mechanism to make sure that those goals are met, and that I believe OPM becomes the central agency for that purpose. But again, I have not reviewed the bill specifically, and so I'd be happy, if not now, then offline, I'd be happy to go through the bill with you.
That's great. I'll be glad to talk to you once we get a chance after this meeting or somewhere down the road to actually talk about the merits of the bill. And thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions from members? Seeing none, I have one last one. Mr. Podolsky, on Senate Bill 294, we made a small change to remove the word solely. Can you expound upon that?
Yeah, that bill is the bill that protects victims of domestic violence from eviction. And what the bill says is that it comes into play. It's triggered by an eviction. I think the phrase is because of the incidence of domestic violence, and the circumstance that typically that might happen is there's been domestic violence. The victim has gotten a restraining order from the court, but there was things that happened. Maybe somebody beat someone up in the apartment, and now the landlord wants to get rid of the victim, even though the abuser is not there, and is not living there, and is under a court order to stay away. And what the bill basically says, if the landlord's engaging in this because of that conduct, what the bill in its wording now says, it says solely because of the conduct. And the problem with that is that people almost always have mixed motives. It's rare that you can prove somebody has one motive and only one possible motive. And it seems to me, at least, that, and we've seen that in other contexts where sometimes even the courts won't construe solely to mean solely. I mean, it means only. And sometimes they'll construe it differently because it means you can never prove it. And especially since it's the victim who's trying to prove what's in the landlord's mind, which again, it's the landlord who knows what's in his mind. It's not the victim who knows what's in the landlord's mind. So it seems to me that the word solely is unnecessary, because the phrase because of adequately conveys the fact that this isn't just, that there has to be a relationship between the cause of the eviction, the reason behind the eviction, and the domestic violence for this to come into play. And so you don't need it, but by having it, you'll make it almost impossible for the tenant ever to prevail, because they're never going to be able to prove it's a sole motive. So that's the reason.
Okay, no, that's a good explanation. I appreciate it. Any other questions for Mr. Podolsky? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
No problem. I believe I saw Erin Boggs somewhere on the list. I know we'd skipped over her by mistake before. If so, she can proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you to the leadership and members of the Housing Committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Erin Boggs. I'm the Executive Director of Open Communities Alliance, which is a proud member of the Steering Committee of Growing Together Connecticut, a statewide consortium of organizations dedicated to tackling residential segregation and its impact through equitable investments in under-resourced communities and expanded affordable housing choices in all parts of the state. I'm testifying in support of 5204, an act concerning a needs assessment and fair share plans for municipalities to increase affordable housing. Also, I will not talk about this in detail, but we will support SB 291. To cut to the chase, there are 3 reasons that fair share, which is modeled on an effective process in New Jersey, is the right thing and the smart thing to do for Connecticut. First, our severe lack of affordable housing. across the state is hurting middle and lower income families and individuals, including seniors and single parents and households with a person with disabilities and Black and Latino households. We are the 10th least affordable state to live in the nation. Second, the way we do zoning, such as in many towns requiring a piece of land the size of a football field for a single family home, creates and reinforces lines of segregation. And this is bad for our state because it leads to expensive cycles of poverty and disinvestment from our cities, in addition to resulting in segregated school systems and increased prejudice and bias. It also means kids all over the state don't have access to all the benefits of the kind of diversity that reflects the workplaces of the future. Third, the lack of affordable housing is killing our economy, including by preventing all kinds of residents from building wealth, making it harder for our current businesses to grow, and standing in the way of new businesses relocating to the state. Right now, we are at a critical moment. We've lost about 92,000 people over the last year and have job vacancies around 100,000. We need to attract people to the state to fill these jobs, but they need a place to live. Here's how Fair Share works. Very simply, the Fair Share approach generates an estimate of the need for affordable housing by region, then allocates those regional needs to towns based on per capita median income, town wealth in the form of the grand list, multifamily housing percentage, and poverty rate. Using these factors, town goals can be generated that take imbalances into account, such as the fact that some municipalities are hosting the bulk of the region's affordable housing needs and others are hosting almost none. Towns are then asked to plan and zone, not build, plan and zone to achieve their fair share allocation in 10 years. In other words, towns are in the driver's seat. Because greater input from a range of stakeholders is essential, the exact form and contents of those plans will be determined by the Office of Policy and Management in consultation with experts and advocates. Similarly, the bill envisions OPM offering recommendations on an enforcement process, also with additional input. Adopting fair share planning and zoning will be transformative for Connecticut's people and its economy. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Boggs. Any questions? I don't see any, but thank you very much for your testimony. Next on our list, I have Rose Gottlieb Elazari, followed by Holly Hackett.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of Bill 292, an act concerning heating efficiency in new residential construction and major alterations of residential buildings, and also Bill 295, an act concerning tax credits for energy efficient houses. I'm here today because if we do not take robust action in this decade to dramatically reduce carbon emissions, warming will be too large, be irreversible, and have catastrophic, permanent, and devastating effects to our life on Earth. And this is why we have made the obligation under the Paris Agreement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030 and by 100% by 2050. Despite this limit, we are currently on track to almost double the warming of 2 degrees outlined in the Paris Agreement to more like 3 or 4 degrees, which scientists have reported will be catastrophic. Buildings account for 40% of greenhouse gas emissions, so reducing GHGs from buildings is extremely helpful. We don't have time to delay adoption of the measures in 292 and 295 and must ban fossil fuels in new construction now, as New York and California have done. Those states have prohibited fossil fuel heating in new construction and set a date by which retrofits of existing buildings need to be done. Massachusetts is also updating its code and will be looking at what Connecticut does. So please make sure this bill is not diluted and sets the correct precedent. With that being said, it is unconscionable that we would put fossil-based fuel systems into the buildings we are building now. It is a challenge for us to retrofit our existing buildings, so we cannot make more unwieldy problems by putting fossil fuel-based systems in new buildings. I urge you not to dilute this bill based on industry requests that society pay immeasurable costs for their perceived short-term benefit, when all groups have a moral obligation to adapt their business models. We need to start approaching the urgent need for GHG reductions without delays, as we are on the brink of causing irreversible catastrophic conditions that will destroy the environmental, social, and economic foundations of society. Aside from climate change, fossil fuels are not only becoming obsolete, but the price volatility due to global conflicts and supply chains puts many people at risk for being unable to afford heating fuel. And perhaps the most frightening thing about a 3-degree or warmer world is how it would impact the way our natural carbon sinks, notably the permafrost functions. Permafrost stores more carbon than is currently in the atmosphere. And as the planet warms, the permafrost layer will thaw, releasing carbon and methane into the atmosphere, and that will fuel more warming in a dangerous feedback loop. And as the natural carbon sinks stop functioning. So getting our current investments right this decade will determine if the world locks itself into a high or low carbon growth trajectory. We need to get it right now. So
your 3-minute mark, so please summarize.
Thank you. I ask you to please do your utmost to advance these bills to a full vote without diluting them and work to get them passed. I failed to mention that I am currently a master's degree candidate in sustainability at Harvard University, private citizen of Connecticut, and a licensed attorney in the state of Connecticut. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you very much for your testimony, and a bill I care about a lot. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'm going to go with Holly Hackett, followed by Stephen Sack.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, Senator Ciccarello, who is my senator, Representative Paletta, and members of the community. My name is Holly Hackett. I am the office administrator at Keep the Promise Coalition, or KTP, and a resident of East Haven. I am also an incorporating member of Medicare for All Connecticut, a member of Mothers and Others for Justice, MOFJ, CARE, which stands for Community Alliance for Research and Engagement, which is a partnership between Southern Connecticut State University and Yale, as a member of the REACH Steering Committee, which stands for Racial and Ethnic Approaches to Community Health. So as you can see, I'm very involved in community advocacy as it pertains to health. And we know, and studies have shown, that if you do not have a home, then your health outcome is far worse. I'm writing in support of HB 5204, which will require an assessment of the statewide needs for affordable housing and an allocation of that need across Connecticut's regions and municipalities. Housing costs are simply too high for too many people. 117,000 Connecticut renter households pay more than 50% of their income for housing. 108,000 renter households spend between 30 and 50% of their income on housing costs. The legacy of intentional segregating policies like redlining, which is reinforced by modern day large lot single family zoning, is a prime contributor to high housing costs and has made Connecticut one of the most segregated states in the nation. I support a fair allocation of our housing needs to create more market rate and affordable housing in every community. This plan would give towns freedom to determine how best to achieve their fair share of housing goals, but would have enforceable consequences to ensure success. KTP maintains its focus since 1999 on assuring that Connecticut provides the comprehensive range of housing, supports, and services that persons of every age need to maintain good health, including mental health, and play an active role in the community. Expanding housing in communities across Connecticut would add jobs and economic growth while counteracting decades of inequality in housing policies. We can improve housing options, expand opportunities across the state, and nurture our cities, building on features that are already there to ensure that they are thriving, vibrant places for everyone to live and work, no matter their race or background. Listening to a lot of people testify today, I have noticed that it's truly a matter of the haves and the have-nots. People in the wealthier communities.
3-minute mark, so please summarize.
Okay, so that's my summary. The wealthier communities do not want those who are Black, brown, low income, elderly, or disabled in their communities. That is my personal observation. And that, frankly, needs to change. And we need affordable housing in every single community for every single resident, period. If anyone has any questions,
Thank you
I'd
very
be
much,
happy to
Ms.
answer.
Hackett. Any questions from Ms. Hackett? I don't see any, but thank you very much for your testimony and your advocacy.
Thank you. Have a great day.
No problem. Next, I have Mr. Sack, followed by John Holstein.
Thank you, committee, for allowing me to speak on behalf of SB 292. I oppose this bill here that bans the use or the installation of fossil fuel equipment into houses. One of the main reasons that I believe that this is a bad bill is that what you're trying to push forward is an electric heat pump to be installed into houses, which is the only other option per se today. Those costs to the consumers could be 2 to 3 times as much as a heating oil system installed in a house. When you're talking about that kind of extra cost to install, most people just can't afford it today. Also, the cost to run these systems per Eversource's website is more than twice as much cost for the electricity to heat the house than it is with traditional oil or bioheat. The oil industry today is changing over their product to use a much lower carbon fuel called biodiesel or bioheat, and you will get your carbon emissions reduction through that. The electricity today, and for the near future for I don't know how many years, is still made through a lot through carbon, fossil fuels, and still emitting carbon. Electric heat pump is not necessarily by any means a carbon-free way to heat your home. The electricity is made at natural gas plants, coal plants, and any other way that needs to. Connecticut is starting to work towards a clean grid, but that's going to take 20 years. And if you push more and more electricity into the grid system, it's going to fail. There's a lot of stuff that needs to get done with the grid system before you can eliminate other types of heating services. There needs to be a basket of good, low emissions, renewable energy to heat homes. You can't put all your eggs into one basket, and that's what this bill is pushing for. And I believe that this is the wrong way for the state to do that. There's also not enough workforce to install and maintain these systems. And it's just going to put a huge burden on the people of Connecticut and not do what you're trying to do with it is lower emissions, because electricity is not green today by any means, nor will it be for many years. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm able to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Sack. I see Representative Paletta with his hand up.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Sack. One brief question for you. So the one thing I've heard today, and I know there's been a lot of testimony on this bill, and I have to be honest, I'm not well versed on the bill, but it seems like you have an idea of the cost to install the heat pump and what it may be, and putting it into the grand scheme of things. For those landlords that provide heat, would this then raise, could you see this trickling down to the tenant and creating a higher rent premium because of this bill?
Absolutely. A rent is factored on the cost of the building that they own and maintain and what it costs. So if the building is using oil heat now or bioheat, and you force them to replace that with a heat pump system, especially in an apartment building, you could be looking at $100,000 for installation versus a $10,000 replacement boiler that's going to use bioheat that's going to reduce your carbon emissions. And that will trickle right down to the rent factor, and the tenants are going to have to pay double to triple in electricity usage to heat the house versus what a bioheat house would cost. It's right on Eversource's website. I can send it to you. I did a comparison of theirs. The price of oil versus electricity is more than double to run a heat pump.
Right. Okay. So yeah, that was my main concern about this. Was in theory, I think it's a great bill, just like everything that has been said about green energy, and it's all great. But then at the end of the day, we're realizing that there's a higher cost factor
with installing and operating a lot of these quote unquote, greener systems. They're great, and I support the initiatives, but I'm just very concerned that for a tenant, middle, lower income tenant that's renting a place that's paying a lump sum for electricity and rent is going to get whacked really bad with their bill if this bill passes. And you're going to see rising rent costs. And by the way, I think it's also worth noting that, had it not been for this really bad increase in energy costs across the country, I mean, we're paying $5, soon to be $6 a gallon for gasoline. We may not even be having this conversation right now, but because of the energy crisis and with very short supply of oil, and without us actually mining our own oil in our country, we're actually driving up the cost of gas, and that hits everybody from lower income person all the way up to the business owner that has 20 or 30 or 50 trucks on the road. Everybody gets hit equally when the gas prices go up. So that's probably a better way to save people money, is at the pump than trying to force someone to install something in their home that could cost triple what normally would cost. And it's only going to get passed down to the people that we're trying to help. So thank you. I'm just very concerned about this, and I'll continue to listen to the testimony, but I had to say something about it because it really rings a bell, and it reminds me so much of some other bills that we pass sometimes where we try to help people, but we hurt the people that we're intending to help here. So thank you.
There are other ways to reduce your emissions without it costing the consumer so much money, and that's through biodiesel made right here in Connecticut.
I'm gonna jump in here a little bit. I think you guys got a little off what the bill does. There is nothing, and I'll repeat, nothing in this bill's language or intent to mandate anyone with existing services change over to a heat pump. This bill is solely for new construction. So there is no potential for hurting current tenants or landlords or homeowners. It is simply when you build a new construction, you should incorporate higher efficiency types of HVAC systems. And Mr. Sack, you may or may not know, but I'm a contractor, I'm a general contractor, property manager. I have installed, and my colleagues have installed a lot of these units. They do not generally cost much more than an oil or gas system, and they certainly are significantly more efficient and reduce costs for homeowners by their use. There is no comparison to how much more efficient they are to an oil or gas system. They are significantly better, and the technology is only getting better on that. That's my.
But also, you're a contractor.
Mr. Sack, I really don't want to get back and forth. I'll just make it.
Okay.
Any questions for Mr. Sack? I don't see any. I do appreciate your time and your testimony. It will not be forgotten. Mr. Holstein, followed by Tanaya Taylor.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Lopes, and thank you, members of the Housing Committee, for allowing me to testify here today. My name is John Holstein. I'm the Vice President of Spicer Energy Services. I'm here today to voice my concern and opposition to SB 292. Spicer Energy is located in Groton. We service the eastern half of the state and have a total of 60 employees. The business started as a hay and grain company in 1915 and then changed to ice and coal, then heating oil, and then propane in the 1970s. Currently, we deliver propane and heating oil to residential and commercial customers. We install high-efficient propane and heating oil systems, as well as electric heat pumps and mini splits. Our company's history is representation of how the energy landscape changes over time. These transitions are consumer and choice driven. They were not legislatively driven in the past. If this bill or legislation like it were enacted, it would destabilize the resiliency of our energy mix. It would make Connecticut less competitive for industry and therefore jobs. It would put all of our energy eggs in a yet to be developed and vulnerable electric grid infrastructure. Choice for the consumer and diversity of energy supply are critical. Legislation should be focused on the constituent. The cost of heating a home with electricity is often much higher than with propane, heating oil, or natural gas. As a business having installed many whole house heat systems, there's no one size fits all application. There are times a series of mini splits or heat pumps could be adequate. But for most new constructions at a high efficient boiler is the most efficient, cost-effective, and environmentally beneficial choice. Propane is cleaner than electricity when you use a full life cycle analysis of the generation of the energy. Propane is also the energy that's been most nimble in times of crisis. During the damage of Hurricane Isaias in 2020, propane responded and provided power, hot water, and cooking ability to tens of thousands of homes and businesses throughout the state. A year ago in Texas, when the electric grid failed and was overwhelmed, propane once again stepped in. If enacted, this type of legislation will minimize the propane infrastructure and assets in Connecticut, and the one fuel that has risen to the occasion in times of crisis will not be able to do so in the future. Connecticut is already subject to some of the highest electric rates in the country. By eliminating energy choice and diversity, the cost will increase. The consumer or developer or business owner will need to consider this lack of choice and high energy costs prior to deciding where to live, develop, or site a business. SB 292 puts the cart about 100 miles down the road from the horse. The electric grid's capacity and resiliency are not able to handle the increases in electric demand that this, along with other legislation, would put on the system. Much work is required before this type of legislation can realistically be considered. Please stop SB 292 before it goes further. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Holstein. I do agree with some of your testimony, and the choice and variety does make a more stable environment in the state and nationally. But I do reiterate my comment on that the future is through higher efficiency heat pump technology. And whether you know or not, I mean, a lot of these bills developed from the initial bill to going forward. We have been working very hard with the Home Builders Association and other groups to move this bill a little bit more away from a mandate on construction to incentives to construction in using higher efficiency units. So this will not be a wholesale game changer where there'll be a line in the sand and all new construction will be going one way or the other. I believe in having some variety out there and some choice for consumers. Every job is a little different. I agree on that, but I do hope you definitely, and you know this from being in the industry, heat pumps are more efficient. They are the trend of the direction we will be going. But no, I don't expect it to be a line in the sand where tomorrow everything's heat pumps. It's going to be a 20, 30-year process as we slowly get to that, hopefully more efficient world. But any questions for Mr. Holston? Seeing none, thank you very much.
I appreciate your time.
No problem. I have Tanaya Taylor, followed by Aaron Good.
Hi, it's Tanaya Taylor. Tanaya, I'm a Hartford, Connecticut resident, lifelong renter, and I am speaking in favor of SB number 300, SB Bill 293, and I think against Bill 297. These are really hard to understand. Like, is there anywhere that I could go beforehand? Because I know the last sentence, but honestly, I think I don't want to say the wrong thing, but it's people, I guess people should still have their property stored during the evictions. Don't leave it on the street. I've seen it happen, and it's traumatizing to everyone. And an act concerning security deposits. I'm not sure also because on one hand, with my messed up rental history, the way that I get discriminated against when I'm trying to rent, I be telling landlords, I was I paid a whole year right now. And, they we can't do that. So yes, put a limit on it, but also these landlords are asking for too much to move in, period. It shouldn't be a requirement. You should just let the tenant decide, but put a cap on security deposits. I think you need 3 times your income to move right now. And that's just impossible. I'm running a GoFundMe right now because I don't want to be homeless. And it's just nowhere to go. So things really do need to favor tenants because housing is not a service. It should not be considered a business or an investment when it affects the lives of so many people. Housing is a human right. It is not a luxury. It's a right, just like food and water is. And the people that I vote for. You work for me too, not just these property owners. I vote and I, participate in the democratic process. I'm a citizen, whatever that's supposed to mean. And the term mom and pop landlord is so contradictory. It's like calling the ocean dry. It's just never going to happen that there's a victimization amongst the property owner versus the tenant. And the cost that you incur during evictions is not really taking away profits if you've been collecting thousands from tenants for months and years, and you spend $3,000 to $5,000, whatever, on the apartment. Once you fix it, you're still going to be able to profit and gain. So that one part of like a little nick in the dent should not change this. So there's no responsibility on the property owner. So that's what I have to say.
I appreciate you coming out to testify, and I agree with a lot of things you had to say. But I don't see if there's any questions. I see Representative Williams' question.
Thank you once again for testifying. And just a really quick comment. I said I am the chair of the committee and oftentimes forget the bill numbers. So please do not let that be a deterrent for sharing your views. We can figure it out by the context of what you're talking about. And it was very clear what you shared, in that it is very difficult to save for these extremely high deposit amounts. And we need to find cheaper, more affordable ways to keep people in their homes and get people in their homes. So thank you for testifying. And I said, I appreciate your active bravery.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Ms. Taylor? Seeing none, thank you very much. I have Aaron Good, followed by Brian Brown. All right, last call for Aaron Good. All right, how about Brian Brown? Second call for Brian Brown. Say nothing. I'm going to go to Pamela Heller, who I do see. Please, followed by James McGovern. So please proceed, Pamela.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for permitting me the opportunity to testify today in support of Senate Bill 294, an act concerning housing protections for victims of family violence. My name is Pamela Heller, and I'm a staff attorney at the Connecticut Fair Housing Center, and I'm testifying on behalf of the center. In my role, I frequently work with individuals who are victims of family violence and who are also experiencing instability in housing, often as a result of that violence. This bill attempts to address some of the challenges that those folks face. And because the last thing that someone needs when they are experiencing family violence is to also have to deal with the eviction process, which threatens to make them homeless, risking their health, safety, family integrity. DCF may get involved, for example, and the ability to move on and rebuild their lives. So I also want to point out to this committee that while these changes in the bill are important, they don't represent a huge sea change in what landlords' current obligations are. So under the Federal Violence Against Women Act, federally subsidized landlords, which includes landlords who accept Section 8 vouchers, they're already covered by the same rules essentially that are in this bill. And under the fair housing laws, private landlords, a lot of these protections are extended as well, although it's not direct in the law in the way that it's spelled out in Senate Bill 294. So it would be helpful both to landlords in understanding their obligations as well as in tenants in protecting their rights to know, to have it spelled out in the way that it is clearly in this bill. We do support two minor changes. The first being to remove the word solely from line 11. And this would make the bill consistent with other protections against discrimination in housing, which are found in 46A-64C. Because in those statutes, there's no requirement that you prove that your protected class was the sole motivator in the discriminatory conduct. And finally, just adding as a proof of that you are a victim, that you may use the HUD form that already exists for that, which is HUD form 5382. So those are all of my comments. If you have any questions, happy to take them.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments or questions for Ms. Heller? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Thanks for waiting. I have James McGovern, followed by Rick Bush. I don't see Mr. McGovern. So Rick, you are up, and followed by Tyler Napper.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to testify. There's so many good bills. It's hard to keep it into 3 minutes. I'm going to focus on a couple of things. I guess I'm going to digress first and talk directly, if possible, to Tanaya Taylor, the person who just testified a few people ago. And I wanted to say that I was proud that she was able to say the things that she said. And I think the summary of what she said was that there really needs to be more education for landlords and tenants so they understand each other, and they understand how valuable the people who are buying these properties and providing the housing is, and how important it is that we protect them, but also at the same time protect tenants. And I think tenants really need to understand their rights. So education, anyway, I just was really proud of the fact that she had the courage to do that. So Bill 301 is what I'd like to talk about today. This is an important piece of legislation. Landlords were asked to shoulder a pretty heavy burden during the pandemic. And one of the ways that they were allowed to sort of be recompensated for some losses was through the Unite CT program, which was a great program, couple of flaws, but all in all, it was a great program. But due to the way that the program was structured, tenants also had to participate. So I am a property manager. I manage about 350 units in the area. And a lot of my clients complained because they would ask the tenants to fill out the applications, and they just wouldn't. And not only did they not fill out the applications, they would just stiff the landlord for 12 months and then move out and literally leave the landlord holding the bag. So I think this is a great piece of legislation. I think it's a great step in the right direction to help landlords who have been dramatically impacted by the pandemic, who provide valuable, important housing for their tenants. One thing that I was hoping possibly if the language could be expanded in any way. I personally have some clients whose tenants never applied for the Unite CT, and the landlord then didn't know that they could apply without the tenant. So the entire process just kind of went by. And I know that there's a lot of mom and pop landlords, which is a small individual person who owns 1 3-family house or even a single family home that they're renting, who were hurt by the tenants, who believe that they didn't have to pay rent when the governor said that back in the beginning of the pandemic. So if you could somehow expand that language to include landlords who were hurt and maybe didn't have an application into Unite CT, I'm not sure how you would do that, but anyway, that's pretty much what I have to say. I think that's it. That's it. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, Rick. I definitely feel for what you're talking about. We have some thoughts. There was a group that we met with some of the larger nonprofit organizations across the state. We thought that if we could find some extra money to do a statewide style Unite CT program here, it might not be a bad idea. Obviously, we would have to find the funds. I would encourage that because I think one of the problems is not only do people fall behind on their rent, they also have other problems, whether it be food insecurity, mental health issues, et cetera. And we thought that some of these nonprofit agencies that already dealt with energy, like heating oil assistance and casework, they would be a logical location to have some of these funds placed so people could apply, not only get help with their rent, but also get help with other social service issues. But of course, the bottom line is we would have to find some money. These aren't small sums of money. The United CT, I think, went through $300 or $400 million. But if we could find $50 or $75 million locally, maybe from federal money that we're getting to extend a similar type program, that would be wonderful. In terms of what tenants, the one situation that we deal with a lot are tenants that don't apply for the Unite CT program and then leave the property. Those landlords are really in a tight spot because technically the money goes to the tenant, not the landlord. Agreed, it goes to the tenant who then gives it to the landlord. So the landlord gets made whole. But if the tenant's gone, that arrearage is probably going to be a loss, and there's not really an easy way to fix that. The third issue you brought up is the tenant who doesn't engage. And you might appreciate this. I hope this comes across properly, but I had a tenant who I asked to apply for Unite CT. She was behind and she didn't. I asked her neighbor, who's a friend, to encourage her. And he said when he asked her to apply for the Unite CT program, her exact response was, well, you know, the landlord's a politician, so he's a little shady. I don't trust him on this program. I didn't know how to answer that, but yeah, she never applied and she's still behind. And there's at a certain point, I don't know what I'm going to do. But yeah, I do appreciate your testimony, and we'll see what we can do. I don't, you know, the lost rental units and Unite CT is their money's pretty much gone. I'm not quite sure what we can do on that, but if we can find more, I'd like to continue it.
Yeah,
Any other questions? Any other questions from Mr. Bush? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have, I'm not goofing this up, Tyler Napper, followed by Paula Ryan. Okay, second call from Mr. Napper. Don't see him, so Paula Ryan. Paula Ryan. Not seeing Miss Ryan.
I'm right here, thank you.
Oh, there you are. Okay, Stephen Wanzik-Karp is next. Paula, you have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Hi, good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies, if there are any out there. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Paula Ryan, and I operate Ryan Oil Company, Inc. in Hamden, Connecticut with my son. We have been in business for a little over 33 years, and I am here in opposition of SB 292. With that said, I'd like to speak to you about the electrification of Connecticut. We all strive to make our world better for our children, grandchildren, and for the future of Connecticut. And to electrify Connecticut, in my opinion, would not be the way to do it. To ask residents of Connecticut to either convert or when they're building to install an electric whole house heating system, mini pump slip, whatever you want to call it, it's taking away their right to choose what option they want to use. And that's not the Constitution that we live by. To install a whole home electric heat pump system, it could cost the homeowner anywhere between $20,000 and $40,000. Thousands of dollars compared to upgrading their existing heating system. The bill says that it's for residential buildings and major alterations. I consider a major alteration having to put in a new boiler or a heating system for a residential customer. It's a big nut for them to have to take and swallow. Whereas when you upgrade their existing heating system, if it's oil, heat, propane, or natural gas, you're looking at anywhere from $7,000 to $12,000. The other cost factor is not just this, it's the maintenance factor. In order to maintain a whole electric heat pump system, it can take almost a full day for that maintenance to get done just on an annual maintenance. And there's also the other cost factor of the heat pumps. When the temperatures plunge, then the homeowners need to find an alternate source of heat. So they are not maintaining one heating system, they are maintaining two. I've heard mention about the electric grid. The electric grid can't handle it. It's just too much all at one time, if you ask me. The cars, the homes, everything. The whole idea is to be safe and stay safe. Why should the consumer have to pay for the two separate heating systems? To electrify does not mean to be zero emissions. Natural gas, coal, and oil can generate more than 60% of the electricity, and natural gas has a
So please summarize.
heating oil, propane, heat pumps utilize R410A, which is a refrigerant mixture that is much higher pressure than its predecessor, R22. The refrigerant, because it is under tremendous pressure, seeks to escape into the atmosphere. R410A has a global warming potential of almost 2,000 times greater than the carbon dioxide over 100-year period. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. Any questions for Ms. Ryan? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and your time. We're going to proceed to Stephen Wanzik-Karp, followed by Betsy Guerra.
Afternoon, members of the committee. First, the National Association of Social Workers, Connecticut chapter thanks the committee for raising 5346, an act establishing a pilot program to fund social workers in emergency shelters. According to the Coalition to End Homelessness, on any given night in Connecticut, approximately 4,500 people are homeless, including 1 out of 5 being children. Homelessness is physically taxing on the public support system and would be far more costly than it would be to have social workers in shelters to assist individuals and families. The main costs of homelessness include unaffordable housing options, medical conditions, loss of income, and domestic violence. While there's many advocates working on large change to end homelessness, social workers do that, but social workers also work with individuals and families to assist them. By embedding a social worker in an emergency shelter, they would build trust with the residents of the shelter. The social worker would be able to provide information and referral, assist with making sure the person is on all the safety net programs they're eligible for, provide case management, counseling, mental health services, and work to assure that the person can find housing, to assist them in finding belongings when they have a home, to furnish a home, to assist people who might have medical needs, to get those medical needs, to make connections for people who have employment problems, to help them find employment, and to help people with mental health care needs to get the care they need. There was a growing movement in Connecticut for libraries to hire social workers, and libraries see many people who are homeless, and the libraries are finding it a very successful program to have social workers in the library. There's no reason to believe that having social workers in shelters would be any less successful. We do notice that the bill does talk about within available appropriations. We really see this as being very appropriate for use of federal relief funds. This is a 2-year pilot. The federal relief funds are 2 years worth of funding. So we certainly would encourage that funding be made available through federal relief. Social workers can help those in emergency shelters to remove the obstacles that are keeping them homeless. We urge the members of the Housing Committee to vote yes on 5346.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Betsy Guerra, followed by Jeff Jennings.
Thank you, Senator Lopes, Representative Williams. My name is Betsy Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, and I've submitted testimony on 3 bills. I'm going to just summarize that. We do oppose House Bill 5204, an act concerning a needs assessment and other policies regarding affordable housing and development. This bill would impose a very costly, unnecessary burden on municipalities. As has already been discussed today, towns are already required to prepare an affordable housing plan, which is due to be submitted to the Office of Policy and Management this spring. And under this statute, towns have to specify how they intend to meet the affordable needs of their communities. It involves performing a housing assessment, identifying barriers in their zoning laws or other issues that may undermine the ability to meet the affordable housing needs of their communities. And I have to say, towns are very engaged in this process. A lot of towns have been waiting for guidance from the Department of Housing, which was released at the end of December 2020. The Department of Housing also provided some technical assistance grants. Many towns are working with the regional councils of government to develop plans. And so we do expect that you're going to see some very robust, very important affordable housing plans submitted in time for this spring. we do think, as drafted 5204, in addition to ignoring the work that is going on already, has a lot of vague standards that may end up subjecting municipalities to legal action from developers, housing advocates, and others to determine whether or not they're in compliance. We also think it's a very top-down approach and doesn't, again, reflect the process that many municipalities utilize in developing their plans under 830J under the current law, which I think reflect a lot of engagement of the community. So again, we're looking forward to looking at those plans. I'm also serving on the Commission on Connecticut's Development and Future, specifically the working group on the affordable housing plans. And we will be reviewing those plans and determining whether there are recommendations to improve upon those plans and improve upon the way that municipalities will be updating those in the future. So again, we oppose 5204. We also submitted testimony in opposition to Senate Bill 291, an act concerning protections for certain group and family child care homes. We do understand that there is a need for greater child care in our communities, but the zoning laws are designed to protect the health and safety of all of our residents. And we are concerned that Senate Bill 291 may undermine this important role. The bill actually prohibits a municipality's ability to regulate or impose operational conditions or require special zoning permits or exceptions regarding family or group child care homes. And unfortunately, although the Office of Early Childhood oversees the licensing, they don't consider things like adequate pickup and drop-off areas, safe parking conditions, adequate fencing, and et cetera. So we oppose Senate Bill 291. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from Ms. Guerra? I do want to ask you a couple questions about 291. I mean, part of the impetus for this bill is people do this already. They provide childcare in their apartments already. And with this bill, people who provide childcare in their homes wouldn't just do it without any regulation or watching. They would actually be certified and regulated by the Office of Early Childhood. They would be inspected. The home would be determined whether it would be safe. They would have to carry insurance that would protect themselves, the children, the families, the landlord, etc. Right now, we have a situation where it's the Wild West. People are just watching kids. And I find it really hard to understand why you would be against this bill. It regulates an industry that needs some regulation for the safety of children.
We are specifically proposed to the lines 21 through 24 of the bill, which again prohibits a town zoning authority from requiring certain special zoning permits or exceptions to regulate group family child care homes that can have up to 12 children at that time. And again, what towns are looking at as part of these exceptions or special permits is things like, are there adequate pickup areas and drop-off areas, making sure they're not queuing on the street, that they're actually dropping children off where there's
again this stuff's already happening. So I don't understand how the bill would change that. People are already providing childcare in their homes for children, and there's no regulation. There's no concerns about parking and drop-off and pickup locations.
Well, there are, because towns actually can regulate that as part of their zoning laws. Now, this would eliminate that role.
I think we're missing each other's point, but that's okay. Any other questions from Ms. Guerra?
Just two quick questions. I'm sorry, Chair. Currently, how many of your members have already completed or what percentage of your members have completed their 830J plans?
So it's my understanding that at this point, there's only 26 municipalities that have submitted their plans. However, you have to understand.
I'm sorry. 26 out of how many of your members? How many members do you have in cost?
Well, there's 169 municipalities. We have about 118 members.
So
but
out of the 26 out of 118 in about 4 years, only 26 have completed it.
Well, first of all, the law called for the Department of Housing to develop guidance. That guidance was not released until December of 2020. So towns really weren't provided with any direction to move forward with the plans. The law itself does not contain much specificity at all. It just says you have to develop a plan. So a lot of towns had to wait for that guidance in order to begin developing.
Thank you. Just one more question. That's a great addition and great context. Do you think without the law, these towns and municipalities would have created these plans on their own?
There were certainly conversations. I mean, the law definitely has moved towns forward in that regard, and I think that's a good thing. But I think as towns are beginning to have these discussions, and I know Senator Anwar had discussed it earlier today, that towns are realizing that their population is becoming kind of stagnant, that if you have a community with just a large elderly population and no newer families coming in, it is going to result in a stagnated community, and that's not a good thing. So I think it is an important process.
So it sounds like to me, if I heard you correctly, that 830J did spur additional planning, and it sounds like there needs to be even more planning. So I'm really glad that we have some opportunities for additional learning and additional growth. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
No problem. Any questions? Any other questions for Ms. Garrett? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have Jeff Jennings, followed by Adrian Angel.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Jeff Jennings. I am a Danbury resident and a co-owner of Jennings Oil Company in Danbury and Jennings Propane Company in Gaylordsville. I am the fourth generation of my family to deliver fuel to area residents and businesses. I oppose Bill number 292. The proposed bill eliminates choice of equipment for space and water heating for all new residential construction or in major alterations of a residential building. Electricity would be the only allowable source of energy. If I was planning the construction of a sunroom for my house and wanted to install a propane log set to heat the space, this bill would not allow it. A stated goal of the ICC in the development of the International Energy Conservation Code is to reduce CO2 emissions. However, in Connecticut, the proposed bill requiring the use of electricity for the energy source instead of heating oil or propane will have the opposite effect. According to ISO New England, close to 50% of the electricity generated in New England comes from natural gas, oil, or coal power plants. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the efficiency of a gas power plant is 44%. According to the Energy Information Agency, direct use and additional energy losses due to transmission total an additional 6.4 loss of efficiency. Using data from the ISO New England Electrical Generator Air Emissions Report, the delivered electricity emissions rate are 225 pounds of CO2 per MBTU for all electricity delivered in New England, and 294 pounds of CO2 per MBTU for natural gas power plants. In comparison, according to the U.S. Department of Energy, CO2 emissions rate for B7 heating oil is 155 pounds of CO2 per MBTU. So for the current mix of electricity generation in New England, electricity emits 45% more CO2 than B7 heating oil. Electricity from natural gas generators alone emits 90% more CO2 than B7 heating oil. The efficiency of electric heat pumps decreases as outside temperatures decrease. Electric heat pumps work great when you are maintaining a temperature of 70 degrees inside and the outside temperature is 50 degrees. That's what makes them a good option for warmer climates. The majority of energy used for heat in Connecticut.
You got your 3-minute mark, so please summarize.
Sure. It occurs between December and March. The electricity use and CO2 emissions increases exponentially, straining the electric grid and costing the ratepayer increasing amounts of money. So in conclusion, the heating oil industry is transitioning to renewable fuels, which will further decrease the CO2 emissions for heating oil. The push to electrification for residential heating as a method to reduce CO2 emissions is contingent on the transition of electricity generation from natural gas to wind or solar. Until this happens, this bill will increase Connecticut's greenhouse gas emissions. Let's not put the cart in front of the horse. Give the consumer, in consultation with their contractor, the choice of what equipment and energy source will work best for them. Eliminating competition, specifically heating oil and propane in the energy sector, will increase consumer costs, decrease reliability, and increase greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Any questions from Mr. Jennings? I would like to say, seeing no other people, I would like to say, I think you're, I appreciate your testimony. I think you're incorrect on a couple issues. Building a sunroom and putting a propane log set in there would not constitute major over. You would be restricted from doing that. I am the wrong person to ask here on these efficiency numbers. They get quite technical, but I do know when we start talking about whether something is 90% efficient, 95% efficient, 44% efficient, like a power plant, they're not comparable apples to apples. In fact, one of the ironies I found is, you go on a modern natural gas or oil furnace, natural gas furnaces especially, you can have 92, 95% efficiencies. But the irony is using that same scale for a heat pump, you're at 120% efficiency, which a normal person would say, well, that number doesn't make any sense. So there is confusion, and it's hard to compare these statistics apples to apples. And one thing I would say, I know we had a lot of oil company representatives in the hearing today, and I would say hopefully a lot of you are still on. This is not a bill meant to hurt you. I know it sounds that way, it comes across that way as a mandate all new construction. I do not anticipate oil and propane companies going under in the next 50 years. You guys will still be intricately involved into our grid and how we provide heat and HVAC to the state. But this bill is an effort to move us to more efficient types of energy efficiency. And heat pumps have been the most effective. And you have to compound the fact that to go to a heat pump technology on a new construction, it's meant to work in conjunction with having solar on the house as well, which takes the pressure off the grid and actually improves the efficiency tremendously. So I've been involved in quite a few projects where we do heat pump changeovers. We went from an oil furnace, an oil hot water heater, to a heat pump and a hybrid hot water heater with a solar array, and the total housing heating and cooling costs were cut by 50%. And it wasn't much more expensive than replacing that oil furnace. So it actually wasn't any more expensive at all than replacing that oil furnace. So, we're not trying to destroy an industry. We're trying to move us towards a more energy efficient and reliable and clean method of heating our homes and cooling our homes. But I do appreciate your testimony. We're not out here to try to hurt the small vendors in Connecticut. But any other questions from Mr. Jennings? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Adrian Angel, followed by Olivia Rinks. Adrian for the second time. Not seeing you. Olivia Rinks. Oh, I do see you in the corner. Olivia?
Hi, thank you so much. And thank you to the Housing Committee for the opportunity to testify. I'm trying to testify on a couple of bills, so I'll be quick here. First, I'd like to testify in firm opposition to HB 5347, an act concerning the review of criminal histories for prospective tenants. First, to speak to the legislators who constantly make the issue of criminal records into a good versus evil debate. It's simply not true. It's not a black and white issue. Just like not all tenants are good and not all landlords are evil. This is we need to have a realistic perspective on it. The issue is, at heart, is that people require safe, stable, affordable housing, and a criminal record should not prevent anyone from obtaining that. So I am in opposition to HB 5347. Also, I'm in support of HB 5204, an act concerning a needs assessment and fair share plan, but I would like to make some comments on it. I believe the state of Connecticut really needs to step it up with the funding for housing, rather than expecting small towns to string together the funds to the quota or relying on predatory private developers. Connecticut needs to start investing more money into creating affordable housing across the state, not just putting the burden on cities, as well as putting more towards the maintenance of existing housing. To echo some of the sentiments of other concerns expressed on the bill, public transport, as a person who lives in a small town, I can definitely attest to the fact that public transport is a huge issue in Connecticut. Also, I can personally attest to the not in my backyard mentality that time and again prevents affordable housing from being built in my town and others like it. Housing, in many cases, simply the cases that it just does not exist. I work full time in a grocery store 6 days a week. I make over $1,000 a month. Not only is there no affordable housing in my town, I don't even qualify to apply for housing in nearby areas. For that reason, I'm also testifying in support of SB 293, an act concerning the study of rent stabilization. Obviously, we don't want to pave the whole state over. It's a beautiful state, but there are also many unused and dilapidated buildings that could be used as housing. It's not only a housing issue, it's also an environmental issue. It's less taxing on the environment to maintain existing buildings, including by updating them to be more energy and resource efficient, rather than continuously building new housing stock. For that reason, I also support HB 5349, the development of unused properties owned by the state. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ranks. Any questions? Being none, thank you very much. We're going to move on to Leslie Anderson, followed by Mike Riccio. Leslie,
Good afternoon.
Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Leslie Anderson. I'm the president of the Propane Gas Association of New England. We are a regional alternative energy trade association representing the 6 New England states. We serve the propane industry by promoting safety education and public awareness of the uses of propane. I have 200 member companies throughout New England. Many of them are family businesses. And I respectfully have to disagree with Senator Lopez. I believe that this bill 292 seeks to promote heat pumps at the expense of propane systems. And that does not advance economic security or climate objectives. Propane systems are more efficient and less costly to consumers than heat pumps and other electric technology. When you look at the ISO New England power mix, it takes 2.5 units of electricity to produce and deliver 1 unit of energy to a home. So for propane, that's 1 versus 2.5 for electricity. You can't just consider the emissions of the house. You have to look upstream and you have to look at all the natural gas that is used in our electric mix here in Connecticut and the 66% of the electricity that's lost on average from the power plant getting to the consumer's home. When you look at the big picture, our product is cleaner, it reduces more carbon emissions, and it would not be beneficial for climate activists and climate warming to get rid of propane and add electricity. We also have less nitrogen and less sulfur emissions overall in the life cycle analysis of both. So propane is being promoted now as the preferred partner with solar and with zero net energy housing. You see propane in tiny homes. You see propane being used for warm water for showers for the homeless. You've seen it in the pandemic being used for outdoor restaurants for cooking. It's used every day when the electricity is out to heat hundreds of thousands of generators for our homeowners here in Connecticut as a backup power source for for hospitals so they can continue to keep their critical life-saving equipment running. It's used for emergency management agency. It keeps your cell phones working when the power is out. They switch over to propane. If we do not have a strong propane industry in Connecticut, you will not have any energy security moving forward. And replacing propane in new construction, which is the largest source that we have for new business, takes advantage of one energy type over another. And it takes the decision out of the homeowner's hands to make that decision. We have lots of members that do sell heat pumps, and I know that you've had good success with them, Senator Lopez, but we have put so many heating systems into homes that were set up with just heat pumps because people want warm air blowing on them in the winter time. And if you look at the electric,
summarize.
Okay, and in summary, I would just point out that on January 16th of this year, 24% of the grid was running on oil and 3% was running on coal. So that's a quarter of our heat pumps running on oil and coal during the coldest parts of our winter. The grid's not ready for it yet, and this really disadvantages a clean alternative energy. So I ask you to vote no on this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Any questions for Ms. Anderson? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Mike Riccio, followed by Greg Kirschner. I don't see Mike Riccio. Second call. Mr. Kirschner, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, members of the committee. My name is Greg Kirschner. I'm legal director of the Connecticut Fair Housing Center. I've submitted some written testimony that speaks from that capacity. After listening to some of the testimony today, I've decided to talk about something a little bit differently. I keep hearing opponents of 5204 talking about, we can't do this now. We have to wait, let things pan out. We can't do this. Over the history of Connecticut, we've transformed our land from indigenous people's land into farms and then into towns and cities and industry, a lot of that time using horses and not having electricity. So I don't quite see where the problem is in meeting this obligation that we have to our citizens. And during that course of time, I'm going to go back 75 years. About 75 years ago, a developer carved out a housing development in Bristol out of some farmland and some forest. And my grandparents, a handyman and a factory worker, were able to buy that house. And at the time, it cost, I think, a little bit less than $10,000. They used that house to provide housing stability for their 10 kids. They raised them and a bunch of grandkids coming in and out of the house over the decades that followed. And when, finally my grandmother passed away, she didn't have any money in her bank account, but she had a house that she'd lived in and she'd paid off over those many decades. And she was able to leave that to her kids. So, 50 years on from moving into that house, she was able to leave a modest amount to her children. And my parents used that money to help pay the tuition for my brother's first year in college, the first person in our family to go. And they used that money to move us from a 2-bedroom cold flat in Hartford to a single family 3-bedroom rental house in Wethersfield. And while I'm extraordinarily proud of my grandma Kirschner, she didn't do this by herself. She was able to do this because she benefited from public policy and market conditions. Good public policy that enabled her to purchase the house despite her modest means. Now, when I think about this, when is the right time? When is the right time to make sure we extend that opportunity to people who were legally and by custom excluded from those opportunities now 75 years ago? When do we let them start the clock on the 30, 50 years to build generational wealth that will let them send their kids to college and to a better life? I'm sure my grandmother would be proud that she has lawyers and tech executives among her grandchildren at this point. And I'm sure she would want that opportunity to be more broadly spread. And the fact that my grandparents intentionally immigrated from Europe and benefited from these policies and practices, while people whose ancestors were forcibly taken to this
You have to
country
admit,
and
Mark,
have been
so please
excluded
summarize.
from it. Gladly. Were excluded from it and have continued to be excluded from it and lost that 75 years, that 200 years of participation. When is it the right time to take more forceful action and make a plan that Connecticut can follow through on? Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kirschner. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much. We're going to move on to Courtney Dollar, followed by Annette Gaynor.
Hi, good afternoon. Can I ask a quick question just for clarification?
Sure.
I heard that there are members of the committee that are landlords.
Correct.
Do you have a number of how many landlords are on the committee?
Not off the top of my head, but I am.
Do you know how many members of the committee are renters, current renters?
In fact, beyond the committee, to my knowledge, there's not more than a handful of legislators, the entire state, who are renters.
Okay, so I will say representation matters.
Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Courtney Dollar. I'm a program director of outreach and homeless services with the Connecticut Harm Reduction Alliance. Previous to this, I worked in rapid rehousing for 3 years, working with individuals and families experiencing homelessness to find safe and stable housing. I thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I'm going to be speaking about 4 bills, 293, 300, 5204, and 5347. I'm here because I believe that housing is a human right and that the state has the responsibility to ensure that residents of Connecticut have access to safe and affordable housing. Someone previous to me already referenced the statistics from the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness point in time count about how many folks in Connecticut are experiencing homelessness. The data for 2022 is not out yet. The PID count was done at the end of January, but I can tell you, working in the homeless service industry, that our shelters are at capacity. Even with additional beds that were made available through the cold weather programs, and those programs end at the end of this month. So there are folks on April 1st that may face being unsheltered in our state. I work from a housing first model. It's an approach for ending homelessness that centers on quickly moving people experiencing homelessness into housing with no housing readiness requirements, and then providing additional supports and services as needed. The basic underlying principle is that people are better able to move forward with their lives if they are first housed. Lack of affordable housing is making it difficult for households to find or maintain housing. Many of these households are already marginalized and face stigma related to their socioeconomic status when applying for housing. Housing providers are struggling to find landlords willing to rent to our participants, even if that household has a housing choice voucher. And rent increases across the state due to the lack of available units has priced many units above fair market rent, making these units ineligible for many housing assistance programs. Low-income households face excessive rent increases, forcing them to have to leave their homes and communities because they can no longer afford to live there. Without protection from excessive rent increases, households that participate in housing assistance programs could be forced to relocate to another unit if rent increases above fair market rent. We need more protection for these households to be able to remain in their homes without the fear of their rent being increased beyond their means. Additional barriers to finding and maintaining housing are criminal background and eviction histories. I will say again, language matters here. I am sitting in these hearings listening to people refer to folks with criminal backgrounds as bad people. I have heard fear mongering from landlords that they'll be forced to rent to people who, and I quote from a local landlord, people who rape, rob, and murder, which reflects the stigma faced by those who have been involved in the criminal justice system. Let's be clear, we're not forcing landlords to rent to anyone. In Connecticut, it is illegal to refuse to rent to someone with a housing choice voucher, but landlords find ways around that by denying prospective tenants on other criteria.
You got your 3-minute mark, so please summarize.
All right, summary. Our homeless system is overwhelmed. We need to support efforts to increase access to housing by improving affordable housing opportunities, protecting residents against excessive rent increases, and removing barriers faced by individuals with a history of criminal justice involvement. I would like to point out that this is erased criminal history. This is not people that have just recently gotten out of jail. And there's a whole lot of NIMBYism going on around here. I am happy to have these people in my community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dollar. Any questions? I don't see any, but I thank you for your testimony, your advocacy. Next, I have Annette Gaynor, followed by Dennis Crow. Annette Gaynor. Okay. Dennis Crow from Aquinas Consulting. All right, not seeing Mr. Crow. We're going to hop back to Mike Riccio.
Yes. Hi, this is Mike. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You have 3 minutes, sir. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Today, I'm speaking to the home and rent regarding Senate Bill number 292. Speaking to the home renovation and remodeling section of this bill, as construction professionals, we often find homes in need of basic repairs to make the structure safe and livable. More often than not, the one piece of the home that is in good condition is the heating system, as heat is a basic need of survival. Therefore, when homeowners place their money into their home, the first place it goes is to the furnace. If this bill passes, it is my belief that many homes will go unrenovated, meaning less safe homes and homeowners living in unlivable conditions, because the added cost of replacing an already working heating system will be unbearable in most instances when coupled with the other renovation costs. My question is, where do we draw the line, and who will be determining what is a major or what is a minor renovation? It becomes very subjective and will differ from one building official in a community to another as we go town to town. We often see in this country reactive governing. I believe this bill is reacting to the catchword of the day, going green. Be it here in Connecticut or on the national level, which is now in our face on a daily basis, this reactionary form of leadership is not working. Before we shut off the pipes, gas pumps, and gas lines, wouldn't it be more productive to first establish a system of green power that works, and then implement green initiatives that can actually feed off the new system? We seem to have it backwards, which is why we see what is going on in the world over the last couple of days. I think most people forget where electricity comes from. It does not come from the switch on the wall or the outlet on the wall. It comes from a power generating facility, which is typically fueled by gas turbines, coal, oil, or nuclear power, none of which are green. So if we go green, before we actually can generate green power, what are we doing as leaders other than making ourselves feel good? We see what happens in California when the strain on the power grid, because of all the green initiatives that are going on out there, it collapses on a daily basis. I'm a huge, huge fan of green energy when it is done correctly. This approach is backwards and not good for Connecticut, let alone anywhere else in the country. We need to be leaders, not followers. Let's be leaders on this topic. And I thank you for your time on that specific topic. I do want to, as I've been listening all day to the other issues that are being discussed here, I believe it's Senate Bill number 5402. Is that the one discussing landlords? Or I'm sorry, that's planning and zoning?
Yes, that's not on this agenda.
That's not on this agenda? Okay. All right, then I'm all set. Thank you very much.
Any questions from Mr. Riccio? We can agree to disagree on cost of different things and how much it costs to put some of these new technologies into place. But I think you're stretching quite a bit to come out here and say that the problems with the grid in California are due to green energy initiatives. The problems with the grid and blackouts in California, Texas, I don't know if you remember Enron, you look like you're about my age. Those blackouts and brownouts and problems are really due to corporate greed and mismanagement, not green initiatives. So that's one I really just had to flag is a little bit of a reach, but we're willing to work with the industry on everything else. So I appreciate the testimony.
Thank you.
All right, I think I got lost here. I think the next one's Nima Saunders. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
It's okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, ranking members and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Naima Saunders. I'm an entrepreneur, holistic practitioner, and childcare educator. I've been in the childcare field for about 20 years or plus. I have experience in homeschooling and offering care to children and adults with developmental disabilities. I relocated to Connecticut some years ago from New York and now live in the town of New Haven. I'm here today to testify in support of Senator Bill 291. When I moved to my current home, I chose it specifically because it was a 2-family converted to a 1-family home and had the space to accommodate me and the amenities for my business. When I initially signed my lease, I negotiated with my landlord to attach an addendum expressing their compliance and understanding of my business operations and services that I intended to provide. It basically attested that my landlord was aware that I would be operating a home-based childcare program and confirmed that they would make adjustments to the property in a time frame as to those repairs or updates that would be made. With the updates and repairs in place, it would allow me to open and operate my childcare home-based program. Prior to opening, there were several ongoing issues with that landlord concerning my home. I was uncertain how to amicably resolve the situation legally due to the fact that I previously had a similar situation as a renter with my home care child-based program, where the landlord did not make the repairs that was necessary, didn't want to secure the entry and exit doors, and was illegally using my electricity by wiring different units to my unit. So I basically went to court and took legal action against that landlord, and fortunately had a favorable decision. But due to the fact that I took legal actions, I was basically forced to move and ended up where I am now currently. So fast forward, basically there was a lot of glass around my property. Anytime I try to clean up the property, the glass would resurface. The landlord would say, okay, we're going to send someone out. They would never send someone out, and it was an ongoing issue. So fast forward, it took over 2 years to finally get some type of resolve, but there's still some outgoing issues with that current landlord. In terms of the housing sector in New Haven, there's not a lot of opportunities for renters when it comes to seeking legal counsel. I found that most of the legal counselors were in favor of the landlords as opposed to the tenant. And when you have a business, it's a little bit different because you're not just a renter. So basically, I would say that I spent upwards of over $30,000 trying to invest out of pocket for my business, which there was no return in my investment. So I'm still not able to currently operate due to some outstanding issues with the landlord, and had to be forced to basically open or get a storage unit because I had accumulated so many things for my business. I ran out of space. So basically, I'm asking that.
Hi, you're at your 3-minute mark, so please summarize.
Okay, I'm asking everyone to support the bill for 291 so that people won't have the same issues that I've had or my experiences when it comes to opening a child-based, home-based program or daycare. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Saunders. Any questions for Ms. Saunders? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time and your testimony. We're hoping to get this bill passed this year.
Thank you.
Next, I'm calling on Jim Paris.
Hello.
Hello. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
3 minutes. Here we go. Greetings, Chairman Lopes and Williams, ranking members, Paletta, Sicarella, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Jim Paris. I'm the CEO of the Home Builders and Remodelers Association of Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 292. You have my testimony, so I will be brief. The Home Innovation Research Labs released a study in February of 2021 on the electrification of residential buildings. That study can be found linked to the testimony by the NAHB online. The study evaluates the construction costs and the annual energy use costs in various climate zones found in the US. Cities including Houston, Baltimore, Denver, Minneapolis, where we're in the study. Minneapolis having the same or being in the same climate zone as much of Connecticut. The analysis was conducted for several basic electrification scenarios without on-site generation or storage and using local utility rates. What the study determined was that that climate zone had a strong influence on construction costs and energy use costs. Cold climate heat pumps on average cost $8,000 to $9,000 more than a gas furnace. Based on the study's findings, all electric homes cost more upfront in comparison to gas homes. Electric homes in cold climates were also found to have higher ongoing utility costs. And keep in mind that compared to the colder cities in the study, Denver and Minneapolis, Connecticut's electricity rates are much higher. As of March 4th of this year, the average kilowatt hour in the United States was 13.75 cents. And Connecticut's rate is 20.85 cents and ranked amongst the most expensive in the country. As I mentioned in my written testimony, Connecticut already has an affordable housing crisis, as everyone here is aware of. Housing production numbers have been sluggish for over a decade, contributing to skyrocketing home buying and rental costs. This mandate will further slow production and discourage major home renovations, as fewer Connecticut residents are able to afford purchasing the highly efficient, resilient new homes that are being built as of today. While the HBRA opposes Senate Bill 292, it does applaud the Housing Committee for raising Senate Bill 295 and encourages that bill's passage. The incentive-based approach found in Senate Bill 295 will encourage consumers to seek out energy-efficient homes and the industry to build homes to meet that demand. It will create jobs, strengthen our economy, and move the needle forward on the governor's 2040 carbon emissions goals. And I just want to say, I'd like to thank Senator Lopes for reaching out to the association and engaging us in this conversation. And certainly, I do think that a bit of education for consumers and some education for our industry and a bouquet of incentives that we could develop together in collaboration with the DEEP will get us to the goals that you're seeking to reach. So thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that, Jim. Any questions for Mr. Paris? Seeing none, I just wanted one quick question on a report you give and understanding it. Yeah, where your climate is can affect the source of heating, but it does kind of fly in the face of one of the most successful states for heat pump technology is Maine. How does that comport into your that analysis?
I don't have that data in front of me, Senator Lopes, but I'm happy to get back to the committee with additional information if you like.
Not a problem. For let me nerd out for a little bit here. As we started studying heat pump technology early on, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, when the technology was fairly new, one of the concerns is that it didn't work efficiently in cold weather climates. But the technology has improved dramatically, and it continues to improve, unlike some of the other fossil fuel heating sources we use. And reasons, a lot of different reasons, but Maine is one of the centers of heat pump technology. They're great at handling it. They're outstripping the rest of the country. They use quite a few. The heat pump is the way to go out there for heating and air conditioning. A lot of advantages to it. Of course, once again, once you combine it with solar or install storage, the efficiency just gets exponentially better. But I appreciate your testimony. Any other comments or questions for Mr. Paris? Seeing none, thank you very much. I may have, I owe an apology. I may have skipped over Annette Gaynor. I thought I called you, but Annette Gaynor, you're up now.
Can you see me?
Yes, Annette, I can hear you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Annette Gaynor, and I am in support of Senate Bill 298. And I am a product of a Hartford cohort development program, and it was done by the Land Bank. I am one person that have lived, worked, played in Hartford. I enjoy the city and I want to see more home ownership, but it's a challenge when you become a developer or you see developers that's coming in able to grab these buildings, apartments, houses, and they're not owner occupied. Owner occupied means I'm going to take more ownership of what's around me and be able to participate in my community. Building back a community as a developer is really important to the growth of our generation, right? The next generation and so on. I listened to the different testimonies, and the testimonies talk about the cost that is increasing exponentially for upgrading our apartments, our houses, and being a developer, the cost of material has skyrocketed. And it makes it more challenging for you to be able to develop a property, but the passion is there, the commitment is there, but then the funding is not. I ask that we also take a lot of consideration that a lot of minority developers should get the same consideration across the board when it comes to the financing, because oftentimes we have learned over years that the financing is not there for a lot of minority businesses. So I'm asking that we support, and I'm in support and asking for the continuous support of SB 298 so that we can be able to acquire these properties, develop them, and build back our communities for sustainability, home ownership, being able to walk up and down your streets and admire what you currently own.
Sorry, I had to find the button. Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Gaynor? I'm seeing none. Thank you very much for taking the time and waiting in that long list to give your testimony.
That's okay. It's worth the wait.
Okay, it was. I see next Lizette Rivera, followed by Charles Rothenberger. Second call for Ms. Rivera. Not seeing her. I'll have Mr. Rothenberger, followed by Giannuela Darby Hudgens.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Lopes. And good afternoon, members of the Housing Committee. My name is Charles Rothenberger. I'm the climate and energy attorney with Save the Sound, and I'm here to testify in support of two bills. SB 292 concerning heating efficiency in new residential construction, and SB 295, an act concerning tax credits for energy efficient homes. So with respect to SB 292, the requirement to incorporate renewable thermal technologies such as heat pumps in new construction is really a cost-effective approach to reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the building sector, as well as improving public health. As noted in Connecticut's most recent inventory of greenhouse gas emissions, the state is not on track to meet our emissions obligations under the Global Warming Solutions Act. And one reason for this that was called out in that report is an increase in residential and commercial emissions from the combustion of fossil fuel for heating. This included an 18% increase in emissions from residential use of fuel oil and a 9.8% increase in emissions from use of natural gas. And commercial emissions similarly increased. There's broad consensus that in order to address climate change, the beneficial electrification of the building sector is critical. In fact, as stated in Connecticut's 2018 Comprehensive Energy Strategy, and I quote, to continue the state's progress towards meeting our Global Warming Solutions Act goals and improve air quality, decarbonization of thermal systems is necessary. Not just a good idea, but absolutely essential. And on the appliance front, the Yale Center of Climate Change and Health has found that even relatively efficient natural gas appliances must be replaced by electric alternatives if we're to meet our greenhouse gas reduction goals. Gas appliances also raise the issue of adverse health impacts resulting from their use in homes. And switching from gas to electric appliances has so proven climate and public health benefits. And I'll provide you some resources to studies demonstrating that. Despite the increasing value proposition of building electrification, though, heat pump deployment efforts throughout New England have lagged behind what is needed to reach our targets. We really have to be more focused and deliberate in our efforts to educate consumers and promote clean renewable technologies, ensuring a rapid and orderly transition away from fossil fuels. And I appreciate Chairman Lopes, you raising the example of Maine. You obviously know your stuff. I was going to raise that example, but you covered that. We urge the committee to approve this bill. With respect to SB 295, the tax credits for energy efficient homes, we also support this, and we'll note the bill mirrors to a large extent the language of another bill, SB 53, which was referred to the Finance Committee this session. Like 5094, Your bill provides a state income tax credit between $2,500 and $5,000, depending on filing status, for purchasers of certain newly constructed energy efficient homes. I will say your bill is superior in one regard, in that you define an energy efficient home as one that has a home energy rating system, or HERS index score of at least 50. The finance bill has a score of 60. And the lower your score, the more energy efficient your home. So a home with a HERS index score of 50 is 50% more energy efficient.
You're at 3 minutes, so please summarize.
Sure. So energy efficient homes provide lower energy costs and greater comfort, as well as improved indoor air quality through reduced combustion of fossil fuels. We urge the committee to approve both bills, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rothenberger. Are there any questions for the man who's saving the sound? Okay. Seeing none. I'm butchering this name. Villanueva, Darby Hudgens.
Fanula.
What's that?
Fanula.
Fanula. Yeah, that sounds better.
Good afternoon, Senator Lopes and Senator Anwar, Representatives Williams and Smith, and other members of the committee. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Fanula Darby Hudgens, but most people call me Finn, Senator Lopes, so you're welcome to do so as well. And I'm the Director of Operations at the Connecticut Fair Housing Center, and I'm also a member of the Municipal Affordable Housing Plans Working Group of the Commission on Connecticut's Development and Future. How many words can we string in one sentence? And today I'm submitting testimony in support of HB 5204. And if time permits, I'll also speak in support of Senate Bill 291 regarding home child care facilities. So I have submitted written testimony that goes into some of the technical details of the requirements of 830J, but today I actually wanted to specifically respond to the testimony of Betsy Gara. And really what was suggested in that testimony was municipalities were waiting on guidance from the Department of Housing to be able to develop their affordable housing plans. And that's true. The Regional Planners Association, RPA, actually came out with guidance late last year. And in the specific guidance, it actually encourages towns to make quantifiable production goals for affordable housing units in their towns. And so rather than opposition to fair share planning, I think that we should reframe the conversation to look at the proposal of fair share plans as another tool to assist towns in understanding not just the need of affordable housing, but also what the need of their regions are, right? Because we know, and we heard in testimony last week in regards to 830G, that we are at minimum short 86,000 units of affordable housing, right? But where we need that housing and who needs that housing needs data-driven metrics. And what Fair Share does is provides a planning tool for municipalities to be able to better understand their housing needs assessments and develop data-driven metrics. Additionally, Connecticut, as I spoke last week, is one of the most segregated states in the country. We are more segregated than many states in the South, and fair share zoning would advance the legislative proposals that have been submitted across many of the committees in the General Assembly this session that are looking for equitable and anti-racist approaches to repair many social determinants, right? And so fair share planning for where and how we develop affordable housing, right, is simply a very equitable and strong anti-racist approach, right? So it's a tool, it's a planning tool that will quantify what towns need to do. I think I have about a minute left, so I would also like to speak in support of 291. And again, I'll take off my Fair Housing Center hat here, and I just want to say a personal statement about 291. I spent my early adulthood as a young mother, desperate to work myself out of generations of poverty. I committed to an education as a pathway to economic security, and between the ages of 24 and 31, I earned a BA and then a graduate degree. I would not have been successful without access to home-based daycare. These businesses provide dependable, very affordable childcare in our neighborhoods. Limiting home-based childcare opportunities limits pathways out of poverty for women and their children and disparately impacts women of color. Thank you.
No problem, Finn. Any questions for our friend Finn? All right, seeing none and seeing as Representative Williams seems engrossed, we'll go on to the next person if there's no questions. John Daniels. Second time, John Daniels.
Let's give him a few seconds.
Yes, hi, sorry.
Oh, no problem.
So I'm John Daniels. I'm opposed to bill number 292. I'm a fourth generation home energy supplier. We provide our customers with heating oil, propane, and the installation and service of electric heat pumps. Based on the current bill's proposal, we would eliminate the ability for a consumer to choose which heating option best suits their needs and desires. Over the last 10 years, we have seen a dramatic increase in the overall efficiency of all heating options, as well as their ability to produce heat in a more energy efficient and cleaner way. Without an open and free market that drives technological advances as well as price stability for consumers would only have one option for their energy needs and thus be subject to the utilities pricing structure. As we've seen over the last 2 years, Eversource in particular has dramatically raised rates without concern for their ratepayers' ability to pay their bills. And it has been announced that Connecticut residents can expect a 21% increase in their electric bill for 2022. In July of 2020, Eversource dramatically increased prices in the middle of the pandemic that caused public outrage, so much so that state regulators ordered Eversource to suspend the controversial rate increase. Eversource's announcement of their price increase came on the same day they reported earnings of $252.2 million. The fact that with the passage of this bill, customers would be even more reliant on Eversource's shady and unethical pricing structure. Utilities are guaranteed a profit and pass all of their expenses on to their ratepayers. According to the Wall Street Journal's article from February 18th of this year, utilities are in need of $208 billion worth of investment to upgrade the current electrical grid that is already overstressed. If this bill comes into existence, there would be an even greater need for electricity in which the utilities would have even more of a stranglehold on the market, which would dramatically reduce competition, resulting in higher prices than what we are already expected to pay. Now, as I'm an installer of heat pumps, I can see their benefit in real time as an efficient way to supplement a customer's ability to heat their home. Now, I say heat pumps are a way to supplement a home's heating needs, as the average home in Connecticut needs anywhere from 60,000 BTUs to 120,000 BTUs to heat the home. Currently, the largest heat pump available is 60,000 BTU 5-ton system, which would not be large enough to heat the average home while making the home extremely uncomfortable during the cooling months, as the system would be dramatically oversized, leading to the home being left cool, clammy, and very inefficient during the heating season. Heat pumps are also a supplemental heating option, as they are currently not designed to operate at full BTU capacity at very low temperatures. Heat pumps are designed to operate at temperatures lower than 32 degrees. However, as the temperature decreases, the BTU capacity of the unit significantly drops. At 15 degrees, most heat pumps operate at about 65% of their BTU capacity. And at temperatures of 5 degrees, a heat pump is only able to produce 50% of its
You're at your
BTU
3-minute mark, so
capacity.
please summarize.
The summary is heat pumps are a great option, but they have to be used as supplemental heat. They're not designed to operate at temperatures as low as we see in our winter here. And in order to supplement that, we either have to use fossil fuels for the home to heat or electric heat resistance, which this bill also is opposed. So thank you very much for your time. And once again, I oppose bill number 292.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. I have one question for you based on your testimony you just gave about their supplemental use. I have a 2,100 square foot house with a heat pump system that has handled -5, -10 degrees without any supplemental fossil fuel heat. So according, you're saying it's not capable of doing that. How was I some sort of anomaly? Because I'm telling you, my house isn't very my house is not very well insulated, built in 1941. So please explain how my house is some kind of anomaly that seems to be able to function with just a heat pump.
So what we do, typically speaking, on your conventional style heat pumps, as the temperatures get lower, we install electric heat resistant, typically anywhere from an 8 kW to a 10 kW heat strip within the ductwork of the home.
Electrical heat resistors, and going down to -5, -10, my electrical heat resistor and my heat pump never turned on. And
you, sir, have a great system. And when you look at the numbers by itself from the manufacturer's specs, you know, you can look right at them. And as the temperatures get lower, the BTU capacity significantly decreases.
Well,
so you know, you're looking at
installer assured me with the specs of the system that it could handle my house, and he was accurate. And on the really cold month we had was January, February. You know, an electric bill of about $240. And that's, I will say that's with a solar array. But even then, considering on a month like that, normally when I used to have an oil system, my bill would be well over $500. And that's 10 years ago. I can't imagine what it would have been now. So it still was a tremendous savings. I mean, can you explain that?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's purely based on the style system you have. So this past year, we installed about 100 ductless heat pumps. And on those ductless heat pumps, you know, I'm looking at the specs right now. At 5 degrees and a 36,000 BTU system, you're only getting 20,800 BTUs. So your typical house that is going to need anywhere from 60 to 120,000 to heat the home. If you put in a 3-ton system, which is designed for your cooling needs, as the temperatures get less, you're getting about 60%, 50%. So, you know, if your house is, if you do the heat calculations on the house and it needs 60,000 and you have the unit in there at 5 degrees, you're only getting 50%. You're not going to be able to heat your house at, 30,000 BTUs.
Yeah. Well, we manage it. I'm not going to argue because I will concede that you are far more an expert on these things than I am. And I've only installed 3 or 4 and not hundreds. But I just let you know that it did work out for me. I'm a general contractor. I've seen them work out on a lot of different situations, and I'm hoping the technology gets better and better. But as I said to other people before, this was not a bill designed to hurt the heating oil and propane service industry. It's really just an effort to move us towards more efficiency but thank you very much for your testimony. Any other questions from Mr. Daniels? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Dave Souza will be next.
Thank you, Senator Lopes, and all the members of the committee. My name is David Souza. I'm a co-owner and S1 license holder of J&A Waterville Oil Service located in Naugatuck, Connecticut. I'm 3rd generation there. I oppose SB 292 because it's reckless. It potentially puts people in peril and is out of touch with reality. I don't doubt that it has the best of intentions, but it is truly putting the cart before the horse. If passed, it will put Connecticut residents' lives in danger. This bill talks about training and educating professionals about heat pumps. I know enough about heat pumps to know that these units are much more complex and involved than conventional air conditioning equipment. With respect to repairs, even an experienced HVAC technician is on the phone with technical support when working on these units, no matter the brand. I also know that I will not work on one of these pieces of equipment in cold weather conditions because it exposes myself and my company's liability insurance to extremely cold conditions where my techs could expose themselves to slips and falls, exhaustion, heart problems, frostbite, and potentially worse. If we're on our way to banning combustion, which is what this bill is truly about, we will not be allowed to set up heated tents at outdoor units, heated tents that would provide HVAC professionals a safe working environment. Not to mention, it potentially exposes my customers to supply chain issues for parts and shipping, exorbitantly higher repair and maintenance costs than they're accustomed to, and increased overall stress. Moreover, those same customers will need backup heat in the form of conventional heating systems, therefore adding to the overall underlying cost and quantity of equipment to maintain or replace in their homes. I've spoken with many HVAC technicians and contractors that share my sentiment. The HVAC industry is going to turn into a bigger mess than it already is. The constant bid wars that occur will inevitably lead to companies underbidding each other to get work, but making the consumer suffer through comfort or lack thereof. Many contractors have a difficult time sizing these units properly. Should we size them for air conditioning or cooling season, or should we size them for heating season? Most manufacturers will tell you to size the air conditioning, size the system for cooling season. With current heat pump technology, we're doing a disservice to the customer no matter which option we choose. If we size the air conditioning for cooling season, we don't provide enough heat in cold temperatures. If we size for heating season, we can create unhealthy homes that can make people sick through a lack of proper indoor air quality. Heat pumps do not currently incorporate methods of dealing with poor indoor air quality. At some point, we will have to add that additional cost to our consumers. Lastly, SB 292 lacks vision and moreover is asking us to commit to a document that has not been written yet, which is the IECC of 2024. I cannot think of a more dystopian, more out of touch with reality thought. Worst of all, you're wasting my time and hard-earned tax money by introducing legislation that puts people in danger and insults HVAC professionals.
Your 3-minute mark, so please summarize.
Yep, full electrification may be the future, but it hasn't arrived yet.
Thank you, Dave.
The HVAC field has.
I think, Dave, your time is up. Is there any questions for Dave? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Dave.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Stephen Lewis.
Good afternoon, Representative Williams, Senator Lopes, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Stephen Lewis. I live in South Windsor, and I'm a member of the Sierra Club of Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Senate Bill 292. As a counterpoint to what we've heard from some of the other speakers from the industry representing fossil fuel companies that help heat our homes, based on prior technology, I want to offer a practical story about a homeowner trying to address the high cost of energy within the budget of a young family, and how that story clearly supports the idea of this bill as it relates to alterations on residential buildings. 20 years ago, I bought a fixer-upper colonial in South Windsor. I had an oil boiler and baseboard heating, radiators for heating, and a whole house fan to cool it in the summer. Back in 1968, when my house was built, the price of a gallon of oil was 20 cents. They didn't really build houses back then with the idea that energy was expensive. The windows were single pane and drafty, and the attic had almost no insulation. The whole house fan was like a chimney that allowed heat to waft up through the louvers and out through the attic. That first winter in my old house was a shocker. Oil was $1.46 a gallon, and I used just under 1,125 gallons for the year. And the annual bill for my first year in the house, $1,643. The next year, I got weatherization and home insulation religion. For $500 worth of blanket insulation, I covered my entire attic. And I saw my heating use go down to $1,367. And it was a colder winter, 600 heating degree days more. And I only used 964 gallons. That was immediate payback on my investment in the first year and every year thereafter. And the fact is that weatherization and insulating and tightening up homes, making them more efficient, is hugely beneficial, but it's not enough. Over successive years, I replaced windows, had a home energy audit, replaced my original boiler with a new, more efficient one, and I joined the heating oil co-op. And while I measured my oil consumption diligently, the price of oil kept going up as my consumption steadily declined. I was on a cost treadmill. My efficiency was as good as I could get it, consuming going from 0.22 gallons of oil per degree day to 0.09 per degree day. And my lowest consumption year went from 1,125 gallons to 564 per year. That was great because that year oil was averaging $3.63 a gallon, and my expense had gone up to $1,841 even after all those efficiency investments. Ouch. Oil heating is a racket, and I hated to be a part of it. Eventually, I became aware of the miracle of the air source heat pump, or better known as the ductless mini split system. Not only can the new ones keep your home toasty warm with the outdoor sub-zero temperatures, but they cool the house all summer efficiently too. I installed a system in my house, and it's super quiet and simple to use. Because mini splits are ductless, they can be easily installed in existing older construction, like my colonial, with little intrusion. And so I've traded heating with oil for heating with electricity. And even in Connecticut, with the highest electricity rates in the country, the cost of electricity used is super efficient. Okay, finishing up. And the heat pump uses materially less and costs less. Connecticut must become more aggressive to help solve our climate emergency. We need to electrify our heating in our new residential construction and when we make major renovation in existing structures. This will save consumers money over time and help us meet our greenhouse gas reduction targets. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Stephen. Senator Anwar.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Steve. Thank you for your testimony. I had a couple of questions for you. One was, do you know the approximate cost for the new system that you had applied, and then how soon were you able to pay for that cost?
Yeah, it was 11,000, and based on my consumption rate, I'm estimating 8 years to pay it back. So, in 8 years, and I kind of timed it for my retirement because I don't want to have the fluctuation that we're seeing in energy prices like what's going on today.
Right. And one of the questions that I ask, and you could give me an insight. What is happening also is that the oil companies are very local. They are community members, they are friends, they are helping the league, they are trying to interact with the community, doing all the positive things, and they are our neighbors. And when we look at the electric company, they are giving millions of dollars to their CEOs. They're publicly traded. They actually are rating us, frankly. And you turn the light on for 1 second, you will have a $1 bill, and there'll be $300 for the delivery of that. So when you look at that part and you look at the positive thing about electricity, and then you say emotionally you are torn and say, look, they're killing me, but am I saving the planet? Can you help me reconcile that challenge we have?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I agree with you. The oil companies have been around for a long time and part of the community, and now solar installers are a part of the community, and heat pump technicians are part of the community. They all are, and they're all competing in a marketplace. And if I were managing, I have an MBA from UConn. If I was managing an oil company, I'd be diversifying and quickly getting into heat pump technology because it's the wave of the future. Just as Senator Lopes said, we're going to see a long stretch of time as we transition in a just and equitable way away from fossil fuels and to electric for reducing greenhouse gases. I agree. I put solar on my house so I could also sever my relationship with Eversource as much as possible. And that's working out fantastic. In fact, I've added a second array to charge all my electric vehicles. So, I'm almost 100% completely renewable. And you can do it, and you can do it in a cost-effective way.
Well, thank you so much. Just like everybody else have tried that, but I had to cut about 16 trees, and the trees won. So,
that's why we need community solar, because not everybody's roof angle and situation is the same. And there's a lot of renters out there who would love to get solar energy and the stability and the lower cost of it if they could get community solar. So we need to invest more in that.
Yes, I have a request to the Energy Committee on that very specific thing. Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for all the work that you do and raising awareness on making sure that we save our planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Are there any other questions for Stephen? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Tara? Tara.
Hi there. Thank you. Distinguished senators, representatives, and members of the Housing Committee, my name is Tara Rastieri. I'm a resident of Greenwich and a member of the RTM and Town Board of Human Services. I'm speaking today in opposition of HB 5204. As stated in earlier testimony, towns are due to submit their affordable housing plans to the state by June 1st. And as pointed out earlier by Mrs. Guerra, we did not receive guidance until December of 2020. And what happened next? COVID and shutdowns. Towns such as Greenwich have been doing needs assessments and considering programs and plans that will support more affordable and attainable housing. These plans, as so eloquently stated by Selectman Chris earlier, should be given the opportunity to be put into place before inferring another process or law that is needed to achieve the same goal. It was stated before that 5204 is a planning tool to help guide affordable housing plans. When under the bill, towns are told things that will be required of them. I don't think that qualifies as a planning tool. 5204, as in lines 47 to 48, proposes that the Comprehensive Housing Affordability Strategy, or CHAS, be used to determine the minimum need of affordable housing units. As stated, HUD will evaluate, quote, the extent of housing problems and housing needs, particularly for low-income households, end quote. Okay, however, but what the bill neglects to reflect is the next statement made by HUD in regards to the use of CHAS, and that is, I quote, CHAS data should be used by local governments to plan how to spend HUD funds. Note, local governments. Proponents of HB 5204 have said that much of the new affordable housing will be built without subsidies through inclusionary development without cost to taxpayers. This is simply not true. The primary source of inclusionary development funding is the low-income housing tax credit, a federal tax credit administered by state agencies. These tax credits are not guaranteed. It is the states that allocate them, these credits, through a competitive process that varies and in most places has many more applications than actual available credits. Another point, the Connecticut Constitution provides the separation of governmental functions into three basic departments: legislative, executive, and judicial. The lawmaking function is vested exclusively in the legislative branch. 5204 delegates excessive authority to the Secretary of OPM and the Commissioner of Housing, and that it empowers the executive branch to establish the methodology and basis for determining need and allocation of affordable housing. This is a key provision of the legislation, and these issues should be established by the legislature, not by some committee of advocates. I would encourage you to read additional details in my written testimony, and I would urge you to allow local government to implement the affordable housing plan that we have been working so hard to develop. Fair share will simply not work. It was proposed over 30 years ago, and 830J replaced it. There's a reason it was turned down 30 years ago. Thank you. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I'm looking forward to seeing Greenwich's plan in the year 2022.
We're working hard on it. I'm telling you, we are. And we really have a plan, and there will be a lot more development.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nichelle is next. Did I pronounce that correctly, Nichelle?
Yes, you did. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, ranking members and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Nichelle Waddell, and the name of my family's program is Watch Me Grow Daycare, located in Sanford. I have been a child care owner for 3 years and an educator for 10. I am testifying in support of SB 291, an act concerning certain protections for group and family childcare homes. It is no secret that there is a childcare crisis going on in the United States. Countless news stories and articles and papers have highlighted the situation across the country. And honestly, the shortage of quality childcare is even more pronounced in Fairfield County and Westchester. Yet family and group childcare providers experience persistent housing and zoning barriers that prevent them from starting and maintaining their businesses. This bill will enforce and strengthen existing protections for home-based childcare businesses. And I'm here to talk about the challenges that I faced and encourage you to support this effort. I applied for and was denied by my local zoning board of appeals twice before being approved to operate a group family childcare home. I went from being a family childcare home of 6 children to a group family childcare home, which allows me to care for up to 12 children. Hiring a lawyer and paying the necessary fees was extremely costly. I am still paying off those costs. My approval was based on an agreement to shuttle children to and from the program. Since being approved, the zoning board has prohibiting me from shuttling infants. Under the current conditions outlined by the zoning board, I had to turn away 5 families since January. And as recently as last month, I had to turn away a family with a 3-month-old in dire need of care. I had to submit a request to the zoning board to adjust this condition and incurred more legal costs and almost additional zoning board fees. Thankfully, they did approve me, but I, again, have now increased my legal bill by probably another $1,000 back up. These barriers have meant turning away the parents of young children who are looking to return to work. Families have come to me before their children were born looking for a high quality program for their children. Many mothers have 3 to 6 months before they have to return to work. Family childcare educators often meet this needs. Threats of eviction from landlords and unforeseen zoning challenges stop providers from being able to offer consistent care to families who are relying on us to be able to get back to work. I've spoken with other educators that have been interested in expanding to group family childcare and have decided against it due to the cost and the uncertainty of participating in the zoning board process. Childcare is well regulated in the state, and although the zoning boards mean well, they are stifling the supply of licensed family childcare in the state. This is why I'm asking you to support SB 291. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nichelle. Are there any questions for Nichelle? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jessica.
Yes, hi. Oh, sorry, I did not realize I was up next. Sorry, one moment. Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Phipps, ranking members Ciccarella and Paletta, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Jessica Sager. I am the CEO of All Our Kin, which supports over 600 family childcare providers caring for over 3,600 children in New Haven, Bridgeport, Stamford, Norwalk, Danbury, and Hartford. Today, you will hear and have heard family childcare educators describe the problem that RB 291 proposes to solve. I am here to ask you to support RB 291 on behalf of them and the families in their communities. While I do so in my professional capacity, this issue resonates with me in a very personal way. When my daughter, Sophia, was born, All Our Kin had a very small staff, and I needed to be able to go back to work. Because I had a wonderful childcare provider, I never doubted that my child was loved, that she was happy, or that she was safe. Every day, I could do my job to build an organization that would support educators across Connecticut. Every working parent deserves that feeling of security and support. Every working parent needs access to quality care. Today, there are 300,000 fewer people in Connecticut's workforce than at the beginning of the pandemic. Women's participation in the workforce is at a low ebb. Nationwide, it is the lowest in more than 3 decades. 68% of those who have lost jobs, 100% of those who have left jobs are women. If you have young children or grandchildren, or even read the news, you know the childcare shortage undergirds our state's workforce crisis. Without safe, reliable childcare, women cannot maintain regular employment. Women are turning down jobs, moving from full to part-time, and simply not returning to the workforce. This increases women's financial insecurity. When women leave the workforce, they don't receive promotions, raises, and accrue savings at the same pace as men. Even before the pandemic, this resulted in a lifetime wage gap between Connecticut women and men of about $500,000. But for Black women, this wage gap increases to 1 to 1.5 million. And among Latinas, it is more than 2 million, among the largest in the country. The pandemic did not create Connecticut's childcare shortage, but it clearly exacerbated it. As you will see in Commissioner Beth Bai's written testimony, OEC envisions family childcare educators meeting up to half of the unmet need for infant and toddler slots. But barriers to housing and zoning are stifling the family childcare supply, as you just heard. I hope you will enable family childcare educators to provide the options for working women that I benefited from as a young mother. I hope you will enable providers to support their own families as small business owners. Your vote is a vote in favor of working mothers, family childcare providers, and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Are there any questions for Jessica? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Natasha.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Natasha Reifenberg. I am a New Haven resident and student at Yale Law School. I testify today as someone who has spent 6 years working with low-income domestic violence victims. My greatest hope is that victims of domestic violence find safety, accountability, and healing after abuse. Safe housing lies at the center of realizing that hope. I am here to voice my strong support for SB 294, which provides housing protections for victims of family violence who are facing an eviction for being a victim. Prior to moving here, I worked in Indiana, where victims had little recourse if they were further punished in the private housing market for the violent crimes committed against them. I saw firsthand as a domestic violence caseworker how, without housing protections, homelessness and domestic violence exist in a deeper, more intertwined vicious cycle where fear of one traps a victim in the other. The statistics on domestic violence and homelessness are astounding and heartbreaking. 1 in 4 homeless women report domestic violence as the immediate cause of their homelessness. I want to tell you a story to make these statistics feel more real. I had a client I started working with after she had been evicted from her home because she had become too much of a nuisance. She had called the police when her ex-boyfriend broke his protective order. She was doing everything in her power to get away from him and give her son the most stable life she could. Her abuser had cut her off from her family and friends, a common outcome of an abusive relationship. Refusing to bring him in, and without any other option, she moved in with her. I don't know what happened to her, but I can infer from experience and research, her son and her were in a much worse and more dangerous situation. A survey from 2020 confirmed that out of all unmet requests for 49% of them were for housing or emergency shelter. Shelters cannot solve this problem. For one, there simply isn't enough space, but more fundamentally, victims and their children deserve to be able to stay in their own homes and not be discriminated against because of the violence they suffered. While this bill in itself does not constitute an enormous expansion of protections, statutorily describing and vindicating the protections domestic violence victims have from discriminatory evictions can be literally life-saving. I'm not speaking hyperbolically. Department of Justice data confirms that after an eviction, a victim experiences significantly more lethal domestic violence compared to those who remain in stable housing. Lethality in domestic violence lingo refers to severe bodily injury or even homicide that results from abuse. Ultimately, housing protections like the ones in SB 294 could have been a game changer for my client and her son. I have 3 minor suggestions to amend the bill that are included in my written testimony. I am happy to discuss them further if committee members wish me to do so. I believe my time is up. Thank you again so much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony, Natasha. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you for your work.
Thank you so much.
Director Karen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Honorable co-chairs, Representative Williams, Senator Lopes, to our vice chairs, ranking members, and to the entirety of the Housing Committee. I am happy to be in front of you again this evening. My name is Karen Du Bois Walton, and I submit this testimony in support of HB 5204, an act concerning a needs assessment and fair share plans for municipalities to increase affordable housing. I serve as president of Elm City Communities. We're the housing authority in the city of New Haven, and also our affiliates, the Glendower Group, a development company, and 360 Management Company, a property management company. At ECC, Hannah, we manage more than 3,000 units of affordable and mixed income housing and provide housing subsidies to another 3,000 families across our city. Even with the significant federal resources we receive, we are only able to help house 1 out of every 4 families who are eligible for housing support. We have a waiting list of more than 17,000 families, some waiting for many years to receive any housing subsidy. Crucially, of our 17,000 person waiting list, 1/3 come from places outside of New Haven, from our surrounding towns. While New Haven is in desperate need of more affordable housing, our region and our state are as well. Too many people in Connecticut are reliant on concentrated communities of cheaper housing disproportionately located in cities, or wait for a decade to finally receive a housing subsidy that limits where they could potentially live to one municipality. Estimates of our state's affordable housing shortage range from 80,000 to 140,000 or even more units. We have a profound need for more affordable housing, and one that too few legislators have faced head on. We need real solutions to our housing crisis that fit the scale of the problem. And HB 5204 is one of a few bills this session that takes our housing crisis seriously and acts in turn. This bill would generate tens of thousands of new units of affordable housing in high opportunity communities all across our state, taking a big chunk out of our state's affordable housing shortage and immediately expanding opportunity for thousands of our neighbors. Not only do we have a moral obligation to expand the supply of affordable housing, but by expanding opportunity and reducing costs for tens of thousands of our community members, we also give our state a big economic boost. That's why we're a part of Growing Together Connecticut, a coalition of organizations and advocates in Connecticut who are committed to solving our housing crisis and building a better future. Growing Together is fighting for two priorities: increasing affordable housing outside our cities and increasing our state investment in our cities. HB 5204 will do the former, and it must be paired with significant investment in our cities that will allow all of us to truly grow together. We're in the process of listening sessions across our cities, across the state, to hear from residents about what needs to be in a bill around urban reinvestment. We intend to bring a bill next session that will make these investments and work in tandem with HB 5204 to generate new growth and opportunities in our cities, suburbs, towns, and villages. I urge the committee to support 5204, which will lead to the needed changes and improvements in investment in our affordable housing landscape. And I do also want to just lend support to SB 291, which is also a vital need in our communities. I thank you for your time this evening.
Are there any questions? Just a few questions, if you can do for the educational edifice of the members of the committee. In particular, I know you mentioned about high opportunity zones or high opportunity areas. Can you talk about what that is and how is that described? What kind of community assets are in those areas?
Yes, towns that have been earn the categorization of high and very high opportunity offer currently have very low levels of affordable housing, but offer great opportunity in terms of access to jobs, access to schools that are deemed high performing in our state, and offer opportunities for families to explore housing opportunities in a wide variety of places that include our suburbs.
Thank you. And what are the economic impacts of not doing this legislation?
Well, the cost for those tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of families that are currently housing insecure and paying far more for their housing means that they're not using dollars for other things in our community. So we have that loss of opportunity for those families and for the economic benefit that's generated. The building of affordable housing has been estimated for every unit built, it creates 100 jobs. It creates long-term economic development, so we have that possibility as well. But if we are not growing together as a state, we're losing that opportunity for employers to see this as a place to grow. We're losing opportunities for families to invest in their young people's success, for their economic success, and we will not be the state that we want to be. That's a place for all of us to grow together.
There was also several folks that said that this bill is both incredibly vague and a direct mandate in too directive. It's hard for me to understand how they can be both. So I was wondering if you have any insight as to why this particular language works or doesn't work, or if there's anything that could be better about it.
Well, I think the bill is a real common sense approach to what we need to do. So one, it will conduct a real needs assessment across the state, an updated assessment. We will know the numbers of affordable housing units that we need. It will then allocate that goal to towns, so that towns will have real goals, as opposed to what are now outdated and insufficient numbers under our current statutes. It then will direct towns to create a plan and a zone to plan and zone for that growth over the next 10 years. And then it puts in state government, in OPM and in the Department of Housing, the two areas that would seem to make most sense for this, the responsibility to manage and enforce that over time. It's a system that is working in some of our neighboring states, New Jersey being one. And it is a common sense approach to thinking about how we get to real numbers and do that in ways that can really move us forward.
And what do we say to the communities that are saying, well, wait, we haven't even finished our 830J planning after 4 years or 2 years, depending on how you describe it, or 2022 years. What do we say to the communities that say, wait, let's wait till we finish our 830J plan and then move forward with a fair share idea?
We know that the current statute doesn't nearly get us to the numbers of affordable housing units that we need across our state. So continuing at a glacial pace on something that we know from the outset doesn't begin to meet the need doesn't seem to be the kind of forward-thinking policy that Connecticut is typically known for. So we need to align our efforts to the urgency and the scale of the problem that's facing us. And the current statute just doesn't do that.
And one last question. What do we say to the communities that say, well, you know what, this is a suburban area. I want to stay in the suburban area. How does this plan change the sort of either density of towns or suburbs or rural areas? Or how does this change the character, or does it? How would this affect communities?
This is going to be, it will impact how our suburban towns go about planning for the growth that's necessary and the growth that's desired in all of our communities. It is difficult to say that we want to protect something that was explicitly and has continued to be discriminatory and segregationist. So we do need to resist just wanting to protect what's already in place and what's been in place, because what's been in place is violative of the fair housing laws and the anti-discrimination concepts. So it is absolutely going to push us forward. And it's going to push us forward in ways that align with our state's desire to lead around racial equity, to lead around meeting the needs of all of our residents.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions for the director? Seeing none. Oh no, Senator Anwar.
I just had a comment. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing, and it's very important. Your education and how you're describing it is helpful to me, and then I'm sure to others as well. So I just wanted to thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's always good to see you, Senator. Thank you. You all have a great evening.
Thank you, Director. Peter Millman.
Thank you. Distinguished members of the Housing Committee, I want to thank you for the opportunity to make comment about SB 292 today. My name is Peter Millman, and I represent Eastern Connecticut Green Action. I also sit on the board of People's Actions for Clean Energy. I want to speak in support of SB 292, an act concerning heating efficiency in new construction and major alterations of residential buildings. In 2006, President George Bush said, "America is addicted to oil. We're also addicted to natural gas. Like all addictions, it is really hard to break the habit. Like all habits, it's easy to find excuses for putting off the day when you make the change. But the time has come when we need to start cutting back on our use of natural gas and oil for heating. This bill is a modest, very gradual beginning because it only applies to new construction or major residential alterations. In the progression from crawling to walking to running, This barely gets us out of the crawling phase in our necessary move away from fossil fuels. Continuing our addiction to fossil fuels to heat homes and cook food condemns us to a worse climate future, worse health outcomes for the people who in homes and apartments, dramatic price fluctuations for oil and gas, and higher energy bills for residents and businesses. Newer technologies such as heat pumps are cleaner, healthier, and cheaper due to their high efficiency. Opposition to this bill, which will likely come from existing businesses that sell fossil fuels and the equipment that burns those fuels, is understandable, but should not determine whether it passes or fails. The transition to electrified heating already presents massive opportunities for existing businesses, and will continue even more as time progresses. Many, if not most, local companies that currently sell gas and oil heating equipment already install heat pumps when asked by customers. We can do this. We can end our addiction to fossil fuels, and the businesses, engineers, and builders, and contractors, and regulators who are used to our existing system will learn how to adapt, and very likely will do so to their own benefit. Please pass this legislation and then move to the next stage of transitioning to a clean energy economy. We need to do this. As Bill McKibben has said, winning slowly is the same as losing. And right now, we're winning very slowly. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Are there any questions for Peter? Thank you, Peter, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Samantha Dean.
Hi, thank you, Representative Williams. Good evening to you and to all the members of the Housing Committee. My name is Sam Danowski. I'm the State Director of Sierra Club, where we are committed to defending everyone's right to a healthy world by tackling the serious challenges of a warming climate and unprecedented levels of pollution. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 292 and Senate Bill 295. These bills will have positive climate, human health, and economic impacts. We strongly support Senate Bill 292 because a transition from fossil fuel combustion in buildings to clean and renewable technologies is necessary to meet our emission reduction goals. New construction and major retrofits are the most logical way to start doing this. The climate benefits of electrification are due to the superior performance of heat pumps, which use at least 3 to 4 times less energy than their fossil fuel counterparts. I want to correct a bit of misinformation that's been repeated several times today. Emissions are lower with heat pumps, even when including the emissions from power plants. Further, the climate benefits of electrification improve as the grid continues to get cleaner over time. Pair them with rooftop solar, and the emissions are even lower. Fully electrified buildings are not only the right choice for climate, they're also a cost-effective choice for new buildings. There are many precedents of demonstrated success for cost-effective all-electric residential construction, including in the Northeast. This includes Massachusetts, where zero-emission buildings are being built in Massachusetts today with virtually no upfront costs. Another bit of misinformation that was repeated today is about the efficacy of heat pumps. Air source and ground source heat pumps are well suited for new buildings and major retrofits in Connecticut. Units rated for cold climate are rated to meet our needs. And as noted by Senator Lopes and others, Maine is on its way to meet its goal to install 100,000 heat pumps by 2025. Fossil-free homes are also better for human health. And this point I want to really emphasize. Combusting fuels in buildings produces a range of air pollutants with both acute and chronic health effects. A recent report from Harvard found that in Connecticut, air pollution from burning fuels in buildings led to an estimated 310 early deaths and $3.56 billion in health impact costs in 2017 alone. Workforce training is an important component of this bill, and appreciate it being in here. As demand for heat pumps expands, training will ensure that Connecticut residents are ready for these additional good-paying jobs. Sierra Club also supports Senate Bill 295 to jumpstart the construction of more energy efficiency homes through a temporary tax credit for the purchase of newly constructed energy efficient homes. Like Senate Bill 292, this bill will benefit the state and the eligible homeowners through lower carbon emissions and reduced health impacts. We do recommend that the HERS rating used to confirm eligibility not include on-site renewable energy.
Your 3 minutes is up, so please summarize.
And that was my last word. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. Are there any questions for Samantha? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Good night.
And particularly thank you for the clarification on some of the misinformation. Thank you. Peter, I think, was already called. So Aaron, Director Kemple.
Good evening. My name is Erin Kempel. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Fair Housing Center, and I'm here today to speak in favor of HB 5204. You've already heard from Ms. Welton about the important effects that this will have, not just on the economy, but also on people's ability to access housing. But I want to address some of the objections that people have raised to why this bill should not pass. And I want to start that by talking you about a little bit of history. Since at least 1921, Connecticut, the state of Connecticut, has allowed communities to regulate their own zoning, giving them the power to decide who can live in their towns, what type of housing should be located there, where it is approved, and whether it should be home ownership versus rental. The result of that decision in over 100 years of history has been hyper-segregation that outstrips every single state in New England and many of the states in the former Connecticut Confederate nation. Some of the opponent, and one of the things that this bill is trying to do is to reverse some of that history. The opponents have said, well, we have 830J that requires cities and towns to create an affordable housing plan. Unfortunately, as you've already heard, only 26 of the 169 cities and towns in Connecticut have created an affordable housing plan. And in looking at those plans, most of them do not address the severe housing need that affordable housing need that is experienced by people of color, people who are low income, and people who have a source of income other than work. In addition to that, 8-30J has no yardstick by which to measure whether or not those 26 affordable housing plans actually meet any standards or are likely to get to the production of affordable housing. Instead, it simply asks that they do the work without having any way to evaluate what has been done. The center is supporting this bill because it will create a yardstick. It will tell us, it will create a data-driven way of determining whether or not we are meeting the needs of some of our most vulnerable citizens. As you've heard from homelessness advocates today on other bills, too many families are one paycheck away from being homeless. Too many families are currently residing in shelter. One of the things that this bill will do is give us an accurate sense of what is needed. And it is a bill that will allow all of us to meet that need, not just the urban areas in Connecticut. I urge the passage of this bill, not because it's going to give quotas, not because it's going to tell everyone what they have to do, but because we need to start to address 100 years.
Summarize.
Thank you. We need to address 100 years of our history that has gotten us not to the place that we want to be, where everyone has access to the housing of their choice, free from discrimination, but to a society that is hyper-segregated, where too many people do not live with people that do not look like them. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Counselor. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony, and particularly, once again, that historical context in which you gave. Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony.
Happy to be here.
Dora is ready to go.
Yes. Hello, distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Dora Ramos, and I'm the owner of Nova Academy, a family childcare program in Stanford. I'm here to testify in support of SB 291. I have my degree in education, early childhood development, social work, and nutrition. I pride myself on providing a healthy and safe environment for children. Our families have different schedules. We try to accommodate their needs. I applied for my group childcare license last year around March. I spent more than $13,500 in it. The first thing I needed to do was submit a zoning application, which cost me around $1,500. On top of the application, I needed to hire an architect or a lawyer. An architect was less expensive than paying to a lawyer, which came to around $6,000. I was advised to do a traffic study, survey of the place, hire an engineer to check the parking. Everything went well. Unfortunately, we needed to meet the satisfaction of the neighbors. And that's my biggest concern, the neighbors. Zoning or the city of Stanford, they never told me that or advised us that we need to have the approval of the neighbors. Even if one neighbor is not happy about it, doesn't want to have a childcare around their home, they say no. And unfortunately, we go against it. They listen to them. It's a very sad thing to hear, but it's more important, I guess, the happiness of the neighbors than the children. That's my biggest concern. I introduced myself to all the neighbors. They were not happy about it. They didn't want any more people coming in around the neighborhood, which is a very quiet neighborhood. Even though we did the traffic study that we were going to do it very smoothly, we were trying to comply and try to change the schedule and try to open later so they could be okay, but nothing was okay with them. Besides the money that I spent, I started to get sick. So I talked to my doctor and, she said, it's either you keep going with this kind of a stress, which is making you sick, or you stop what you're doing. So I rethink about it and I stopped the application, which till now I feel very bad about it because I spent a lot of money, but it was either my health or keep going with this stress that was very, very annoying to go through. But the last thing that I want to say is that I had my meeting that was scheduled and it was canceled by the city of Stanford, and they never told me why until later on that day we were so prepared with the architect to present our case, but
Your 3 minutes is up, so please summarize.
They cancel it. I feel very bad for the families that I had to turn down, and my request is to support the SB 291. Thank you.
Dora, thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Dora? Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much for your testimony and, the idea of working to help families with the child care needs. Having a licensed home, you went through the process of licensing your home in order to have the child care?
If I had the license, yes. You have to go through a lot of procedures with the Office of Early Childhood. And yes, we did have the license.
And did you get it for a family daycare or was it for a group home?
I have a license as a family childcare provider.
So it's for family. Very, very good. And just tell us a little bit about what your thoughts were in terms of the neighbors' resistance. What did they think was going on?
I feel horrible because I was suggested to introduce myself to all the neighbors so they can know about me and what I was trying to do. I went to all the neighbors that I was asked for, and I introduced myself, and some of them were proactive, were very excited about it. but there was specifically one neighbor that said that she was gonna collect signatures of all the neighbors to go against it, and that's what she did.
Right.
And it was very sad. She will stop with other neighbors, and they will stop close to my driveway and start doing comments and talk to me. I will take walks around because, I will take a walk and they will stop me and say, you know what, we're going to go against it because we don't want any traffic. I said, but everything is going to go smoothly. Everything is going to be, according to what the law says and what they're asking for. We're following all the regulations. We're paying for everything that is needed to be paid. We're trying to follow everything. So to help the families, because we had a lot of families that were doctors and nurses who were essential workers through COVID. But nope, nothing pleased her. And I feel bad because the Office of Early Childhood told me, you need to call the police because they can't do that. That's harassment. And I totally understand. But then the architect and I called other lawyers, they said, no, you have to try to please them, try to go very easy with them. And I said, how can this be okay to be trying to please these neighbors where they're against something that is not even a casino or something that is out of, we're providing services for families who are working and trying to find a daycare for their children. I didn't understand. I don't understand how. I do understand that zoning has to do their job, but I wish they can have more knowledge of what is needed in the community. As daycare is not something that is. I don't see it as bad. I see it as something beautiful to make a difference in children's lives. They're the future of the country. So that's something that it's out of my understanding.
Well, I really appreciate your taking the time to talk to us about this and sharing your experience. And thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for those questions, Representative. Are there any other questions for Dora? Thank you for your testimony, Dora.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Melissa is ready to go.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lopes, Chairman Williams, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Melissa Gayton, and I am a member of the Community and Economic Development Clinic at Yale Law School. I am testifying in support of SB 291, an act concerning certain protections for group and family childcare homes. Through representing all our kin and individual educators, our clinic has seen childcare providers struggle to hold on to their businesses as they face uncertainty, discrimination, and eviction. Connecticut faces a tremendous shortage of childcare that has only been made worse by the pandemic. It is impossible to turn a blind eye to the continuing childcare crisis that keeps so many parents from being able to work and provide for their families. In the face of this childcare crisis, licensed childcare providers are facing arbitrary barriers that keep them from expanding their care to the children and families who need it. Zoning authorities and landlords impose unreasonable and often improvised barriers that discriminate against childcare providers across the state. Educators invest substantial time, money, and energy into receiving appropriate health and safety licensing from the state's Office of Early Childhood, only to find that they cannot proceed because of municipal or landlord disapproval. This has real and substantial effects on childcare availability. For example, among the small number of educators that the clinic has spoken to in Stamford alone, extending zoning protections to group childcare would result in at least 30 more slots opening up. That's 30 more children receiving care and 30 more families being better able to find employment without worrying over their child's well-being. Statewide, home-based childcare could close 50% of the outstanding need for infant and toddler care without any additional state expenditure. There are educators who want to provide care and are qualified to do so, and there are simple, common sense policies that have already been implemented by other states that would provide the protections required to expand home-based childcare. Washington, California, Oregon, Minnesota, and New York are just a few of the states that protect group child care homes from local zoning restrictions or discrimination by landlords. By bringing just a few of those protections to Connecticut, SB 291 would advance Connecticut one step closer to solving its childcare crisis. In doing so, our state would join others across the country at the forefront of reducing red tape for those invaluable service providers. Despite Connecticut's stated goal of providing a regulated, safe, and accessible childcare market, childcare homes currently face barriers that make it costly and sometimes impossible to open or maintain childcare homes in many parts of the state. Today, I have come here to encourage you to pass legislation that provides stronger statutory safeguards for home-based childcare, following a path well marked by states across the country and making Connecticut a model for others to follow. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Melissa, for your testimony. Are there any questions for Melissa? Thank you, Melissa, for your testimony. And now Melissa K.
It's getting a little confusing with all these Melissas. Thanks, Representative Williams and members of the Housing Committee for the opportunity to testify. I'm Melissa Copps. I'm an architect and a sustainable design expert. Speaking on behalf of the Connecticut Green Building Council and as an appointed member of the New Haven Climate Emergency Mobilization Task Force, I'm speaking in support of SB 292 and in conditional support of SB 295. Just to repeat, there is no uncertainty that we have to stop expanding our gas infrastructure to meet our state's legislated climate targets. And high efficiency all electric construction already generates much fewer emissions with our current electric grid, which will only get cleaner over time. Heat pumps are 3 times more energy efficient than fossil fuel appliances. This is because they move heat instead of generating it. Combining electrification with the state's 2025 code adoption process will give the industry adequate time to prepare. Connecticut would be following the lead of other communities that have set electrification mandates, such as in New York City, Ithaca, New York, and over 50 municipalities in California. Newer construction codes require higher levels of air sealing, which means the pollution we make inside our home will have a higher impact. Fossil fuel appliances release dangerous toxins, leading to air pollution levels in many guest homes that would be illegal if measured outside. A recent study estimated that burning fossil fuels in buildings led to 318 additional deaths and $3.5 billion in health impact costs in 2017 in Connecticut alone. Children are particularly at risk. A recent study found that gas stoves may be responsible for up to 12% of childhood asthma cases, and asthma rates in the state of Connecticut are currently higher than the national average. In 2019, the city of New Haven experienced the highest hospital healthcare charges due to asthma of any municipality in Connecticut. The building sector is the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions in our state, and more so in our cities. The city of New Haven's latest greenhouse gas inventory shows that the building sector contributed a whopping 70% of our emissions in 2019. Recognizing the many benefits to our community, our city alders unanimously passed a resolution that directs municipal buildings and fleet to be electrified by 2030. But we have no means to require electrification in our privately owned buildings, which is critical given the development boom currently happening in our city. We would like the option for municipalities to adopt this sooner than the normal code adoption cycle, because it's so critical. Regarding SB 295, given the final language of the bill, I would recommend that the HERS rating be changed to 45 or lower and be specified not to include offsets from on-site renewables. And I feel that the cap should be $2,500 for the incentive for each home purchase, regardless of the number of people involved filing individually or jointly. I'm happy to take questions, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your testimony, Melissa. Are there any questions for Melissa K? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Stephanie Martinez.
Hi, yes. Good afternoon. Hi, good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Stephanie Martinez. I work as a licensed early childhood educator in Waterbury, and I currently serve as a child care organizer for CSCA SEIU Local 2001, and I also sit on the board for Child Care for Connecticut's Future. I am writing in support of SB 291. When I was operating my family childcare program, finding housing was difficult. I had to move 3 times, My family was thriving, but so was my business, and I needed to expand. Just the thought of moving was overwhelming, and not only because of what moving implies, mostly because I needed to find a landlord who I can convince that a daycare would not damage their property. I also wanted to make sure they were okay with any small changes the state might ask us to make. I was turned down by several landlords as soon as I mentioned that my main income would come from operating a home-based daycare. They were afraid their insurance was going to increase and their properties could be damaged. Home-based providers are left with very few properties to pick from when they have to rent. They should not be declined the right of housing by anyone if they comply with all of the regulations required by the state to run a licensed daycare program. Family child care homes receive routine and unannounced visits from the Office of Early Childhood to make sure their property is safe for children once it is licensed. Every time I moved, I left the property in better condition than when I received it. I also pay for separate child care insurance that cover the property. I know that most educators do the same. Our goal as educators is to make our home as safe for children as possible. Therefore, I see it very unfair that providers are denied housing and families are denied childcare so easily if providers do not have the ability to buy a home. Parents and children need the services that we offer. Since working for CSCA, I've helped several educators struggling with housing challenges. Recently, I worked with 2 educators who received threats of eviction from their landlords because of concerns about insurance costs. The insurance for the insurance for my then landlord never increased when I was an educator, and it didn't increase for my mother, who still operates her own family childcare program. Recently, I worked with a provider in Waterbury whose landlord kicked her out. She was given 30 days to move out. The pressure of losing her business and her home was extremely difficult. She was a sole provider in her household. I tried to find her a place, but it was impossible. And unfortunately, this happens a lot all over the state. Family child educators support the state's workforce and make a difference in the lives of children. They are essential, and we should treat them as such. Again, I urge you to support SB 291 in order to help expand access to high quality childcare. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Are there any questions for Stephanie? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I'm curious about the insurance aspect that's in your testimony. Was there actually an increase in insurance because of the family daycare?
No, so that's what I actually mentioned. There was no increase in when I was an educator, and actually my mother operates a child care daycare right now, and their landlord still hasn't increased either. And actually, I called today just to make sure once again, and they told me that we can include the landlord in our policy, just so the landlord can have like extra coverage.
Why would he need extra coverage if he's up to code?
Right. They mentioned something as that they can be included for any reason. Just like if, let's say, if I have a visitor, not a visitor, but let's say if I have someone else living there, they can also be included. So I guess it's just so make us feel safer or better.
Okay. It's just to pay a higher premium, perhaps.
But it's no, you don't pay extra for that.
Okay, very good. Well, good to know. Thank you for your
no cost.
Excellent. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for those questions. Are there any questions for Steffi? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
It looks like we're going to go back to Robert Flanagan. Robert? I thought we already did. Stephen Dodd, did you go yet? No, not yet. All right, your turn, Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Stephen Dodge. I'm Director of State Regulatory Affairs for Clean Fuels Alliance America. Clean Fuels represents the farmers, the producers, the distributors, and the end users for all of the products our members produce, which include biodiesel, renewable diesel, sustainable aviation fuel, bioheat fuel mentioned earlier for thermal space heating, as well as maritime and railroad fuels. Made from an increasingly diverse mix of resources such as recycled cooking oil, soybean oil, and animal fats, biodiesel and renewable diesel are better, cleaner fuels that are available now for use in existing diesel engines and heating furnaces and boilers without modification. While we understand that reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the building sector is absolutely necessary for the state to meet its greenhouse gas reduction mandates, eliminating all fossil fuels also eliminates the use of biodiesel blends for thermal heating, a pathway that would enable the state to begin seeing immediate carbon reductions from the building sector, particularly in those new and substantial rehabs where full electrification is either impractical or unjustifiably costly. And other states like New York, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts have already established biodiesel pathways to reduce carbon emissions in the building sector. Massachusetts has an aggressive incentive program, part of their alternative portfolio standard, that has resulted in the displacement of 46 million gallons of petroleum-based heating oil. The program, which is now under review, has the potential to double that figure. Also in Massachusetts, the state's DPU recently ruled that subsidies for efficient liquid fuel-fired furnaces and boilers should continue after our industry and heating oil marketers successfully argued that such furnaces utilizing low-carbon liquid fuel blends of heating fuel can substantially and immediately begin reducing carbon emissions. And of course, you know that this assembly last year overwhelmingly passed a bioheat mandate that begins in just a few months. And as you probably know, the DEEP is tasked with issuing a comprehensive energy plan, and they're also tasked with specifically looking at biofuels within that plan. And New York and Vermont are actively considering clean heat standards, which would essentially mandate the use of biofuels. These initiatives demonstrate that Connecticut and other states have recognized biodiesel as a viable and immediate carbon reduction pathway in the thermal heat sector. And in conclusion, and I think this is most important, Mr. Chairman, the latest report from the UN shows that climate change is a time-critical issue. And like the financial lesson we learned in high school, a dollar saved now is worth more than a dollar in the future. A ton of carbon now, saved now, is worth more than a ton of carbon saved 25 years from now. And this means that you should not just consider the magnitude of emission reductions needed, but also the time it will take to get to those reductions, especially given the state's singular focus on electrification as a one-size-fits-all solution. We are not opposed to electrification, just feel that there should be additional pathways. So we appreciate this opportunity to testify. Look forward to working with this committee and the staff on this important bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Are there any questions for Stephen? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Elizabeth, who's no stranger to Middletown, good to see you. You're next.
Hi, it's nice to see you as well, Representative Williams, and good afternoon also to Senator Lopes and esteemed members of the Housing Committee. My name is Liz Fraser. I'm the Policy Director for the Connecticut Association for Human Services, and CAUSE strongly supports Raised Bill 291, which clarifies existing state protections that limit local zoning restrictions on family childcare and group childcare homes. Also prohibits landlords from restrictive leases to bar family childcare homes, and protects children in group childcare homes from exposure to lead. These provisions will allow greater access to safe, licensed childcare across our state and added opportunity for families to grow small businesses. And as we race to find solutions to a looming childcare crisis, family home care availability is a growing necessity. Accessible childcare is the foundation for a working society. Affordable care with proximity to transportation and hours that match a parent work schedule are necessary for parents to support their families and contribute to Connecticut's economy. Children are able to learn and grow in a developmentally appropriate setting, and parents can work with peace of mind knowing that their children are in a nurturing and safe environment. Family home care is an important part of the early learning infrastructure and is the choice of many parents across the state, as it was for me when my children were young. The impact of the pandemic is shining a bright spotlight on the fragility of the early care industry, Pre-pandemic, Connecticut was already experiencing a shortage of accessible infant toddler care. At present, it's estimated to be available for only 1 out of every 3 children needing it. Additionally, 44% of all young children still live in a childcare desert, and many families have little or no access to early care, limiting their ability to work. There is evidence that although the demand for family home care has increased, the supply has decreased, just like other childcare, all childcare across the state. Ensuring a strong family system of childcare is an economic issue. Licensed home care providers are small business owners. Their services contribute to the economy thrice. They provide for families to work with peace of mind, knowing that their children are in good care. They provide a strong and nurturing environment for the children, which leads to their healthy development. And owners are able to provide for their own family while adding to their community's economic and cultural context. We really hope that this bill will be passed. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Are there any, Representative Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say thank you so much for your testimony, Elizabeth. It's good to see you, and thanks for all the good work that you do.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Johnson. Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Elizabeth. Ms. Velez, I do apologize for skipping you last time. You're next.
Thank you. No problem. Good afternoon, Co-Chairs William Lopez, Vice Chair Smith, Ward, ranking members, and all distinguished members of the Housing Committee. Thank you for having all those testimony throughout the day. And thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony before you today. My name is Denitzi Velez. I'm the New England Regional Director for Hispanic Federation, a nonprofit organization seeking to empower and advance the Hispanic communities throughout communities, programs, and legislative advocacy. I'm here to advocate in full support of HB 5204, an act concerning of the needs assessment and fair share plans for municipalities to increase affordable housing. Prior to the pandemic, 50% of all the Connecticut's residents were housing insecure, and the state's more than 500,000 Latinos and people of color were disproportionately represented in these populations. Latinos 57%, African American 56%, and other people of color 55%. Due to the long-standing and deeply rooted history of racial segregation sustained by restrictive housing practices such discriminatory lending and racial restrictive, it is important for us to say that, housing is the single largest expense for all households, in particular for low-income renters. Additionally, Latinos households are the most severely housing burdened population in the state, 30%. Without the housing burden, this estimated economic stimulus gain for the state in disposable income for all renters could be $1.6 billion. HB 5204 provides a two-part strategy in action to solve our state housing crisis and urban development and provide sustainable pathway for growing a more equitable Connecticut economy by creating policies that will ensure affordable housing for all in the states. All in the state. Fair share planning and zoning, a new approach to land use that empowers local communities and open the housing marketplace, leading to more and better housing affordable at all incomes level. Combined, these efforts will broaden opportunity, attract big and small businesses, and create thousands of jobs, generate billions in economic growth and tax revenue, and ensure that our state will grow equitable for generations to come. At this very moment, Connecticut can choose to lead with innovation and is able to make the necessary strategic investment in building inclusive communities of opportunities for our state's economic recovery. Passing HB 5402 and centering equitable practices and just housing opportunities in the development, we need to ensure that Connecticut economy is prosperity by the decisions of our elected officials. Thank you, and we look forward to working together with you to do better for our community, our state, and our shared future. I did submit my written testimonial, which provide further and more deepening details. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions, Ms. Velez? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Adam B.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, you're ready.
I'm on. Okay. Yeah, I thought we were, it looked like I was still 3 away. Thank you, Housing Committee Chairman Phipps. I wanted to comment on SB 293, 301, and House Bills 5344 and 5345. I want to start out with rent control. You know, besides it just being so darn un-American to have price controls on, you know, on goods and services, it never works. It makes zero economic sense in order to do that. And all you're really doing by doing this kind of thing and promoting this kind of thing is creating scarcity, and you're going to end up with blight. I mean, it really, on an economic sense, if you're running a property, you've got, you know, you've got all the utilities, you've got the mortgage, you've got the electric, you've got taxes, you've got all these expenses, maintenance. How are you going to do it if you're not allowed to keep up with the costs? And you know, it's never worked anywhere. And you know, I don't see why we want to bring this poisonous type of stuff to Connecticut. It's also very, very anti-competitive and very anti-business. I just don't really understand. I mean, I understand the idea that, you know, we're going to try to keep the prices down for people that are struggling, but you know, they're just going to be living in squalor. So it just makes no sense at all to me. The next thing I want to talk about 301. Landlords took a real beating during the moratorium. Landlords in many, many different ways, and I know that you've heard from other people today about all the way it slipped through the cracks, and landlords were not compensated for, you know, for providing housing for the public. And if the public decides that this is necessary, it's an emergency, we need to do this, well, they should have to pay for that. You know, it should be a collective service. It shouldn't be put on to private individuals to have to house people and forego being able to make a living. I mean, it's you know, really was, you know, quite an experience for the last 2 years. Getting to the next two bills, an act regarding concerning advanced rentals and an act concerning security deposits in advance. You know, it doesn't happen all the time, but I do get people that, you know, they would prefer to pay the rent up front. You know, they have the money. It could be a student. It could be, you know, just somebody that has the money that doesn't want to bother with having to make incremental payments. And, you know, you're kind of between a rock and a hard place telling them, listen,
so please summarize.
Okay, the state doesn't allow us to make, you know, we have to collect the rent incrementally over the course of a year. We cannot collect more than 3 months up front. As much as I would like to accommodate your wish, you know, I think it would make all the sense in the world. Then lastly, when you look at it this way, if a landlord could have more money in, you know, in escrow when they're taking on a challenged potential renter, somebody that has a, you know, a checkered track record, this might give them that cushion to want to accept some of the people that have had problems. And, you know, I think it would be a good idea.
Thank you for your testimony, Senator Chigarella.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick question. I was listening in and I just didn't get your background to speak on these issues. So you clearly must have some experience in there. If you could just elaborate on what your experience is. Okay. And how it kind of relates to the last part, because I know you got cut off there.
I've been a landlord for 21 years now. I've also been a financial consultant. I've owned a broker dealer. I've dealt with a lot of, you know, managing portfolios and basic economics. And so this is where my ideas have been formulated through this life experience.
All right, thank you for that. Looks like Senator Chigarella has no other questions. Seeing, oh,
I'm all set.
Senator-
Thank you. I apologize. I have bad service. I just wanted to see what the background was there. I really appreciate you answering those questions. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Are there any other questions for Adam? Seeing none. Thank you, Adam, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Tom Swan.
Thank you, Representative Williams, Senator Lopes, and other members of the Housing Committee. My name is Tom Swan. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Citizen Action Group. Oops, I thought I had my video going. I'm sorry, I just picked up my 4-year-old son, so earlier today and meant to get it in, but it's 4-year-old.
Hey, Tom, your signal's coming in and out and choppy.
I think it was, I'm speaking in support. Oh, yes.
Tom, just
Okay.
wanna, when you get back home, just log back in so we get a more solid.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, bye.
Thank you for that, Chair. Isaac May. We'll go back to Tom.
Good evening. My name is Isaac Barnes May, and I grew up in Brookfield, and I'm a law student working with the New Haven Legal Assistance Association's Reentry Clinic. Today, I'm speaking against House Bill 5347, an act concerning the review of criminal histories for prospective tenants. Individuals who have been pardoned or had their records expunged are guilty of no crime. In Connecticut, the passage of Clean Slate last year included provisions that will make it illegal for landlords to discriminate against tenants on the basis of erased criminal records. HB 5347 repeals those protections, eviscerates core protections of Clean Slate, and makes housing discrimination legal. It allows landlords and house sellers to deny housing based on erased criminal histories, and enables landlords to advertise that they will discriminate. I want to call your attention to two specific issues with the bill. First, Housing and Urban Development's guidelines in the Fair Housing Act prohibit landlords from instituting blanket bans on people with criminal histories or making denials of housing based on arrest records. Discriminating against people based on erased criminal histories is a much more extreme measure than either of these two federally prohibited practices. Landlords who follow the bill's stated purpose and, quote, consider the erased criminal histories of any prospective tenant, end quote, risk violating the federal Fair Housing Act. Second, the bill undermines the legitimacy of pardons granted by Connecticut's Board of Pardons and Paroles, which has had the exclusive power to grant pardons for crimes in the state since 1883. I've helped our clients at Legal Aid with criminal convictions apply for pardons in my work, and it's an arduous process. The board rejects many eligible applicants. To attain a pardon is a testament to having atoned for past mistakes, and also a marker of a person's active participation in their community. If the Board of Pardons and Paroles grants a pardon to an applicant, all of their convictions are expunged, and that person can truthfully state that they've never been arrested or never been convicted of a crime. This bill essentially says that a pardon does not matter. A landlord can still discriminate against you for a crime that the state has declared no longer exists. If we believe in the possibility of transformed lives and the prospect that people can become better, we must treat them fairly. And on that grounds, I respectfully urge you to oppose this bill.
Thank you, Isaac, for your testimony. Are there any questions for Isaac? Thank you for your testimony, Isaac.
Thank you.
Charles Ryan.
Good evening, members of the committee. Thank you for having me. My name is Charles Ryan. I'm an attorney in Watertown, Connecticut. I represent common interest communities, condominiums, for lack of a better term, throughout the state of Connecticut. I chair our Legislative Action Committee on behalf of Community Association Institute. That's a global nonprofit that looks out for the interests of condo owners. I also serve on the board of directors of our local chapter here in Connecticut. Now, I'm here today in opposition to Raised Bill 303. Raised Bill 303. This bill is making what seems like a small change to the Common Interest Ownership Act. Basically, what it's doing is it's removing language that allows the board of directors to create a rule that restricts the use of units in order to meet the underwriting requirements of lenders, basically Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, the VA, FHA. And it's changing that to simply state the association can only, the board can only restrict the leasing of units to no more than 50%. And right now, that may seem minor, but it actually has much bigger impacts. Most people think about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac when it comes to lending. When we look at their underwriting requirements, is saying that if there's more than 50% of the units in the community that are rented, they will not lend, which means someone cannot get a mortgage. It's a little bit more in depth than that. And I think that there's an oversight here, though, and it's clearly accidental. But what happened is their underwriting requirements say no more than 50% can be non-owner occupied. So if it's vacant, it counts as non-owner occupied, and we can end up in a situation where people can't get mortgages. And if the association's over the limit, nobody can get mortgages. We understand how Fannie Mae works and how they back most of the mortgages in the United States. The current language in the statute, it mirrors the Uniform Commission's laws, and it was adopted by our legislature here in 2009. And so to deviate from that is going to have some other consequences that I don't think we're prepared for. There's other restrictions beyond the 50% restriction on leasing that the current language allows for. For example, Fannie Mae has a requirement that no more than 15% of all units in a condo can be owned by one person or one entity. Currently, the statute allows a board of directors to create a rule because obviously we want to comply with the underwriting requirements so our owners can get mortgages. By taking this language out, we won't be able to do that. And I mentioned Fannie Mae because they're the giant, but obviously it applies to FHA loans, and it deals with VA loans and a number of other loans. So on behalf of CAI and the condo associations throughout Connecticut, we're asking that Raise Bill 303 be, we're in opposition to it. We're asking that it not be enacted because it'll have far greater effects. I did submit written testimony. I urge the committee to look at that. It really outlines exactly what we have. There's other insurance aspects as well. Some of my colleagues will speak to that. But this could seriously drive down the value of condo units because once people can't get mortgages, obviously they have to sell to someone that's a cash buyer or they can't refinance themselves. So if there's any questions from the committee, I'm happy to answer any. I know it's been a very long day, but I do appreciate your time.
Representative Paletta.
Attorney Ryan, thank you so much for being here, for shedding some light on this important topic. You know, we've heard so much today about some of the other bills on the agenda, which is great, but it's always nice to hear some of those bills that kind of fall through the cracks and get forgotten because they're all so important. I mean, I love talking about the ones we've heard of all day, but this one I know kind of hits home because we have a lot of condo associations in Watertown. And I guess my question to you is, have any of the condo associations, board members or directors that you know of in your official capacity, have anyone asked for this piece of legislation?
No, no one that I know of. It's a hot topic item that comes up, but no one's asked for this.
Okay, and as far as you know, the condos, so I mean, because you sit on the board, Ray said you're on a legislative action committee. Have you heard of any concerns, obviously in the adverse, that if this bill does get passed? I know you talked briefly about property values, but you know, could we potentially see a lack of housing available for some of these units if that 50% threshold is enacted? You may actually take some of the rentals off of the market, correct?
You could. Biggest issue we're going to have is that the values of these homes are going to plummet, though. It's the biggest issue. Dave Pilon from Bouvier Insurance is scheduled to speak later, and he's going to talk about the effect of insurance on these units as well. But no, Representative, it's the biggest issue here is that we don't know where it came from, and the statute already allows the board of directors to enact a rule. And something I didn't bring up, and it's in my testimony, is that Fannie Mae can change their underwriting requirements at any time. They could say 40%, they could say 60%. The current statute, the way it's written, is written so that we can slide with it without having to come back to the legislature and ask for an amendment. All right. So if they change to 40%, we can adopt a rule that says no more than 40. If they go to 60, we can't ask for 50. We have to jump up to 60, and it allows us to ebb and flow with them. And that's really important for the stability of our communities.
Thank you. And you know, we can also talk a little bit offline on this, you know, since we have a personal relationship and you know, I would like to try to, I know you asked for the bill to be retracted. I think that there's maybe something that could be written in here or amended so that way that we don't end up with this issue of plummeting property values in these condo associations. So thank you for the testimony, for shedding some light on that. I'm glad that the bill didn't go unnoticed today. I know that there's been a lot of testimony. We still have a lot more testimony, but at least it kind of flags this bill and says that there needs to be some more work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Plato. And thank you to the members of the committee.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Are there any other questions for Charles? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Tom Swan.
Yes, I think it should be better, even though I'm still in the car. I'll be brief. I want to testify on Senate Bill 292 and 295 in support of these very important steps in helping the state of Connecticut to meet our global warming act. These bills are the type of forward-looking approach in terms of lowering our carbon contribution and to address climate change that the state of Connecticut needs. I want to talk on 292 and addressing some of the opponents that I've heard comments throughout the course of the day, and thank you all for your patience. One of the opponents spoke about how argued that it was an anti-choice type of a proposal to go forward with this. I don't know anybody that would choose to utilize an option that will contribute much more to climate change intentionally, especially when it does not really cost anymore. It can be folded into the cost of the item. And when this special interest previously had gone about selling us the fuel that they propose we use by promising us it would be cheaper and cleaner, we've seen where that'll get us. These bills are really positive for future homeowners and set us on a positive path. I also think the fact that the committee included workforce development on this was very important and forward-looking. We look forward to working with you to advance this bill this year, and I'll save you time and associate the rest of my remarks with my coworker, Alberto Cifuentes, who went earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Tom? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Paul J.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to the Housing Committee for allowing us to have an opportunity to speak today. I've spoken before. I am Paul Januszewski. I'm a full-time housing provider in North Central Connecticut. I also currently serve as the president of the Greater Enfield Landlord Association, and I also serve with the board of directors for the CCOPO. I'm speaking today on a couple of bills. Senate Bill 291, first of all. I oppose this bill, and I'd also like to address some comments that have been made earlier today. You know, people questioning how could a landlord turn down a project that's met all of the state regulations to be a daycare type facility? Well, I can tell you that as a landlord and as a fire marshal, I worked at both the state fire marshal's office and local fire marshal's office. I know about the licensing and the regulatory systems for these licenses. I know they do not address some of the landlord problems that we would encounter. And I ask that you refer to the written testimony that I submitted on Senate Bill 291 regarding this. First and foremost, persons operating daycare centers assume that everybody else in the building also operates on the same first shift schedule. They do not. I have several tenants that are second shift or third shift workers, or many landlords do. I also have elderly. I also have tenants with children. It's very difficult to think that in a building that's 60, 80, or 100 plus years old, like some of mine are, that noise transmission, through the floors and through the walls is going to be abated because of a state regulation for daycare licensing. It is not. It also doesn't address the increased foot traffic. It doesn't address the increased roadway and driveway traffic and so forth that comes with daycare centers being run out of a home. So as regards to daycare centers or daycare homes being run out of a multifamily dwelling, I strictly and vehemently oppose that regulation. And we need to think beyond that. Not that I'm opposed to daycare homes, but in a multifamily home, there's a lot more implications than just simply being licensed. Next, I'd like to speak to House Bills 5344 and 5345, addressing advance payments for rent and higher security deposit allowances. I'm very much in favor of this, and I can give you a couple of examples. I know you've heard a few others. Adam just spoke recently. But I've had occasion where I've had students, because I'm near some of the colleges, I've had students that come in and they wanted to rent for the year. And because they had student loans, they had all the money up front, and they actually wanted to apply all the money to the rent up front. I'm not able to do that currently under our present legislation. So this would help that this opportunity out when we bring in students that are attending colleges and universities. Another one we had recently in our group was victims of a fire, and the insurance company wanted to place the victims in the apartment. They were going to pay for 10 months up front to put the family up in the apartment, and that's the way the insurance company wanted to do it. The landlord was not able to do that. They worked out another deal, but it would have been another situation. Another situation that some of our landlords have run into is that of a corporate lending, corporate leasing rather, where corporate wants to lease.
Your 3 minutes is up, so please summarize.
I will do, thank you. Where a corporate wants to lease for somebody that's going to be in the area for 2 or 3 years, and they want to pay for a year at a time. So that would help that situation out. And lastly, to summarize, the high risk individuals that may be coming to a landlord looking for a property. You know, when credit is an issue, some of these applicants with poor credit have come in and says, listen, I can give you a big security deposit. Well, right now our hands are tied. I can't take any more than a 2-month security deposit. So that would help free us up in that regard as well. And I thank you for your time, and we'll take any questions.
Thank you, Paul, for your testimony. Are there any questions for Paul? Seeing none, thank you, Paul. Eric R.
Hi, good evening. My apologies, my camera didn't cooperate a few minutes ago. So, but good evening, Senators Lopes, Chigarella, and Representatives Williams and Paletta, and other distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Eric Roby, and I'm the Director of Customer Programs and Products for UIL Holdings, which is the parent company of Southern Connecticut Gas and Connecticut Natural Gas, and the subsidiary of Avant Grid. I want to thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony on raised bill, Senate Bill 292. Avant Grid is one of the largest owners and developers of renewable generation in the country. And our Connecticut regulated utilities have been recognized as national leaders in the energy efficiency space. We support the provisions of the bill which encourage cost-effective energy efficiency in building construction and overall beneficial electrification of our grid. However, we are opposed to the bill's immediate and absolute prohibition against the use of natural gas in residential construction and or in major renovation of residential buildings. We believe this will have adverse consequences for both the homeowners as well as businesses from an economic standpoint, grid reliability, and environmental perspective. Residents and businesses in Connecticut deserve to have a choice regarding their energy use and their energy consumption. And as you're aware, electric rates in Connecticut are among the highest in the country. We believe this bill proposed prohibition on natural gas would result in even higher energy and appliance costs for customers buying new homes, as well as customers that would be making any major renovations to their existing homes. An abrupt shift from natural gas heat to electric heat pumps, combined with the rapid transportation electrification, may also result in some unforeseen electric grid vulnerabilities due to the strain on the base load generation that was talked about earlier to be able to power that full scale electrification. So, and as we've witnessed in other areas such as Texas, which was brought up earlier with other comments, lack of energy diversity can and does have devastating effects during the times when it's needed the most. Natural gas provides the cleanest transition alternative as we enhance our electric infrastructure and we try to accommodate that electrified future. As witnessed with the inception of the 2013 Comprehensive Energy Strategy, and specifically the natural gas expansion program in the state of Connecticut, customers demand energy choice. 10 years ago, the Connecticut General Assembly rightly recognized that the customers deserve to have a choice when it came to their home heating. This proposed bill would undermine the investments of all those Connecticut ratepayers and the expansion program for the infrastructure to support customer choice. Without a comprehensive plan to decarbonize our electric grid in concert with switching to electrifying of our transportation system and heating resources, we run the risk of relying on even dirtier coal or oil-fired generation plants to meet the increased electric
Hey,
needs.
you're at your 3-minute mark, so please summarize.
Sure. So while we support heat pumps and they're useful, they also don't represent a universal fit for all applications. Natural gas, while still a carbon-based fuel and still emits greenhouse gas emissions when burned, is significantly cleaner and more reliable than fossil fuels. And it represents our best transition alternative to electrified economy. Thank you. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Eric. Are there any questions for Eric? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Eric. Terry E.
Hi, sorry about being late. My name is Teresa Eichel, and I'm with the Interreligious Eco-Justice Network. I apologize, I just got in from terrible traffic, so I just want to thank the committee for hearing my testimony. I'm here to speak on behalf of Raised Bill 292 and 295, which deal with the sorry, I'm a little flustered. Reducing or eliminating fossil fuel infrastructure from buildings, and also providing incentives for purchasing energy efficient buildings. We have, as a member of a faith-based environmental group, we believe there is a moral and ethical responsibility for caring for our planet. Climate change is causing tremendous suffering and devastation around the world, including here in Connecticut. And the solution, at least one of the main solutions, is to immediately get off fossil fuels. We are seeing these just catastrophic events, extreme weather, death. I'm thinking of the flooding that happened last summer with the tropical storm, where people drowned in their basement apartments in Queens. We can't continue to live like that, and we need to really take strong stance. This bill will help us meet our climate energy goals and reduce our carbon footprint. Thank you so much. I'm keeping it very short. I apologize for being so late.
No need to apologize, Terry. Are there any questions for Terry? Seeing no questions for Terry.
Thank you so much.
Robert F. Robert F. There you go, Robert Flanagan.
Hello, I'm here. Hello? 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 Hello, I'm here.
Yes, we can hear
Flanagan,
you.
I can hear you.
Hello, you hear me?
Mr. Flanagan, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, that's good. That's great. Thank you for letting me speak. This is the second time now. I was taken off the first time. But anyway, I'm against this bill 5204. I've read all these bills. I haven't seen one environmental impact study done at all on these bills, okay? I've worked in every town in the state. It was part of my business. There are a lot of rural towns out here, Woodstock, Bethlehem, Granby. They don't have public water or public sewage. And the towns, I mean, this is going to be a great cost. Another thing I don't see any economic impact studies either. I mean, nobody's against affordable housing. I was a resident of Bloomfield and Hartford most of my life, okay? And there was never any problems. Everybody wants this, but to force it on people, to change and override zoning, every town is unique. And this is just blatantly wrong, okay? We should be able to let the towns, they're going to come up with a plan, hopefully come up with an impact. And another thing that needs to be done, an impact statement on themselves as individuals, because that's what they should be able to do. There also should be some accounting of what, a way to equate accounting for affordable housing that already exists. Okay, some towns have a housing authority. I was a landlord in Windsor Locks for over 30 years. There's a housing authority there, but a lot of other towns don't have housing authorities. Okay, and some instances of housing that we already have, they're not being counted with this 10%. but I just don't like to see how this is being forced on people. I'm a graduate of UConn, pathobiology, environmental science. I know all about this, and I am very upset with everybody wants a Green New Deal, and I understand that, but there is no environmental impact. And I'm very upset about that. This is just thrown together. We need to stop right now, and we need to look at this a little better than what it's being railroaded as. I'm very upset about that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Robert? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Jade Thomas.
Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Jade Thomas, and I work as the Connecticut Early Care and Education Fellow at All Our Kin. I am writing in support of SB 291, an act concerning certain protections for group and family childcare homes. All Our Kin has worked in Connecticut for 2 decades to ensure that children have the foundation they need to succeed in school and life. In fact, we've supported half of the state's family childcare programs in becoming licensed. We recognize that in order to achieve an equitable and just society for all, we must care for not only our youngest children, but the parents, caregivers, and communities that nurture them. Home-based childcare, also known as family childcare, is a high-quality option that meets the unique needs of families in our state. In Connecticut, there is an acute lack of quality, affordable childcare, especially for families that face the greatest barriers to accessing care, including families with infants and toddlers, families that need flexible hours, and families that lack access to reliable transportation. The coronavirus pandemic has underscored the importance of a robust early care and education system. Parents depend on reliable childcare, but so do employers. A UConn study found that between 2006 and 2009, family childcare providers licensed through All Our Kin created about $18.4 million in additional tax revenue and generated $15.2 million in microeconomic benefits to the New Haven region alone. Much of this economic benefit was attributed to increased parental employment. When we ensure that all families have access to high quality care, not only does the economy thrive, but so do our children. Children experience the fastest rate of brain development from birth to 3. By ensuring children can learn in safe and loving environments, we set them up for kindergarten and far beyond. Despite the benefits of home-based childcare businesses, educators continue to face significant challenges. All Our Kin has heard countless stories from educators that have struggled to open, maintain, and sustain their businesses as a result of prohibitive leasing and zoning practices. One example is unreasonably high security deposits. I worked with an educator that was asked to provide 5 months' rent as a security deposit. Without a clear cap, many educators are forced to pay these amounts. Despite barriers like these, they continue to push forward. They understand that this work is critical. They describe caring for children as a way to make a difference in their communities in the future. As a state, we often say with a strong conviction that we value our children and our educators. Today, I am urging you to support SB 291 in order to affirm this belief. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Jade. Are there any questions for Jade? Any questions for Jade? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Carl K.
Hi, everybody. My name is Carl Kugler, and thank you, Representative Williams, and Senator Lopes, and members of the Housing Committee for this opportunity to submit testimony on Raised Bill number 303, an act concerning renters and common interest communities. I'd like to echo what Attorney Charles Ryan stated a short while ago regarding this bill. And are you able to hear me? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you guys. You're able to hear us. Okay, thank you. So what I'd like to do is echo what Attorney Ryan had said a short time ago about the changes to the Common Interest Ownership Act and some of the unintended consequences it may have. I serve on the Legislative Action Committee along with Attorney Ryan. and we seek to find best practices for common interest communities within the state of Connecticut. What I'd like to add is Attorney Ryan had talked about some of the unintended consequences of the inability to restrict some of the other rules that could be put in place to minimize the amount of units rented out by one particular homeowner, investor owner. We have seen in the last decade a change within our industry where single buyers of units are coming in and purchasing units. They tend to be in communities with lower resale values. And what in effect happens is this one owner is able to take control of associations. And although I know this falls outside of this bill, we've actually seen situations where the investor owner has purchased 50, 60, 70% with the goal of purchasing all the units. You can only imagine what it's like to be one of the handful of unit owners that's left, where your value of your unit has dropped even further. But even when communities are being owned, where a single investor owner owns a percentage of 20, 30%, because of apathy within communities and the number of people that end up showing up at annual meetings and voting, they basically put the community in a stranglehold where they're able to exert their will over all owners in that particular community. So we urge that an act concerning renters and common interest communities, raise Bill 303, not move forward. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding this.
Thank you, Carl, for your testimony. Representative Paletta.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Kugler, thank you. I have the distinct honor of having you as a constituent of mine, someone who has been trusted, and your word certainly means a lot, and you're an upstanding person. And that's one thing I just wanted to preface that with. But second, it's the bill itself. I know that Attorney Ryan, who's also from town, had talked about this bill. And I thought you said something very interesting in your testimony. Perhaps you could expound briefly on it, is the fact that we have some landowners buying up 30, 40% of the condos in an association or in a particular area. Could you just talk a little bit more about how maybe this bill would adversely affect that and the other property owners that are maybe not part of that group of 40% that someone's buying?
Thank you, Representative Paletta, and it's an honor to be in your district and have you as our representative too. So thank you. One of the concerns is, as Attorney Ryan talked about, the fact that right now with some of the lending requirements, they're able to restrict one particular owner from owning more than 15% of the units within a community. I've been in this industry now for over 30 years, and when I first took on this role, we were seeing communities that had been apartment complexes that were converted to condominiums. I never thought in those 30 years I'd see it going back the other way, where certain condominium associations are reverting back to become basically a rental property where the association is dissolved. Now that's on the extreme, and there have been some instances where we have great investor owners in our communities that want the best for the community, want balance within it. But when you don't have that in an individual that's purchasing units in volume, it ends up being contrary to not only the people that live in the unit, that are owner-occupied units, but other owners of units that are investor owners, where their rights, their voice is being squashed just like the individual unit owner. So it is a concern. It's something I never thought we would see, but in certain communities where the resale values are lower and they create opportunities where investors just focus in on that community and put all their interest in that, it has been a challenge, and it has really created problems in some of the communities that we serve.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr.
Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Carl, for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative
Sam G.
Thank you, Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and members of the Housing Committee for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Sam Giffen. I'm the policy and data analyst at Open Communities Alliance. You heard from our executive director earlier. We are a civil rights nonprofit working to end segregation in Connecticut. I submit this testimony today in support of House Bill 5204. I also endorse testimony submitted by all our kin and join them in supporting SB 291. But as many of us have come to realize, one of the biggest obstacles to ending housing segregation by race, ethnicity, and income is zoning. And around the country, there are advocates, legislators like yourselves, and community members that are trying to tackle the very challenging issue of exclusionary zoning. So the policy solutions vary greatly around the country, from allowing more than one home per lot across an entire city or state, to those that limit zoning regulations and what they can say and do. And then there's Fair Share, or HB 5204. Fair Share is a system that's been in place in New Jersey for decades, and that is on pace to produce 100,000 deed-restricted units of affordable housing, along with many more affordable market rate units in the coming years. It's been so successful in generating substantial levels of affordable housing for many reasons, but significantly is the most successful at this in the nation. And one of the main reasons is that since 2015, 330 New Jersey municipalities, largely suburbs, have come to the table and developed their fair share plans and are currently working on executing their vision for how affordable housing will fit into their community. I think there are a few key reasons that so many towns have come forward to be full participants in zoning for their fair share. First, fair share is unique in that despite the tired narrative of taking away local control, it puts towns in the driver's seat to achieve their affordable housing goals using an assortment of tools, programs, policies that work for the local environment, economy, residents of the town and region. They're doing the planning and zoning. Second, towns understand that they're not carrying the whole burden, that their neighbors are shouldering their fair share as well. So fair share calculates the need for affordable housing, as has been mentioned, at the regional level and allocates that to towns in a way that's responsive to the regional and local circumstances. And finally, and importantly, there's accountability so that towns that don't plan or zone for their affordable housing face real consequences. It's possible also that some of these towns see that there are billions of dollars at stake here from the construction, from the increase in employment and the freed up discretionary income from residents not paying too much for housing. So I really hope that Connecticut towns will begin to see that vehemently resisting market forces, that resisting the diversity of our state and sealing themselves off economically risks leaving them behind. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sam. Are there any questions for Sam? Seeing none, thank you, Sam. Eva Zimmerman? Eva Zimmerman is next. Okay, we'll go back to Eva. Adriana Dugan.
Good evening, Chairman Lopes, Chairman Williams, and members of the Housing Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Adriana Duggan, and I'm a member of Yale Law School's Community and Economic Development Clinic. For many years, I attended a family childcare home run by my grandmother, who has been a family childcare provider for almost 30 years. I'm here today to urge you to support SB 291, an act concerning certain protections for group and family childcare homes. 44% of children in Connecticut live in an area with little to no access to quality childcare. That's roughly 50,000 children. Additionally, Connecticut's childcare costs are the 5th highest in the entire country. A major solution to the lack of access and affordability of childcare is home-based childcare. On average, home-based childcare centers can offer childcare at 2/3 the price of larger centers. Over the years, I've witnessed my grandmother provide childcare to countless children whose families struggled to afford childcare elsewhere. I'm also keenly aware of the ways that being a family childcare provider has been a valuable source of income for my grandmother. Home-based childcare can serve the most overburdened and under-resourced families. During the COVID pandemic, my grandmother was able to care for children whose mothers were unable to work from home and had increasingly limited access to childcare because of pandemic-related closures. Home-based childcare offers flexibility for families who need it most. My grandmother has cared for children whose parents worked non-traditional hours and dropped their kids off at 6 a.m. or picked them up at 7 p.m. Home-based childcare is an invaluable resource to communities, and with SB 291, Connecticut has the opportunity to protect and expand this option for families and providers all over the state. Connecticut passed laws previously to reduce these barriers and promote home-based childcare, but obstacles remain. In particular, Connecticut lacks adequate zoning protections for group childcare homes and lacks protections for tenants who wish to operate their home-based childcare. SB 291 can end these impediments from landlords and the local red tape that make our childcare crisis worse. The Office of Early Childhood already thoroughly vets childcare providers during its licensing process. Their 70-item checklist for health and safety ensures that home-based childcare has everything from the appropriate square footage per child to the right staffing for health and safety. SB 291 places childcare decisions where they belong, in the hands of families who need it most, and with the experts who ensure that those options are high quality. Today, I urge you to pass SB 291 and support Connecticut's children's, family, and providers, like my grandmother, who are simply trying to offer high quality care to their communities. I welcome any questions regarding traffic concerns, insurance concerns, and any others that we've heard today. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dugan. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time and testimony. And we're going to move on to, I'm not sure. Mr. Clerk, if you could help me out, or Q.
A few people were missing.
Mr. Gay, Meryl Gay is next.
My constituent, good timing. All right. Hi, Meryl.
Yeah, hi. Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 291, an act concerning certain protections for group childcare and family childcare homes. My name is Meryl Gay, and I am the Executive Director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance. Before the pandemic, Connecticut faced a serious shortage of licensed childcare. 44% of Connecticut's residents lived in a childcare desert. Those deserts include parts of Bridgewater, Stamford, Danbury, and Groton, as well as lots of other parts of the state that have no access to or little access to high-quality childcare. This shortage is particularly pronounced in infant toddler care. According to the Office of Early Childhood, the state was short 51,000 infant toddler care slots. So the pandemic disrupted lots of things, but it's taken an enormous toll on childcare. Across the state, childcare programs are losing staff because they can't keep up with the wage growth in the rest of the economy. As of a couple of weeks ago, there were 1,300 ads on Indeed for childcare positions in Connecticut. One director told me hardly anyone applies, and those that do have no experience or training and are demanding higher wages than I can pay my veteran teachers. Staff shortages have really reduced the care capacity, and in a survey that we did recently, 62% of programs were operating below break even. Without an infusion of support, some or possibly many of those childcare programs that are currently operating below break even will go bankrupt. Replacing that capacity that will likely be lost will not be easy. As you've heard from some of the family childcare providers who have tried to convert into group centers, that will have to have those same kinds of rules happen for all of the center-based programs as well. So childcare is not the only industry facing a workforce shortage, but the shortage of childcare exacerbates the problem throughout the rest of the economy. There are 1 million fewer women in the workforce nationally than there were prior to the pandemic. Here in Connecticut, the lack of childcare is a major barrier to getting parents back into the workforce. The one bright spot in this picture, and the most likely way that we can fill the infant toddler care shortage, is family and group home care. Opening this type of care doesn't require building a new facility. The care is offered in the provider's home. These providers, in addition to complying with the state licensing regulations that help ensure safety, offer services that meet the real needs of communities. That's home-based providers have a much more intimate family-like setting that's great for infants and toddlers. It's also much easier for them to operate on non-traditional hours. Yeah, I will wrap up here. So home-based child care settings can be a real economic driver and help us address the workforce crisis. I think that we have an incredible opportunity to do more to support and encourage licensed family and group home. SB 291 is an important step in that process. And I do just want to point out that this is supported by both the Office of Early Childhood and the Governor's Council on Women and Girls. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Meryl. Are there any questions for Meryl? I guess the only question I have is if the child care centers that you talked about, that if they close down, what would the impact on the economy be if we couldn't find other places for those families and students and kids to be able to find care?
Well, what you're seeing in the economy now is help wanted signs everywhere. And part of the reason why there are so many help wanted signs is that across the country, there are 1 million fewer women in the workforce. That's, what happens when folks can't find childcare is that one family member, and it's usually mom, ends up staying home with kids. If we want to address that workforce crisis, we need to do something about the fact that we have a much lower workforce participation rate by women in this country than in most other advanced countries that have addressed the childcare problem.
Thank you, Meryl. Are there any other questions for Meryl? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Terry Ricks.
Good evening. Hello, Representative Williams, Senator Lopez, ranking members, Representative Paletos, Senator Sorella, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Terry Ricks. I am a Smart Justice Campaign ACLU leader of Connecticut. I am a person who has directly impacted by housing challenges, by homelessness, by violence, by discrimination, by racism, by the criminal legal system, and almost every kind of oppression you can imagine. I've had to fight nearly every day of my life for a life. And I'm doing it again today in opposition of House Bill 5347, Act concerning the review of criminal histories for prospective tenants. People, I mean all people, including people who have been through the criminal legal system, should have the right to safe and stable housing. One of the most challenging and hurtful obstacles that people who are living with criminal records face is housing discrimination. No matter how many years have gone by, no matter how qualified a person may be, no matter what their credit score, no matter what they've always paid their bills on time, and sometimes a little late, but it still gets paid. No matter how hard they work to rebuild their life, people continuing to have doors slammed in their face. When they are searching for a place to live, we need to be giving people hope and opportunity, especially when they're earned. But this bill is about denying people a basic right. It is opposite of what we should be doing in the state of Connecticut. Giving an opportunity to people who have done their time, who have paid the debt to society and are simply looking for a place to live is not the risky proposition that some would have you believe. A conviction does not mean a person can or cannot pay their rent or be a good tenant. In fact, prohibiting housing discrimination will go a long way towards helping people find safe and secure housing. Giving an opportunity to people who have done their time, who have paid their debt, and are simply looking for places like that. I said earlier, that I'm fighting every day for my entire life. I've been in a fight for survival, and it's not about me. I'm in this fight to save lives because I believe that every person deserves an opportunity to have a healthy, successful, and fulfilling life. I believe we're making progress in Connecticut, but it's a very slow process. For every 2 steps forward, we take 1 step back, but we're inching in the right direction. This bill is going in the wrong direction to tell a person who has had their record erased, who has done their time, has gone years and years without any involvement in the criminal legal system.
You're at the 3-minute mark, so please summarize.
And done everything that society asks them to do, that no longer exists. It's almost beyond belief that they cannot receive affordable housing. Holding a public hearing on this tells us we still have more work to do. So I strongly encourage the members of this committee to not pass this bill so that all people can have the right to find a safe and stable place to live. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony.
Thank you, Terry, for your testimony.
Appreciate
Are there any questions for Terry? And while there are no questions, I do want to make sure that you know that you are heard and heard loud and clear. So thank you for sharing today.
I greatly appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
Kathy, the counselor.
Sure, but
Good evening, Representative Williams and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Kathy Flaherty. I am an attorney and the executive director of Connecticut Legal Rights Project, and we provide legal services to people who are eligible for mental health services from DEMAS. I am going to try to get in testimony on, I don't even know how many bills tonight, but 296 is just flat out cruel. Evictions in and of themselves are profoundly violent, and 296 would say, not only are you losing the roof over your head, but we're going to put all your possessions at risk too. I urge you to reject that bill. I also urge you to reject 297 because summary process actions are only for resolving the issue of legal possession of the apartment. It's not about resolving any of those other money issues. You should reject that bill. 5344 and 5345 about the security deposits. I'd really love to believe that landlords just want to rent to these tenants who they otherwise wouldn't, but for the fact that they pay them months and months and months and months and months of a security deposit. I just don't believe it. And also our clients don't have months and months and months of money available to pay those, what the market might bear in terms of security deposits. We just heard somebody testify about the importance of clean slate. And all the work that we did to pass that, please don't undo it by advancing 5347, reject that. So what should you work forward? 5204, fair share. It's not telling towns what to do. I know everybody loves local rule. Connecticut has 169 cities and towns. They're wonderful. I've lived in one my entire life. But what this is doing is that each town has its fair share, and it's a plan. It's not even saying this is what the rule is going to be. It's talking about developing a plan. And instead of repeating what we've always done, getting the same results that we've always gotten, we're saying it's time to do something different. We're not going to keep repeating these same patterns of entrenching inequality in our state. I also encourage you to look at 5346. We know that a lot of people with housing instability also have a lot of mental health and substance use disorder issues that may not be addressed. And I think piloting social workers in shelters is a great step forward in connecting people to services they may need. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Senator Lopes.
Hi, Kathy. Elaborate on your comment on summary process. I didn't quite hear you.
Okay, summary process, the legal case is only about resolving the issue of who has legal possession of the apartment. Okay, because you have the contract between the landlord and a tenant. Landlord ends it, says, I'm going to bring this legal action against you. It's to get legal possession back to the landlord and remove the tenant from the process. The reason we have the process set up where it does, where you have the indifferent person, the marshal serving the papers, you have a court considering the dispute between the parties, is so that you don't have landlords resorting to self-help. Which bill are you referencing? This is really kind of 296 and 297 running together. 296, which would take not have the municipality store people's items at the end.
Well,
you might have been asking about 297.
My confusion. We have a
That's
summary
okay.
process bill separate from
Okay,
these.
297.
No, we have a summary process bill separate from these two.
Yeah,
we're confusing bills. Never mind.
Oh, okay, but I just, in terms of 297, it seems like it's the landlords want to open it back up to talk about award us damages in this case. One, the case is over at that point, and the summary process underlying action isn't about the money dispute. So that's
totally
what
understand you. We're talking about different bills.
Oh, okay. So what question or bill are you at?
It doesn't matter.
You're not. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay.
Any further questions for Ms. Flaherty? Seeing none, familiar face, Anika Singh Lamar. I think you're next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Anika Singh Lamar, I'm a clinical professor of law at the Yale Law School. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify to you all this evening. I'm here in support of SB 291 and also House Bill 5204. I'll be brief on 291 and refer you to the testimony of the commissioner as well as all our kin, but I did just want to note that a couple of minutes ago, you got a little bit of a bait and switch. You heard from a landlord, they raised all these scary things about the fire marshal and then immediately turned to a bunch of irrelevant things that have nothing to do with fire and just basically have to do with how kids can be annoying. It's worth noting that landlords cannot discriminate against families with children. And honestly, they shouldn't be able to discriminate against people whose home-based business happens to involve children too. We are an aging state. We routinely consider children to be nuisances in our land use and zoning processes, and they are not. Planning and zoning officials, nosy neighbors are simply not qualified to judge whether a family child care home is a safe and healthy environment for children. The Office of Early Childhood is, the bill's common sense. It's been passed on a bipartisan basis in other states. I'm not sure why it has why we can't do that here in Connecticut, and I remain hopeful that we can. Republicans in other states have understood that this bill is really about deregulating, removing onerous regulations from small businesses, largely run by women and immigrants, and allowing the regulatory system that really knows and cares about children to remain in place. Regarding 5204, I will mostly refer you to my written testimony. We have stopped building housing here in Connecticut, dramatically so. We used to build during the 60s, during the 70s, during the 80s, about 200,000 homes per decade. Over the course of the 2010s, we built about 50,000 homes. Now, what happens when you don't create new homes? You get scarcity, and who wins when there's scarcity? People who already own homes or people who have a lot of wealth and resources and can manage to compete in that environment. Who loses? People who don't have intergenerational wealth, people in poverty, people of color who may not have that intergenerational wealth because they were cut out of the home buying process in the 50s and 60s, back when we didn't operate from a place of scarcity. In other debates in this field, like the 830G debate, the towns have revealed over and over again that they have no idea what it means to do a good job here. They keep telling us that they're doing the right thing because they've issued like 50 building permits one year, or because they have a plan. They have repeatedly told you that they think they're doing their part. But I've shared those building permit numbers with you, and I will tell you that the majority of permits issued in the 2010s, even in that small 50,000 number, were issued in our cities. Our towns are not doing their part. The towns are so clueless that they think a plan is a success. A plan is a piece of paper. A home is a success. I'm not interested in issuing more plans. I am interested in issuing COs. Fair share will tell towns what's expected of them so they can plan accordingly and so that the state can in turn thrive. And I will leave it there. Of course, happy to take any questions Can't speak for the 4-year-old in my arms, but she probably will answer your questions too, if you'd like.
Sounds good. Don't worry, wait a couple of years till they're 9 and then they don't want to be on the camera.
I've got a 12-year-old too who could probably talk to you about zoning ad nauseum, but that says more about his boring parents than anything else.
Senator Anwar, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Professor Lamar. I'm your fan. Every time you're able to communicate, but now with the 4-year-old communicating even more effectively, I appreciate all the work and research that you do, and it's very helpful for me. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. The feeling is very much mutual.
Any questions from Ms. Lamar? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll be talking soon. I have Mr. Mitchell, I believe, next. Unless Eva, do you have sound yet? I see your box, but I don't, oh, apparently not. Mr. Mitchell, please proceed.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Matthew Mitchell, president of Norbert Mitchell Company in Danbury, Connecticut. We're a delivered fuels provider and an HVAC service company. Our family business employs 230 Danbury area residents. I'm here to speak in opposition of SB 292, an act concerning heating efficiency in new residential construction. Last year, the Connecticut legislature passed HB 6412. That legislation will transition heating oil to a 50% low carbon fuel blend by 2035. That bill immediately responds to the needs of the residents of Connecticut for clean and reliable fuels today. So just 1 year ago, the legislature of the state of Connecticut and the heating oil industry worked together to implement a plan to make our delivered fuel part of the clean, renewable energy future of Connecticut, preserving the environment and thousands of jobs for decades to come. Now, just 1 year later, the legislature has proposed SB 292, which will essentially eliminate the use of our low carbon fuel blends for the primary heating of any residential new construction in the future. Low carbon fuels are not the problem. And SB 292 is a misguided attempt to try to prevent these clean, reliable fuels from playing a role in Connecticut's energy future. If you support SB 292, then you are delivering a critical blow to Connecticut's ability to maintain diversity of clean energy sources and a strong delivered fuels industry. Connecticut needs a long-term, reliable, clean alternative to electrification. Every piece of legislation that encourages electrification of the heating sector in the state of Connecticut makes our energy infrastructure weaker. Eric Robbie from Avant-Garde, which is an electric utility, just testified about an hour ago, and he said that the grid is not prepared for the electrical demand that heat pumps will bring. Last year, Texas suffered through cold weather-induced power outages because their heating sector is almost completely electrified, and the grid couldn't keep up. As bad as that was, cold weather is an exception in Texas, not the rule. Extreme cold weather in the winter is not the exception here. It's the rule for about 4 months a year, and we need a heating sector that is built to withstand a New England winter. Our industry has demonstrated every year for over 100 years that we are built to withstand our winters. Before Connecticut supports electrification policies, you need to clearly understand that those policies are aimed at removing our industry from the heating sector, and along with us, the safety, reliability, and experience that we have brought to Connecticut residents for over 100 years. The state of Maine has been brought up a few times today, and I just wanted to add some background to that. The Maine Heat Pump Program is administered by the Efficiency Maine Trust, whose primary mission is to help Maine consumers lower their energy bills, regardless of which fuel they use. Their heat pump program,
Mark, so please summarize.
Incentivizes adding a heat pump to a home. It does not replace the existing heating system in the home and does not take away a consumer's choice as to what fuel they will use in their home. So unlike SB 292, which eliminates fuel choice for new construction, Maine's plan is optional and does not require heat pumps to be the primary heat source for a new home. I thank you for your time and I ask you to oppose SB 292. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Any questions from Mr. Mitchell? Being none, we've had a lot of testimony, a lot of similar testimony years. The only thing I will say that just kind of irks me to no end is you cannot bring up Texas. The reason their grid failed had nothing to do with the electrification of their heating systems.
In your opinion, respectfully,
it had to do with gross mismanagement and regulation of their natural gas facilities that froze and fucked and messed up the whole work. But I don't, I'm not here to argue with you. Just
I understand.
Use that as the excuse. That wasn't the issue there.
It was one of the issues, but
I do appreciate your testimony and your expertise. Any questions from Mr. Mitchell? Being none, next person is Anderson Curtis.
Thank you. Good evening to the chairs of the Housing Committee, to the vice chairs, the ranking members, and all the remaining members of the Housing Committee. My name is Anderson Curtis. I'm testifying in strong opposition to House Bill 5347, an act concerning the review of erased criminal histories for prospective tenants. I'm going to start my testimony with the statement of purpose of this raised concept. It says it's to allow landlords to consider the erased criminal history of any prospective tenant. When I read the statement of purpose, I shudder to even fathom that anyone could be allowed to consider an erased criminal history. How can a person consider a history that's been erased? I stand in solidarity with people with erased criminal histories. This quote unquote raised concept effectively erases an erased criminal history. I was granted a pardon by the Connecticut Pardon Board in January of 2022. Cannot fathom a raised concept that effectively erases my pardon, erases my emotional turmoil, erases the financial costs, the spiritual labor, and erases all the sacrifices I made to secure my lease in my name, just one of the requirements I had to do to complete my pardon application. This raised concept, quote unquote, seeks to allow landlords, people who rent living space, to consider access to an erased criminal history of a prospective tenant, other people who are seeking to rent living space. And again, I'm curious, how can a person consider another person's erased criminal history? Please allow me to talk about for a minute who has a criminal history in the state of Connecticut. 70% of the people incarcerated in our state are Black and brown. Thus, 70% of the people with a criminal record are Black and brown. This race concept harms people of color, period. This race concept, to me, reeks of racism, reeks of revisionism. Is it a race concept or a racist concept? I fail to see how erasing the work of rebuilding your life after incarceration, how extinguishing the hope of families, how restricting the opportunity to secure housing for Connecticut residents serves Connecticut. Race concept 5347 raises grave concern for this advocate. Restricting access to housing for people living with a criminal record perpetuates punishment well beyond the person's incarceration and effectively extends the prison walls into communities of color. I strongly urge the Housing Committee, the whole Housing Committee. I strongly demand that this Housing Committee repeal this racist, revisionist race concept. I vehemently oppose it. And quite frankly, I'm disgusted.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Your testimony is well heard. Just want to let you know, the idea of a raised concept is it's just brought up for discussion. I understand you're angry about that. Does not mean that anyone in the committee endorses it whatsoever. It was just brought up for discussion, but I appreciate your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Curtis? Seeing none, thank you. Have a good night, sir. Next person I have on my list is Ken Mita.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to talk in opposition to Senate Bill 292. Just very quickly, I'm a builder, a local builder here in Connecticut. I'm building 2 projects and I'm trying very hard to address homes and offer them to the market in the most affordable way possible. And moving to a cleaner, greener energy future is a noble cause, but the mandate proposed in this bill will force a move to building and energy systems that are just not mature enough for widespread adaptation. In preparing for this testimony, I spoke to as many stakeholders in the building industry as I could, including building officials from several towns, my HVAC and electrical contractors, several of my client home buyers, and even Nick Jones, a representative from Eversource. I couldn't find a single one of these people that was in favor of this proposal. And let me tell you why. No one wants to limit the choices that they have to create a home that meets their needs and fits their budget constraints. If SB 292 were to go into effect, there are some of the options available now, but they're very expensive. First is a solar system. In my own common ownership communities, these are prohibited due to aesthetic concerns. But for example, a Tesla solar roof and battery storage system can be installed right now at an increased cost of $80,000 to $100,000 over our current baseline heating systems. That renders it unaffordable for most people. A second alternative is geothermal. This adds between 40 and 60 over our baseline. The third option, which is a heat pump, would likely become the default appliance for a typical building. And in our climate, that heat pump unit would probably add between $6,000 and $8,000 in initial cost. And there's some debate about whether the ongoing operating expenses would be more as well. Affordable housing, I feel, is already a major problem in our state, and this bill would make it that much more difficult to create affordable housing. I mean, in particular concern is heat pump hot water heaters. These units always require maintaining a reservoir at temperature, even a larger reservoir than a typical gas-fired hot water heater because of slower recovery times. Compared to today's commonly used on-demand gas-fired hot water heaters, this is a big step backwards in energy efficiency. It seems clear to me that no one really wants to be forced into paying higher prices for less efficient and potentially less reliable electrical systems, all in pursuit of moving to green energy policies. Eversource representative told me that he's not confident that the current grid in his state is capable of supporting the increased demand. I know that we're bringing solar fields online, but I can tell you that I have a project in North Haven that's being partially serviced from electricity generated from a solar field.
At the 3-minute mark, so please summarize.
And they still have problems delivering reliable energy to my project. I would say that more carrot and less stick would encourage adaptation of green technologies as these systems mature at their natural pace. And I just want to add that with all the geopolitical turmoil erupting around us today, the move to green at the expense of abandoning clean, reliable, and abundant domestic fossil fuels is somewhat tone deaf and I'm afraid counterproductive to our national security. Thank you very much, and I'll entertain questions if anybody has any.
Interesting. Anyone have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Mita.
Thank you.
Next person, Gail McNair.
Hi, good afternoon or good evening. Thank you, Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, Senator Picciarella, Representative Paletta. Thank you, and members of the Housing Committee. Thank you again for another opportunity to testify before you. Tonight, I would like to testify in support of HB 5204. I have already submitted a written testimony that is quite lengthy, but I just wanted to highlight on a portion of that written testimony already submitted. When many data points that are factored into the census tract and thus ultimately plays crucial factors into the planning and zoning of our communities are often skewed due to some high earning incomes living in the midst of what would otherwise be considered as low to middle class income neighborhoods. Thus, these high earning incomes households often skew the data to such a degree on paper that it prevents access to viable services for the low income households that would otherwise improve their overall quality of life. Thus, the only way to obtain a real handle on the real needs of these households is to actually physically walk through and engage with these households in order to more accurately base your planning and legislation derived from their actual stories. Based on last week's hearing, plans to visit Fairfield and likewise engage with key residents and officials there were mentioned. In addition to those visits, I highly encourage you to also walk among certain neighborhoods within New Haven, primarily the Dwight, Edgewood, City Point, and Fairhaven Heights, as well as Hartford and Bridgeport for starters. I have personally witnessed the source of the deeper level of segregation and hence the source of the skewed census and data tracking in these particular neighborhoods on a personal basis, in addition to research that I have conducted via feasibility studies for several projects. Based on my observation and research, I would notice a consistent trend of several neighborhoods, especially within the larger cities such as New Haven, several pockets, 1 to 3 blocks of really nice, well-kept, high appraised structures with high income households dwelling there. However, just outside of these affluent pockets, just 1 block in either direction, is a prevalence of impoverished, crime-ridden neighborhoods with low-income households. As aforementioned, the income of these high-earning. Okay, so in summation, as mentioned before, the income of the high-earning incomes lifts the overall area median income of that particular neighborhood above the HUD's poverty level, and thus deprives the low-income families access to vital services such as real affordable housing, better schools, healthcare, and so forth. Thank you again for allowing me this time to testify in support of 5204. And I also want to take a couple of seconds to oppose HB 5347 and to support HB 291. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McNair. Are there any questions for Ms. McNair? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Next on the list, I have Kylie Goslin.
Hey, everyone.
Hello.
Lopes, Representative Williams, thanks for sticking this hearing out and for your time today. My name is Kylie Goslin. I'm the executive director of the Partnership for Strong Communities. We're a policy and advocacy organization focused on expanding housing opportunity here in the state of Connecticut. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here today on House Bill 5204. I've submitted written testimony that also covers many of the other bills on the agenda. As you know, the partnership manages the statewide Home Connecticut campaign, which is a 16-year collaborative effort of a wide variety of stakeholders around housing: funders, developers, home builders, tenants' rights advocates, policy experts, and more. The campaign puts together a consensus legislative agenda annually. And this year, the campaign included support for the concepts identified in House Bill 5204. As we witnessed in last week's Housing Committee hearing regarding 8-30G, there's strong recognition from all sides that Connecticut has a shortage of multifamily and affordable housing units. No one denies that Connecticut needs more homes for people in all our towns. I also heard agreement that a universal belief that our towns can be great places to live while also becoming more affordable, and that diversity of housing choices can bring economic vibrancy and mobility, increased jobs and tax revenue and business revenue to our towns, regions, and the state. The challenges seem to arise when it comes time to decide where to put the shovels in the ground. So for decades, Connecticut has wrestled with how and where to create more housing opportunities for households of low and moderate incomes, all while the housing shortage has continued to grow. Our current zoning setup, as you know, with individual towns left to determine how and where to develop affordable housing, has left us with the housing shortage we all agree we face, and our families and our state economy have suffered as a result. We cannot grow our economy without more housing, period. Additionally, we remain one of the most segregated states in the country, both on racial and economic terms. Yet we as a state continue to move forward as we always have, saying towns know best where to place housing and hoping it works out. Home Connecticut supports the concept that every Connecticut community has an obligation to contribute to meeting the housing needs of our state, including permitting its fair share of housing for both low and moderate income households. Many towns have done a good job of planning for and incorporating more affordable housing, but disagreement remains about what type and how much makes sense town by towns, as not all towns are alike. This bill would take a hard look at housing needs and ultimately create more specific goals for each town based on individual metrics that are unique to that town. It won't dictate where housing should go or what it should look like or how it should be financed. Those things will and should differ based on the project and the town. I encourage you to look at this proposal as a way to combine hard data with policy objectives to give towns and our state more clarity about how we can all contribute to solving the housing shortage that we all seem to agree that we have, and ultimately ensure that all residents have a stable home and an equitable community of their choice where they can thrive. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Goslin. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, I assume you sent in written testimony as well?
I did.
Okay, thank you much.
Enjoy. Thank you all.
Next speaker I have as Liza Andrews.
Good evening, Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, Senator Chigarella, and Representative Paletta, members of the committee. My name is Liza Andrews, and I'm the Director of Public Policy and Communications for the Connecticut Coalition Against Domestic Violence. We are a membership organization of the state's 18 domestic violence organizations. I'm here this evening to urge the committee's support of Senate Bill 294, which is one of CCADV's priority bills. You have my written testimony, but to quickly summarize, the bill seeks to prohibit a landlord from taking certain adverse actions against a tenant based on such tenant's status as a victim of family violence. Our intention is that it will serve as one tool that can increase a survivor's ability to remain safely in her or his home. Domestic violence is the leading cause of homelessness for women and children. Survivors face many unique barriers to finding safe and affordable housing because of the actions of their abuser. Financial abuse is present in 99% of abusive relationships, meaning that a survivor may lack access to the family's financial resources, have been forced into on or underemployment, or had their credit destroyed, all compromising their ability to financially secure housing on their own apart from their abuser. Survivors may also face a history of evictions or appear on a housing authority's do not rent list because of incidents of damage caused by the abuser. Connecticut's highly competitive housing market is making it increasingly difficult for victims to secure affordable housing, especially housing in their current neighborhood where they feel at home, where their children attend school, and where they are close to their support system. Given these challenges, it is critical that we find ways to protect the victim's ability to remain safely in existing housing. Victims should not face housing discrimination or eviction because of their abuser's actions. We do ask that the committee please consider two language changes. The first in line 11 by removing the word solely. Motives for evictions almost always include multiple issues, and use of the word solely places an extremely difficult burden on the tenant to prove that the landlord's motives were based solely on their status as a victim. The second requested change is to add the term, but need not be limited to, in line 17, thereby permitting landlords to accept other forms of proof of a tenant's status as a victim if they so choose. It is often the victim who is expected to pick up and leave, finding a new place to live and altering her or his life because of the actions of someone else. This should not be the case. As a state, we should support policies that help victims remain safely in their homes. This proposal does just that, offering one possible solution for victims, and we urge your support with the requested substitute language. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Any questions? Being none, thanks. Have a good night.
You too.
Next on the list, I have Mark Bruder. Second call from Mark Bruder. Okay, moving on to Chris Herb.
Good evening. My name is Chris Herb. I'm the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association. We submitted testimony in opposition to Senate Bill 292, an act concerning heating efficiency in new residential construction and alterations to residential buildings. If passed, SB 292 would work against the new state law, Public Act 21-181, that all of you voted for last year, unanimous in the Senate and the House, that requires the use of low carbon renewable liquid fuels that can achieve carbon neutrality. If the goal of the bill is to lower emissions, the heating oil industry has already started that process, and SB 292 would end it over time. The new fuel that the law requires that we sell is bioheat fuel, which is a blend of ultra low sulfur heating oil and renewable biodiesel that is derived from waste products like used cooking oil from French fries, cheeseburgers, donuts, and grown products like the oil that comes from soybeans. Over 500,000 homes in our state need little to no modification at no cost to the homeowner to their heating equipment when they started using a fuel that is cleaner and has the ability to displace fossil fuels today instead of waiting decades for heat pumps to take over the market. We are not opposed to heat pumps. In fact, our industry installs more heat pumps than anyone in Connecticut, and our experience tells us something different than some of the testimony you heard today. During the heating season, when the increased peak of electric load from cold climate heat pumps would be realized, carbon dioxide emissions are higher due to efficiency issues with heat pumps. If 50% of biodiesel blends produce less carbon dioxide emissions than electricity, and conversion to cold climate heat pumps will only increase CO2 emissions from electric generation. Clean combustion that can achieve zero emissions is as good as wind or solar generated electricity, if not better. SB 292 should focus on emissions and not a particular fuel or technology, if lowering emissions is truly the goal. Phasing out traditional heating equipment means that we no longer have the option to use zero emissions liquid fuel and requires us to become more entirely dependent, that is, on monopolies where consumers have no choice as to who they do business with. A couple of summers ago, the lights went out for a week or more during a massive increase in electric rates. It's unimaginable to think that this committee wants to entirely rely on Eversource to be the sole supplier of heating, given their track record of providing us with the highest rates in America in intermittent service. ISO New England has warned of blackouts in the winter because of the weakness of our grid and what happens during the peaks. We should not be adding demand to the grid where we are all on the edge of having the lights go out. Finally, electricity is not a zero emissions fuel. Just a week or so ago, Connecticut derived nearly 60% of our electricity from natural gas and coal. And that it's going to take decades and billions of ratepayer dollars to build enough zero emissions electricity in the infrastructure to bring it here to our homes. Ratepayers will not tolerate increase in rates to accomplish this, like we have seen with rates increases over the last couple of years. Our industry offers real emissions reductions now and does not take consumer choice away from consumers like this bill would do. We ask that you oppose Senate Bill 292, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. You were right on 3 minutes.
I tried it for you.
Yeah, I understand the concerns and a lot of the other oil distributors who came out today. I don't share them to the magnitude that you guys do. I do appreciate your testimony. Even if we were to mandate heat pumps for new construction, I can't imagine the oil industry and oil-fired furnaces and boilers being phased out for another 50 years. I think I would be dead before people would actually stop using them. The industry would still be there. I never see, I said this before, I don't see this as an immediate line in the sand switch to new technology. It is just a push in the right direction. And I hope together, someday together we can all agree on this in the direction we're going in, but I appreciate your testimony. So our sign up list is changing every second. I think what the clerk did is took out people that aren't here. So unless I'm making a mistake, the next person up is Allison Weir.
Good evening, Senator Lopes and Representative Williams. My name is Allison Weir. I'm with Greater Hartford Legal Aid as a policy advocate and an attorney. And I'm here on behalf of the Connecticut Legal Services Programs in support of SB 299, an act establishing a task force concerning the use of the state-administered General Assistance Fund program to address homelessness. Legal Services welcomes the focus on the SAGA program and other benefits programs such as the Temporary Family Assistance Program that were once considered a safety net against homelessness, but not currently provide enough benefits to cover a week of rent. The average monthly rent for an apartment in Hartford is over $1,300, while the maximum SAGA benefit is $222 per month. For those who do not have to pay for shelter, the maximum benefit is $56 a month. Since SAGA also has an asset limit of $250, A SAGA applicant does not have enough in assets to pay for a security deposit, even if the benefits could cover rent. We also urge the task force to consider TFA as well as SAGA. The Temporary Family Assistance Program was initially considered a program that could be used to cover rent, along with other necessities that require cash. But its maximum benefits in some cases are larger than SAGA, but are still inadequate to cover rent. And as well as all the other items that the program was envisioned to be covered. Because the benefit programs are the focus of the task force, we urge the committee to include at least one member of the task force who has expertise in the state benefits programs. Each of the programs that comprise Connecticut's safety net has a different income limit and asset limit, and has their own set of requirements and rules, which are very different from the housing assistance programs. We requested the task force include a representative from one of the state's nonprofit legal organizations engaged in direct legal representation of low-income benefit applicants and enrollees. My written testimony has included some suggested language you might want to consider in changing the in expanding the scope of the task force. I'm happy to answer any questions, and otherwise, you all have had a very long night. So,
speaking of long night, what bill were you speaking in reference to?
299.
299. Thanks. I just didn't quite hear it the first time. Any questions for Ms. Weir? Okay, seeing none, I appreciate your testimony. I think I see Leslie Hammond up next, if that's correct. Good night.
Hi, can you hear me? I presume you can.
I can.
Okay, thank you. Leslie Hammond, Hammond Realty, broker owner, Hartford resident, and my agency's in Hartford too. I've been a realtor since 1993. I'm here to support bill number 5204. I'm very thankful for Open Communities Alliance and partnership for home communities that have been advocates for this bill. And as a public person, I have to tell you, it's really hard to navigate this system. So I'm really thankful for these other agencies. I can't believe that we're even talking about this. I mean, it's talking about a needs assessment and a fair share, that each town needs to do something like that. You're giving the towns total control, which I know they like. Having been a realtor for so long, I can't tell you the institutional racism, the white supremacy, the elitism in this state is shameful. And I am embarrassed to be a 72-year-old white woman saying I'm from Connecticut. I can't believe that we cannot figure this out. And I know you Democrats supposedly are more inclusive than maybe the other party, but I don't see it when it comes to anything with affordable housing. The other thing I get really discouraged about is the lack of knowledge what affordable housing is. Affordable housing is based in Hartford County on 29 town income. The household income in Hartford is $36,000. That's the average household income in Hartford. When you do the 29 towns, 80% of that income is $79,900. That's considered affordable. I mean, come on, you guys. This is what towns are afraid of, are people that make $80,000. So I know it's racism. I know it's classism. And please figure this out. And thank you for your time, committee. I'm sure you're exhausted with all these different bills. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hammond. Any questions for Ms. Hammond from members? Seeing none, thank you again, and have a good night. And next is Eric Santini.
All right. Thank you, Senator Lopes and Representative Williams and the entire committee, Housing Committee, for hearing my testimony. I have submitted written testimony. My name is Eric Santini. I am the president of the Home Builders and Modelers Association of Connecticut. I'm also a builder developer in Talon County, and I am opposing Senate Bill 292. Just a little background on where our industry is before I give my reasons. Last year, we built 3,200 homes in the state of Connecticut. That's actually a 10-year low, believe it or not, despite the hot housing market. We have never recovered fully from 2008. There's a lot of reasons for that, but really the main reason is that is a cost of construction in Connecticut. We can't really compete against resales. It's very difficult. In 2004 and 5, 6, we were building over 10,000 homes. So we're just not building up to demand. We've talked a lot today about housing shortage, and that's certainly contributing to it. As many of you know, we build to a state building code, which will be actually updated this year. The new code will be adopted this year, later on in the year. And currently we're building on the 2018 International Energy Code, Conservation Code. By the end of the year, we'll be building on the 2021. So we're building progressively more energy efficient. In fact, our home, according to a recent Eversource study I received from last year, the average home had a 55 HERS rating that was built in the state of Connecticut last year. The resale market's 130. So I guess I would say that maybe when we talk about mandating electrification on new construction, we're probably maybe looking at the wrong thing. We have 1.5 million homes in Connecticut. Many are on the older side. We probably have one of the oldest housing stocks in the country. I think we should be focusing more on incentivizing those folks that live in those homes that aren't energy efficient to get energy retrofits. Another part of this bill that we don't love is the remodeling, a major remodel. So on a major remodel, it could be, making a house more handicap accessible by completely changing the kitchen and the bathrooms, adding an in-law apartment. You would actually have to convert over to electric heat pump and also electric heat pump hot water heater. So that adds a tremendous cost to a remodel. That's a $25,000, $30,000 cost that you're adding, which is basically going to price these people out. We should be incentivizing remodeling in Connecticut. We have an old housing stock. It's good for the entire community if people update their homes. And I think that works against it. On older homes, heat pumps, older homes that are leaky, heat pumps aren't going to be as efficient as gas furnaces, propane furnaces. They just aren't. You're going to have to upsize them. You may have to even, on a bigger home, you may have to even put a few in to replace what a gas furnace could do, which could be cost prohibitive. So as an association, we're happy to be part of this conversation. I think, I think heat pump technology has come a long way. I think it's something that's worth looking into. But I think we really need to sort of look at the EV market and how that kind of changed things. 10 years ago, there's only a couple players out there. It was heavily incentivized. Now, 2022, every car manufacturer is basically committing to going all electric at some point in the next 10 years. I think we can go that way with housing, but I think we have to do it pragmatically. So happy to be part of the discussion. Our entire association would be, and I'm open for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Santini. Any questions from members from Mr. Santini? Senator Ciccarella, please proceed.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I heard you speak of how we have an old housing stock, and when it comes to remodeling, when you call it a major remodel, you have to bring it up to code. What makes something a major remodel, if you don't mind clarifying?
Well, I think that would be my question about how the bill, it does reference a major remodel. So I'm not sure what the definition in this bill of a major remodel would be. But I would imagine, a significant addition or maybe a significant alteration of the floor plan where you're taking out a kitchen, replacing bathrooms. So as the bill is written, as I understand it, you'd actually have to replace your heating, cooling, and hot water heater system, even if you don't need to.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll look into that because that doesn't make sense when somebody's going to do some type of an addition or a remodel not related to the heat and then have to do that. So I'm sure we could take a look at that and find a way to make sure that that doesn't affect individuals and homeowners that want to do a remodel, and not to mention the trades that would be less likely to do those jobs if people are reluctant to do the remodeling because of all the additional work that would have to be done.
Right.
Thank you so much for your testimony tonight.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Ciccarella brings up a good question that has come up earlier in testimony from a couple other people. It's part of the standard code language that's in there now, but I think when we talk of major remodel, I think we're talking about something that would be more than 50% of the value of the entire home. But there's probably a more specific definition.
Okay.
It'd be major. It wouldn't be, Ben referenced earlier about putting a sunroom off his house. Would he have to change his furnace? No, that's not how it's envisioned. And actually, in all honesty, I can see pulling that part out of the bill and just make it new construction. But I want to thank you again for the conference I was on earlier a couple of weeks ago. The panel, the trends for new building and new construction, better than they were, but still not where we want them to be. It's good to see those outlying projections to where we can go. And again, we're working, or I'm working with you, and the groups that are advocating this are working with you. We're working with DEEP. There is some concerns about remodeling older homes on this, because that involves a lot of other components in terms of, as you said, making the house tighter, better insulation. DEEP already has programs and incentives for all this. So in the end, I mean, I know people read the title and they came out and testified, but this is less a mandate and this is more an opportunity to set up incentives and move the industry just slightly, a nudge, so we start going more in the direction of energy efficiency and environmental consciousness. I got to admit, I've been a little shocked by the amount of resistance from the oil industry who doesn't seem to understand exactly what this bill is meant for. But it is what it is. We can work through that when we get there. Any further questions for Mr. Santini? Seeing none, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Arunan, please. I know we skipped over you somehow, but please proceed.
No, I think that was my fault, Senator Lopes. Thank you, Senator Lopes and Representative Williams, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee for staying on this to hear number 136 on the list. My name is Arunan. I'm the CEO of the Hartford Land Bank, and I'm here to talk about Senate Bill 298, which would create a homeownership loan fund. And I want to speak specifically as a Hartford resident. You have my written testimony as CEO of the Land Bank, but as a resident of a municipality with a 24% home ownership rate, and actually I live in a neighborhood with a 9% home ownership rate. And just to give you guys some certain level of context, neighboring West Hartford, there's a 71% home ownership rate. In Glastonbury, there's an 80% home ownership rate. I'd ask you to take a moment to think about the impact of living in a neighborhood in which 91% of residents are paying rent into a pot of money that they'll never see again, never building equity in their home, never able to build generational wealth in the property in which they live, and equity in the property in which they live. The level of disinvestment and lack of generational wealth creation impacts the levels of impact that happen as a result of that. That's a trend that we at the Land Bank are trying to address right here in Hartford. And it's a trend that we've seen in so many urban municipalities around the state. And one of the issues that we have in our urban municipalities is we've got these beautiful old properties that just cost more to redevelop than you can sell to homeowners in our neighborhoods. And so without some market intervention to deal with that gap between the redevelopment costs and the amount that you can sell it to a homeowner for, the incentive is for all of these properties to be picked up by investors many of whom don't live in Hartford, many of whom don't live in the state of Connecticut, who live outside of Connecticut, who are milking money off of the poorest and most marginalized citizens in our state, and not making the investments in those properties that they need to make, because for them it's a line item on a budget. And in order to change that cycle, in order to break that cycle, we need to invest in the creation of home ownership in urban neighborhoods. We've talked a lot about the racial wealth gap in the state and the impact of redlining in our neighborhoods. If we are serious in investing in changing the history of redlining and the disinvestment in our urban municipalities, we need to invest in the development of home ownership stock within our cities. And this bill would do that. It would create a mechanism for local developers and CDCs within that municipality, within municipalities that have HUD qualified census tracts, to get financing, and specifically to allow for grants of money to
your 3 minutes is up, so please summarize.
Sure, to fill that that appraisal gap. And so if we are serious in investing in home ownership, we urge you to take a look at Senate Bill 298, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thanks for the time.
All right, thank you very excuse me. It's been a long day. Thank you very much. Any questions regarding the testimony? Seeing none, I think there was a gentleman very early in the hearing, I think about 7 hours ago, who testified against this. I don't know if you can track down or have the clerk track down his testimony and simply try to make me understand what his objections were and what your counterpoint is. I think that would be helpful.
I will do that. I'm sorry, Senator, I missed that
It was
testimony.
only
but
7 hours ago, so next time, do more than 6 hours. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Have a good night. I believe Christy Balka from All Our Kin is up next, followed by John Souza. Christy. Wow, my eyes are going. Oh, there we go.
Okay. I apologize. My video camera is on the blink. So
we can hear
anyway.
you. Please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Senator Lopes, Representative Phipps, Senator Ciccarella, Representative Paletta, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. Thank you for your time here today. My name is Christy Balka, and I'm the Vice President for Policy at All Our Kin. It's been a long day, and I'm not going to read the testimony I prepared earlier, but I do want to address a few statements that we've heard over the past hours. The first concerns the state licensing process. I know that Commissioner Bai very much wanted to be here to testify in person and was called away by the governor at the last minute for an event. I do want to call your attention to her written testimony where she addresses state child care regulations. As is true with all services for children, child care is one of the most heavily regulated sectors in the economy. Connecticut's regulations are among the most robust in the country. All Our Kin's staff and the family child care providers we work with understand that evidence-based regulations serve an important purpose to protect the health and safety of young children who can't yet protect themselves. What we don't understand are laws that give local zoning boards the power to take children's health and safety into their own hands, regardless of whether there's an evidence base to support the requirements that they impose. Earlier today, we heard from a speaker who testified that OEC does not require fencing or safe pickup and drop-off areas for children. This is simply not accurate. We heard from two family child care providers who described zoning boards' requirements that they shuttle children between the street and the family child care home. One zoning committee then told the family child care provider that children under 18 months are too young to be shuttled. While there's no evidence basis for this whatsoever, this zoning board taking health and safety issues into their own hands in place of OEC effectively denied parents care for their young children and left them out in the lurch. We've heard a lot about government overreach today. It seems to me that government overreach is in the eye of the beholder. As Professor Lamar noted earlier, we also heard a landlord speak about increased foot and vehicle traffic to and from the apartment, greater utility costs, higher utility insurance costs for landlords, higher maintenance costs. I want to
your 3-minute mark,
remind.
so please summarize.
Okay, I want to remind the committee that we're talking about 4 to 6 children at the most, and these children are, for the most part, below the age of 3. In point of fact, most families live within 4 blocks of their family childcare home and prefer to walk. I will address the rest in written comments. This is the 3rd year in a row this committee has considered this bill. We very much appreciate its past support. We have listened to opponents. We have made adjustments to the bill. Raise Bill 291 is a better bill because of it, and we urge you to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belka. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much and have a good night. Next up, John Souza, followed by David Marisol.
Good evening, everyone. Greetings and thank you for being here tonight. Senator Lopes, Senator Anwar, I think you're still there, Representative Williams, and any other esteemed members. I'm John Souza. I am a full-time landlord. I also volunteer as the president of the Connecticut Coalition of Property Owners. We're the small mom and pop landlords, small business people all around the state that operate real estate for a living or part-time or full-time. There's a lot of bills on tonight's thing. I don't know why they put 19 on one day, and it's a long night for you guys and a long night for a lot of people, and I appreciate you coming out, so I'll be brief. Bill 301 that would establish a fund basically to help landlords that played by the rules during the pandemic. You know, the state basically made them support people, you know, and weren't able to use the eviction system for long periods of time, not even get into the court system. And then Unite CT came out, which is a great thing to help. They played by the rules, they applied. And then if the tenant didn't comply, didn't do their part or just disappeared, they were left high and dry. I think it's only fair, to be honest with you, if, you know, the state wanted to provide this public service that the state helped pay for it. A lot of people that didn't qualify for Unite CT also gained the benefit of the state protections during that time. And I think that maybe they would consider opening that up to other people that, you know, just took advantage of it, of the landlord, and didn't pay because they didn't have to. Then they should be eligible for that also. Thank you for thinking of us. There's a few bills in here tonight that are pro-landlord, and we appreciate you thinking of us. I don't know how far some of these will go. I understand there's a lot of opposition. The other 2 bills I'd like to talk about, they got some opposition, but I would like to explain it. So if there's anybody still listening out there, maybe you will understand a little better. We can come to some kind of agreement that'll work for both of us. As a landlord, I have properties in Hartford. I have properties in West Hartford. So I have 2 extremes. I have rooms and rooming houses, and I get a month's rent and a month's security. And the reason for that is because that's all they can afford. So I would love to ask for 2, 3, 5, 7, but they don't have the money. So it's never going to happen. I'm never going to rent the room. I do check other things. I check background. You know, I check other things. So my point is that it doesn't matter what the security deposit is. It's limited by the amount I can get. Even my apartments, I only presently ask a month and a half. If somebody's marginal, has a checkered past, has really bad credit, you know, and I'm not so sure about their job, I do ask for the 2 months. But that's, you know, if they get worse than that, I just can't help them. So I say, I'm sorry, I can't help you. I can't take the risk when it takes 3 to 4 to 5 months to complete an eviction. If you guys could guarantee
3 minutes, so please summarize.
Sorry, if you can guarantee a 45-day eviction, then I think a lot of people would have a better chance of getting housing. And the other side, the other bill before I finish, is the one with the larger security deposits and the advanced rent. I have people that want to pay advanced rent. Students do this all the time, and I try to accommodate them, but I can't. And there are agencies that want to place tenants in for a year in advance. They have the money, would help secure people's housing for a year. So if a person is troubled to place, like they were homeless and they have behavior issues or whatever, they pay for a year. Basically, you bought the spot for a year. It's hard to get out of that contract if they paid for the year. So that's something to consider. So thank you. And I'm trying to be helpful and find solutions. I do have a couple other ideas for solutions if you want to hear one more, but I took my time.
Not a problem, John. I think you and I are meeting Friday.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Okay, well, we can lay on those other ideas at that point.
I got them for you.
In terms of early paying of rent, I mean, I've seen it happen before. There aren't a lot of prosecutors and police and governmental agencies tracking down landlords who took advance rent. If someone comes to you and says, "Hey, I want to give you 6 months worth of rent," what really prevents you from saying, "Sure," put in the bank account and then let them stay 6 months?
You're correct, but I like myself are just like the law says I can't do that because I'm only allowed to take 3. That's why I do it, because I know the law. But I'm sure there are people that would do it like anything else, right? Those people will say, "Sure, give me the 6 months and I'll take it," or 9 months.
Yeah,
and
I'm almost wondering if there's even like an alternative way, like going to a local attorney and just saying, "Hey, can we park the money here in your account and you just pay it out every month?"
As an expense, but again, we're trying to keep it affordable for everybody. And I could see some landlords not wanting to do it in certain situations. Certain people, for whatever reason, you want to take the month to month, so that if there is issues going down the road, you could start an eviction for other reasons. Like I just said, if you take a year's rent, basically you bought the year and there's not much you can do. They say, well, they don't follow the rules of the lease or whatever. They're like, well, you already took the year's rent. You're sorry, you're stuck. You can't evict them.
Yeah, you say that, but I know a lot of landlords too. And let me tell you, their middle name is take the money when they can.
Oh, I understand that. I understand the need to want to take it. I get it.
I actually see Senator Ciccarello with a question, please.
Sir.
Sorry, not a question, more of curiosity. You did say you had an idea, and I understand it's late and the good chairs have been having to go through everybody. So I am interested if you just did have a quick explanation and just to finish up what your thought was.
Sure. The whole the tenant's possession bill, this thing has been going round and round for years. The tenant side, I get. I've done evictions. Well, my point was that I've done evictions where there's people there, they definitely want to keep their stuff, and the city comes, they help them, they take it away. I get that. The other side of that is about half the time, and I don't do a lot of evictions. I maybe do 1 a year at best, and I have 200 units I run. But the other side is the people are just gone, and they left, some stuff, but not other stuff. They left their food, maybe some old furniture. And I say to myself, why am I paying to move this? I know this is going to go in the dump, and any town will tell you that 80% ends up in the dump. So why don't we just make it that the tenant has to request it in writing to the town in advance? So the town can be helpful. I think the town wants to help people that are really in need of it. It may cut everybody's expense in half for that. And I think that would be an easy way to at least start it and see how that goes. It costs less for everybody automatically. In my life, I've been in this 30 years. I've only probably done 40 or 50 evictions, believe it or not, and to the end. And, most of the time they leave. They just take their stuff with them, what they want, and they leave the rest behind. Just like when I moved out of one of my house after 10 years, I had a dumpster of stuff I left behind and I put it in the dumpster. But if you move out of an apartment, you just leave it there because you don't have any money to deal with it at the time. That's how it works. So I don't think that's an unreasonable request that they would have to request it. Maybe even pay a small fee to help cover it. And then, they're serious about it. I mean, if they haven't paid rent in 5 or 6 months to be evicted, they should have a few dollars.
That is something to explore. Thank you for elaborating.
Sure. Anytime. Have a good night, guys. Thank you for being here.
John, just one quick question. Sure. I think you said that in some of your less affluent areas, you charge a smaller deposit because that's all your tenants can afford.
Pretty much.
It sounded like there was an implication that in some of the more affluent areas, if you had the opportunity to charge a higher deposit amount, whether it be 2 months or 3 months or 4 months or 5 months or how many ever, would you go higher if you could?
Actually, there's
just
a
the
lot of
affluent
competition.
areas?
So you're saying affluent area, but let's speak specifically by the person, because I have, at West Hartford Center, I got a couple of condos, and there's very high demand, and I get people that they're expensive condos, they're not cheap, but I don't charge 2 months because they have excellent credit and they want to take it right away. They have good jobs. You know what I'm saying? There's less risk involved, but I still charge a month and a half. That's my low point for apartments, is month and a half. For rooms, I do a month. It's a month and $50 technically, but a month.
I'm not sure if that answers the question though. But if you legally could, would you go higher if the market allowed? In just the affluent areas where it was
for
possible?
everywhere, you mean? For any apartment I was renting to?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying, I think. So if somebody came to me and says, John, I got a great job, but my credit stunk. When I got divorced, I was, in the hospital for 6 months and my credit's ruined, but I've got the same job for 20 years. Look, here's my credit report. For 6 months, it was horrible, but I got back on my feet. And I would say, I'd probably rent to you, but I'd want 2 or 3 months. And I think that would be a pretty reasonable compromise.
I'm not sure. I don't think that was quite the question.
Sorry, I'm trying.
Yeah, no, we can move on. I think there sounded there was an implication that there was some market dictation on what deposits could be done, and that if there wasn't limits, that it could be significantly higher in a more affluent area. So, like, once again, if West Hartford, someone could afford to do 3 months or 4 months, that is what you could ask for and would ask for if possible.
Now I understand what you're saying. Yeah, so I don't think I would, to be honest with you. It makes me less competitive against the people I'm competing with. And the people are more sophisticated too. Unfortunately, a lot of people can't even use a computer in my rooming houses, don't even know how to look online to find apartments and everything else. Today, everything's at your fingertips. So I'm competing with a lot of different people. They can find 50 one-bedroom apartments or 2-bedroom apartments in minutes versus somebody who can't use a computer, et cetera.
It does sound like there could be vastly different experiences in the rental process to whether you're going in Hartford or West Hartford. But it sounds like you have your reasons why. Thank you for answering the questions.
Sure.
All right, thank you very much. Any more questions for Mr. Souza? Seeing none, thanks. Have a good night.
Thanks. Have a good night. I'll continue to listen.
I believe next person is Bob DeCosmo.
Hey, good evening, and thanks for staying on for this marathon session. John and I are co-partners. I run a statewide landlords group, and so does John. He's got a little bit more of the inside game with lobbyists, and I do all of the grassroots outside of the Capitol, organizing landlords. John is right, talking about the security deposit. We're not going to jack up security deposits because it's a competitive market. So people are going to go for the better priced units. I heard a lot of talk today, and I'm going to throw something way out of left field. I didn't even testify on this, but the affordable housing crisis, I'm going to give you guys a clue that no one's even talked about. But we could put 5,000 units of rental housing online tomorrow in Connecticut at no cost to the state if we relieve the restriction for our senior citizens that own or occupy our multis if they hire a professional realtor to fill their vacancies. Because a lot of our seniors have no technology or access to computers, and they're sitting on empty units above them in a multifamily. Okay? But they're afraid of renting to tenants because they don't want a tenant with kids running around over their heads at 11 o'clock at night. But if they rent the apartments on their own, they have exemptions under the fair housing laws. If they hire a realtor who can be the guide and help them, get a proper tenant, they lose those exemptions. So they have to rent to anybody. So you guys want 5,000 units of rental housing, and they're affordable because most of these seniors don't have mortgages. And that's sort of a great idea that no one wants to talk about. We're talking about doing zoning laws and pushing studies. You've got seniors living almost in poverty that have income ability above those units, but they can't hire a professional to screen out those risks. So just want to throw that at you guys.
Hey, Bob, that sounds like a good idea. I'd be happy to talk about it. Never heard of it before. Probably too late this session, but next year, put it on your tickler file.
I've been known to think outside the box. That's kind of my... But yeah, I mean, these guys, I mean, and all the affordable housing is going to be in the urban centers where you've got the need for the affordable housing. So, I mean, sometimes you just get racked up in the rhetoric of, us versus them or landlords versus tenants. And housing is an industry that seems like it's under attack right now. We talk about pendulum swings, kind of all favoring tenant rights. These landlords, especially the mom and pops, are just, they're up against it. And I want to talk about, I submit testimony on 5347. We have to protect our tenants, and concealing true criminal histories puts us in a very conflicted situation. we've got a responsibility to make sure that we're renting to qualified applicants, but yet we can't really see the track record on some people. So from my understanding, it just 5347 removed the discrimination allegation complaints. And we had a program review and investigation hearing a few years back that was very revealing about how that gets abused, and kind of puts the property owner into a meat grinder where they're writing a check one way or the other. So, I'd love to see that go forward, because we really shouldn't be giving people that have committed serious crimes the opportunity to use a law now to press and bring sort of a court action against the owner and bring them in through the CHRO process. And also, listen, tonight, go Huskies. The UConn men are going tonight at 9:30, right? I got my Husky hat on. And I also want to remind you guys that you are all invited to a legislative breakfast next Tuesday at the Hartford Board of Realtors from 8 to 9 at 430 Park Avenue. Because we really got to figure this out. Everybody wants this to work. And it just seems like we're kind of into this Yankee Red Sox rivalry on landlord rights, tenant rights, and just need to kind of figure this out, because we're becoming a very unaffordable state for housing in Connecticut.
Any questions for Mr. DeCosmo? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Rick.
I think I'm going to head back to Dave Pilon.
Yes, good evening, Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, and members of the Housing Committee. I apologize, I'm a little informal. I just got positive COVID like 2 hours ago, so I'm like in a little bit of a frenzy right now. My name is Dave Pilon. I'm an insurance broker with Bouvier Insurance in West Hartford, Connecticut. Actually, my colleague Charles Ryan spoke a little earlier regarding raised bill 303 concerning renters and common interest communities. And I'll be brief. My expertise is ensuring condominium association master policies in Connecticut. What this bill would do if we basically were forced to allow every association to allow renters up to 50%, is there'd be an unintended consequence of potential underwriting issues with respect to insurance carriers who write master policies in the state. Every company that writes master policies asks about the current number of non-owner occupied units on their applications. Reason being is that units with a higher amount of renters do tend to have less favorable underwriting results, both property and general liability. So the trend of higher loss frequency and severity as the number of tenant occupied units increases, it's somewhat time tested and pretty consistent. So pretty much all insurance carriers have some limit at which they will no longer consider a complex a condominium association, and instead will choose to reclassify them as either apartments or rate them accordingly as apartment buildings, or simply decline to insure them altogether. And apartment insurance rates are across the board higher than those of owner-occupied communities, and in some cases significantly higher. As far as the rental count cutoff, the points that differ by insurance carrier, some of them start at 25%, and you won't be eligible at all to even write the policy with that particular carrier. Some do go up to 50%. Pretty much once you hit 50% or over, virtually all of our carriers, you're either not eligible for insurance with the master policy, or they'll rate you as an apartment building. So I just wanted to bring this point up to the committee, that the unintended consequence of not only altering the owner-occupant's experience to some degree, you would also be potentially impacting unit value, and it would cost them more in monthly common charges to cover the increased cost of insurance. So in closing, while some associations in the state, and particularly converted apartments to condos are more conducive to apartment style living. This rule, if you apply it on a blanket basis to all community associations, will handcuff boards that may wish to preserve that owner-occupied environment. So at that, I'll finish. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony, and I'd be happy to discuss or take any questions.
All right, thank you very much. I would say you probably should be wearing a mask talking to us.
Yeah,
That's a little late night
sorry.
humor. My apologies. I hope you come out of this okay.
Thank you. Yeah, just a little.
Any questions? And how do you pronounce your last name?
Pilon.
Pilon. Okay. Any questions for Mr. Pilon? Seeing none, thank you. Get some rest. Get well.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Next, I have Heather Kelly. Second call for Heather Kelly. Not seeing her. Luis Ortiz.
Yes, good evening, Chairman Williams, Chairman Lopes, ranking members Paletta, Chicarella, and honorable members of the Housing Committee. My name is Luis Ortiz, bilingual organizer with CONCAN and a member of the Growing Together Connecticut. I'm here in support of HB 5204, a bill that will create new housing units, bring jobs to Connecticut, and generate revenue for the state of Connecticut. It is no secret that the cost of housing is crippling families. Over 100,000 people are struggling to secure a safe, affordable home in a thriving and supportive community. This leads to families having to share housing, which has an adverse effect on the educational outcomes of the students in those households. Studies have shown that children who live in a crowded household at any time before the age of 19 are less likely to graduate from high school and tend to have lower educational attainment at the age of 25. However, we can fix this. We can improve the housing options available, expand opportunities across the state, and nurture our cities, building on features that are already there to ensure that they are thriving and vibrant places for everyone to live, regardless of their race or background. As an education organization, we support housing choice because we could further advance racial equity within the state of Connecticut by helping many moderate and lower income students of color gain access to the opportunities all kids need to reach their true potential. Let's end the systems of exclusionary zoning and unjust housing developments that have divided our state, making it one of the most segregated in the nation. Let's empower our communities with housing choice. Let's allow students the opportunity to have an education that suits their needs and empowers their future. Let us all grab our erasers and start erasing those red lines. Together, by passing HB 5204, we can flip the script on a new page in Connecticut's history by turning it from one of the most segregated states into one of the most diverse and inclusive as we all know it could be. I thank you for the opportunity tonight. I thank you guys for the opportunity tonight, allowing me to advocate and to participate in democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Any questions, members? Seeing none, thank you very much. Have a good night. I have Charlene Parks next.
Yes, thank you for hearing my testimony. The Common Interest Ownership Act has created a model set of laws that govern condominiums, co-ops, and planned unit development communities. However, we need a legislative body to oversee the condominiums, co-ops, and other common interest communities that will enforce the statutes of the Act and serve as a source of help to the members and shareholders who are otherwise left to suffer through abusive tactics and conduct of those in power. For instance, I'm a member of the Success Village Association Election Committee, and last year I was the chairperson. The election resulted in the past president losing her seat. Out of 4 seats, she ranked number 5. However, she managed to remove a member who was elected and became the president again. The problem with that is that with political campaigns, we have the SEEC, the State Election Enforcement Committee. Being that we, common interest communities, do not have such, we're defenseless against powers that have no intent in fair dealing. It's a systemic issue of racism that plagues Success Village. Blacks and Hispanic members are charged excessive fees if you speak contrary to anything that is against what they want you to approve, or you're in a position where you become afraid to exercise your right to vote, your right to assemble, just for the retaliation. There's not a schedule of fees that can assist us in determining the cost of work in a unit. And all of this is something that could be regulated by an entity put in place to have like a checks and balance for people running these associations. Members, they're losing their homes, they're losing their units. I myself was in a situation where SVA, their management accounting was inaccurate. Sometimes I think it could be a mistake, but other times I just don't believe so. But again, we don't have someone in place to make them accountable for these errors. And so people who cannot afford attorneys, they end up getting foreclosed on. And it's not necessarily that they didn't make a payment. It means that it could have gone to something else or somewhere else. And the reason I can speak on that is because I have been brought to court both in state.
Your 3-minute mark, so please summarize.
That's fine. During state and federal. And I proved that I made every last one of my payments. But if I was a different type of person, I would have been evicted out of my own unit. And there's issues with the audit committee being the husband of the president. We have some issues and we really need help. Thank you for listening.
No problem. I know we've had a couple meetings about this, and I appreciate your testimony. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, I believe we have Mr. Ty Bird up next on the same issue.
Good evening, all. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Ty Bird. I am a member of Success Village Apartments, Inc., and I'm also on the board of directors for Success Village. Success Village is the owner-occupied cooperative complex and one of the largest common interest communities in the state of Connecticut with 924 units. Very short background of Success Village. In 1941, Success Village was a federal works agency project with the City of Bridgewater Housing Authority and the United States Housing. It was a defense housing project dedicated to Bridgeport by United States President Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1941 when it was built. In common interest communities, even though we have rules, regulations, and guidelines that we are supposed to oblige by, there are no committees or legislative departments to oversee and enforce the statutes that the state of Connecticut legislature put into place. Cooperative complexes, like Success Village, are owner-occupied communities, making the association private property. Since it's private property, the only way to fight against corruption is for an individual unit owner, apartment owner, to seek counsel at their own expense. Board members, property managers, and attorneys that have control over our money. They use our money to defend themselves. Meanwhile, through a series of calculated vindictive schemes, they make the plaintiffs, which is us, live lives miserable through retaliatory fines, harassment, and even defamatory letters. If a member of Success Village has an issue and is vocal about their concerns, the above mentioned group will put erroneous fines on that member's accounts, which accrue attorney fees and often place members into delinquency status. The president of the board of directors, in collusion with the management company and our lawyers, oppress, threaten, and intimidate the members of Success Village by using voter suppression and other nefarious actions. They are predators who are neglecting their duties while targeting Black and Latino members, senior citizens, and people who barely speak English. The administration at Success Village get people to pay cash for their apartments units to own, then scheme to evict them and resell their units for cash. This administration ignores complaints of Black and Latino members, but acts immediately when the complaints come from members who are white. Petitions to remove board members are dismissed and ignored. The atrocities our members are subjected to are nothing short of racist tactics that have gone unchecked and violate the bundle of rights our members are obligated to receive as homeowners. This is crippling our association. And I can supply affidavits from members of Success Village that will actually back up
Your 3-minute mark, so please summarize.
my statement. Really quickly, there was a family who the management company has neglected their work orders. The ceiling collapsed on them, husband, wife, and their small young children. And they were told if they spoke English, it would have got attended to sooner, and then that they were illegal. So I also have affidavits from people that were told, members that were told to speak English and go back to their country. So what I'm asking is that since this legislative body has put into place the Common Interest Ownership Act to govern our common interest associations, also to implement some type of judicial body to make sure these guidelines are followed. So at this time, any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Byrd. Any questions from Mr. Byrd? Seeing none, I do have to say we had a couple of people testify against this bill, but they were not so much against what some of your concerns are, but more on the technical nature. So it looks like we have a little bit of work to do to maybe bring these things together, and we should be talking about that later. Any other questions? Being none, thank you very much, and thanks for staying up so late to give your testimony.
Thanks, Senator Lopes. Appreciate all your help.
Next, I think we've solved some technical difficulties, and we can call Eva Bermudez Zimmerman.
Thank you for having me, Senator Lopes, Senator Anwar, Representative Williams. Just so happy to be here. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to all the legislators who have been passionately advocating for early educators throughout the state. And a quick shout out to Ty Bird and their group for all of the work that they're doing to make sure that Success Village has a voice. I'm here supporting SB 291. It's an act equalizing and streamlining local permitting processes for family childcare providers in their home. I represent CSCA Childcare, and I've been working with them and working with providers for over 10 years. If you're not familiar with CSCA SEIU, Local 2001, we have over 25,000 members throughout the state. Out of those members, we do have a good portion of providers, close to 3,000 providers who take the Care for Kids subsidy to support their businesses, support their families, and support their homes. From that subset group of home care providers, group home providers who do this day in and day out, making sure that they're providing care for children, there's a good amount of providers that complain to me every single year saying that they do not have access to equal rights like everyone else when it comes to zoning laws. Too often I hear complaints that they do not have access to advocates, that they come to me for legal matters. And these are providers who do have, as testified before, they have insurance on their space. They provide a safe and clean environment licensed and approved by the state of Connecticut through OEC. They provide also certification and additional resources through federal mandates because of Care for Kids. This long litany of requirements that they go through creates a space that is safer than most other locations and other homes that are being rented out in landlord situations. It creates a space that leaves the area beautified after they move to a separate location. And when you're creating these hurdles from landlords' perspectives, you're actually taking an opportunity for a small business to grow and to flourish. When we're in this COVID pandemic and discussing how we can get back to normal, right now, one of the key factors in getting back to normal is supporting small businesses. So that should start with childcare providers. If you're expecting a parent to go back to their 9-to-5 job who has a small child and they don't have access to childcare in their location, and the location is being designated not occupied because a landlord is not in favor, then that is a problem. We are systematically closing opportunities for childcare providers and forgetting that we need the respect and support of all small businesses, including early ed providers. So I implore you to please support SB 291. Again, childcare providers have insurance in their spaces. Most of them have insurance that includes their landlords, and the landlord does not incur additional fees. Providers have to go through a very long list of requirements to stay open. This bill allows for equalizing and streamlining the process, and we're just asking for a voice in this conversation. So thank you so much for supporting SB 291.
Thank you, Eva. Appreciate your testimony, and so the bill we're trying to get passed, and we're trying to make some compromises to bring everyone together on it. Are there any questions from any of the members of the committee? Being none, thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
I have Bridget Prince up now. Oh, there you are.
All
Please
right,
proceed.
you can hear me and see me. Thank you. Glad I waited. Thank you, panel. This has been a very, very interesting day of testimony, and I appreciate it. Again, my name is Bridget Prince, and I am with the Veterans for Black Lives Matter. I am a 35-year veterans advocate, and I am speaking on behalf of affordable housing, or the lack of affordable housing for the veteran population. And not only the veteran population, for military population, National Guard, for instance. The National Guard has really been on the front line, has been the essential workers. When everybody else quit, they could not quit. A lot of the military, National Guard, and the veterans, but I'm gonna focus on National Guards. They are living below the poverty rate and don't really have a community that's affordable that they can go to and really raise a family. Getting to the veterans, it is very disheartening. I don't think there's a day that goes by where I don't go outside and ride and see somebody standing with a sign that says, "I'm a homeless veteran, please help me." I want to turn my attention to an article in New Haven Register. It's dated November 4th, 2021. And it was about the current administration welcoming thousands of Afghans into Connecticut. And that is not the issue. The nationality is not the issue. The issue is, after listening to everybody's testimony, listening to landlords, I agree with a lot of the landlords, and I agree with a lot of the tenants because I've been on both sides. But for everybody to say we don't have the resources, we don't have the funding to either pay the landlords or either pay the tenants, it is very disheartening. I mean, real quick, I'm just going to read an excerpt from this article. Dated November 4th, 2021. And this is Governor Lamont speaking in New Haven with Mayor Elliker. And he's talking about building the housing. And I'm bringing it up because I think it really borders some constitutional issues. Okay, I'm reading. It says, Governor Lamont said the state has a task force providing support for housing, education, and jobs, but that's only part of the story. Now I'm going to fast forward to State Department of Housing Commissioner, and I hope I'm saying her name right, Celia Mascara Bruno, said Lamont called her a few months ago on a Sunday to ask what the state was doing with the families, so they provided resources. We have provided enough state resources for the security deposit, past 2 months rent for the families that are coming in state funded. I'm almost done, thank you. While we prepare them to apply to Unite CT so that they can have another 12 months of assistance. Now, there is no, oh yeah, the commissioner said 800 of affordable houses are being developed in New Haven, but statewide there are about 2,000 units under construction. All I'm doing is asking for veteran housing. We can't get veteran housing, but you can build houses for people who are not constitutionally a citizen of the United States or in the state of Connecticut. So I'm agreeing with everybody, landlords and tenants, and I'm hoping that this problem can be resolved and veterans can get housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Prince. It is a sad state of affairs that pre-pandemic, we were getting pretty close to eliminating veteran homelessness in this state. Homeless advocates have been saying that they were getting really close to getting a handle on that. And that pandemic definitely fueled a dramatic increase with them and many other people. But any other questions for Ms. Prince? Seeing none, thank you very much for staying up with us.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure. I have John Thomas. I see you there. Mr. Thomas. All right, we'll skip over him. Leave him in the queue, and we'll go on to Paul.
No, I'm here.
Oh, good. Yes, sir. Please.
I'm here. My name is John Thomas. I just want to thank you, Senator Lopes and everybody. I'm not used to this, so forgive me if I don't give the right greeting.
Oh, you put yourself on mute, sir.
Hello.
There you go. I can hear you now. Keep going.
Okay, just please allow me time to adjust. My name is John Thomas. My first time really addressing the committee. Forgive me if I don't give the right salutations here. But I represent my ancestors here in this city who've been here for generations. And I'm here to talk about generations, not many, but I'll get started. I'm John Thomas. I'm a lifelong Hartford resident. I'm here to support Raise Bill SB 298. I believe establishing this home ownership fund is the right way to reverse injustices dealt specifically to Black and brown urban residents in Connecticut. We have had to struggle under the horrific urban conditions that you continue to neglect, which have evolved over the past 78 years, not 400, under racist policies. This is not critical. It is not theory. It is called the truth. We're not going back to slavery days with this because we only got to go back 2 generations to 1944, when a lot of your grandfathers that all of you quoted, when the federal government passed the Servicemen's Readjustment Act. This made federally financed home loans exclusively available to World War II veterans, except African Americans. And those 2 generations impoverished urban whites, yeah, y'all was poor too up in these cities, sprawled into suburban enclaves where in that time, $16,000 federally financed homes brought them out of poverty and continually to increase in value and are now worth up to $500,000 in today's market that all of y'all are out here trying to protect. It's sad how many of y'all are just complaining about losing. I mean, I like capitalism, but I don't like greedy people. And Connecticut is filled with greed. Your children went to college on the loans that were secured in that market on that capital. And improving your homes, you enjoyed equity. You seem all to have forgotten this recent history. SB 298 will do for Black and brown families in Connecticut today what the Servicemen's Readjustment Act did for Connecticut's white impoverished urban families in 1944. It would go even further because Black and brown people were financially hobbled in the 20s by redlining, deed covenants, racist zoning practices. And I used to be a Hartford Planning and Zoning Commissioner, all supported by Connecticut's legislator. Poor urban whites had no such obstacles. Their goal was to bar access to a fair home ownership playing field for Black Connecticut residents. And this has not changed. With little access to capital, equity, and access to the financial implements to secure wealth, and hell, we got more wealth than y'all do. We spend more than you do. While formerly poor whites could transfer wealth through this act, almost Black and brown
You're at the 3-minute mark, so please summarize.
Was poverty. The exclusion of Connecticut's Black World War II veterans from the Servicemen's Readjustment Act in 1944, even Tuskegee Airmen, was disgraceful. The state of their descendants is disgraceful. If Connecticut's urban centers are even more disgraceful, and that's based on your policies. Connecticut policymakers did this, not the poor people who live here.
Nothing, you did nothing to offset the federal inequalities that were perpetuated in 1944, and you enhanced them by strategizing disinvestment in the state's urban centers. Your narcissistic myopia seems to be crystallized, so I don't expect any of this to evoke a sense of urgency. It hasn't done so in over 400 years, so who am I? You all seem to be in denial of, if not okay with this nation and the state's disgraceful racial history and its present. The real tragedy is how you deny yourselves the benefit of an equal playing field. And the fact that had Black and brown veterans got their home loans, Connecticut would have been far better off. And all of your superiority, civility, policymakers in this state crafted policy after policy through the 80s and the 90s, and crack wars and all this other stuff that you created based on fear and the other, and dealing with your urban problem and kicking the can of justice down the road. We didn't have the power to create the policies that created the conditions that we are reacting to. Had policymakers been able to get beyond their own racist assumptions, they would have been able to see what Black and brown people could have done for Connecticut for the past 80 years. But the real problem is fear of a people who have survived all of this oppression and how they would prove your racist belief systems wrong. Pass this bill because it would be the first right thing Connecticut has done for others since 1663. Everything else has been either reversed or sophisticatedly worked around through private entities. And I've seen many of them here tonight. It took legislative action to create these conditions. It's going to take those acts to reverse them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Impassioned. Any questions for Mr. Thomas? Although it seems like he's left us. Seeing none.
I'm here. I had to drop the mic.
Amen.
Well, because I didn't do that for me. I'm sorry.
so-
I'm sorry. I became, you know, like I said, my ancestors brought me here today because my people suffered in the city and they get blamed for everything that we didn't have the power to create. I'm sorry.
I do fully understand. In fact, the only objections or disagreements I have with your statement is these problems didn't stop in the 40s and 50s. We have documented evidence of it continuing even in West Hartford, Bloomfield.
No, I'm not saying it stopped. I'm
all the way
saying that.
to,
I'm saying
all the way into the 80s and 90s.
Yeah,
But,
I lived it. I lived it, my brother.
Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, we'll go.
I understand your impassioned.
I mean, please email me.
Mr. Thomas, I
Yes.
understand your impassioned, but at this point, it's time to see if anyone has any questions for you, not for any more statements. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Thomas? I don't see any. I do appreciate your testimony. It was well heard, appreciated. I agree with you. But have a good evening. And
No, we need a commission to investigate how the Tuskegee Airmen were mistreated in the state for all of those years.
Next,
And if
I
we
have
get that out of this, I'm
Mr.
fine.
Thomas. Thank you. I think I can't even read this anymore. Paul Jenny from tennis tracks. Not seeing Paul. Michael Flaherty. Not seeing Michael Flaherty. Diane Dunn, Greco. Not seeing Diane. Margaret Middleton. Not seeing Margaret. Sarah Matthews. Not seeing Sarah. Shannon Lund, who I do see.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Senator Lopes, Representative Williams, and members of the committee. My name is Shannon Lund, and I'm an attorney with Conservation Law Foundation. CLF is a regional environmental nonprofit with offices in all 6 New England states. We strongly support SB 292, which would prohibit fossil fuel combustion systems in new residential buildings. The bill would also establish a training and education program for installing certain heating sources, most notably electric heat pumps. CLF strongly supports both of these provisions, but one important change is needed. As written, the bill would prohibit fossil fuel systems as the primary source of heating in new residential buildings. We recommend deleting the word primary to ensure that backup fossil fuel heating systems are not installed. Electric heat pumps are a mature technology and have been proven to operate effectively in the New England climate. Allowing backup fossil fuel heating systems is unnecessary and would simply prolong the state's reliance on fossil fuels. Fossil fuel heating in residential buildings is a significant source of greenhouse gas emissions. The state must rapidly phase out oil and gas heating to meet its climate commitments under the Global Warming Solutions Act. In fact, the state's most recent greenhouse gas inventory found that the state's emissions increased due primarily to combustion of fossil fuels for heating. Gas and oil customers are also vulnerable to significant price volatility, including soaring costs this winter. Ensuring that new residential buildings do not prolong Connecticut's reliance on fossil fuel heating would help reduce emissions and protect residents from future price increases. Electric heat pumps are a superior option for new residential buildings because they're highly efficient, result in far lower emissions than oil or gas heating, and are recognized as critical to decarbonizing the building sector. As we continue to transition our grid to renewable energy, the emissions from generating electricity are continuing to fall, making heat pumps even cleaner. Building all electric homes will also lead to better health outcomes for the people who live there. Indoor air pollution from gas appliances causes adverse health impacts, especially in children, and disproportionately affects low-income and minority families. Finally, we support the proposed workforce development program in Section 2, which is critical to ensure that contractors have the relevant knowledge and expertise to install heat pumps and to educate potential customers about their efficiency, cost, and environmental benefits. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for hanging in there. Any questions for Ms. Lund? And I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yes, thank you.
All right, seeing none, thank you very much. It is the goal of this bill to try to push us in that direction. As you probably heard, there are some objections, but we'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think I have Diane Loricella, who is lucky enough to be the last person on the list. So please proceed.
Well, I know, I thank you very much. Dear Chairs Williams and Lopes, Vice Chair Smith and Anwar, Ranking Members Paletta and Ciccarella, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee, thank you for your tenacity in letting the public speak virtually. It's really been helpful. My name is Diane Loricella, and I am an environmental management professional, a member of the Connecticut Green Building Council, the terrific statewide Connecticut Energy Network, and the Governor's GC3 Equity and Environmental Justice Working Group. Tonight, I'm speaking to you as an individual and a resident of Norwalk. My testimony is in support of three bills: Senate Bill 292, Senate Bill 295, and House Bill 5348. I'll get the last one over with first because I know you're tired and you want to get to dinner. I highly recommend that you look into excess properties that the state owns for affordable housing options, of course, making sure that they are environmentally safe. There would be needed all sorts of study related to environmental assessment, which is one of my specialties. I wanted to focus briefly on Senate Bill 292 and 295. I really urge this committee to support these two terrific bills that will lower the cost of living for already housing and energy cost burden Norwalk residents, as well as both urban and suburban residents. And it also will help Connecticut achieve its climate goals that you, the legislature, put forth over many years. These bills, if passed, will trigger a more robust and needed green workforce that pays well and does well. Change is hard, as we've seen in some of the other testimonies with the fossil fuel industry-based industries, but we must begin the transition now with more urgency because we are in a climate crisis. We're not going to have it in 3 years, 5 years. We are in it. And this Saturday, we're going to see again another experience with extreme weather, and it's only March. So just driving down the points on Senate Bill 292, electrifying as much infrastructure as possible is essential to meeting our climate targets. As Ms. Lown, who just spoke, said, I wholly agree with everything she said. What is very important that no one has said thus far is that when the DEEP is charged with training and education, let's not have an unfunded mandate. Let's make sure that education is part of it. But I ask the following: please add local and municipal building inspectors and code compliance personnel included in the training and education. I work in the private sector now, and there's nothing worse than trying to get moving forward on renewable energy and electrification and efficiency when the local official that I need to get a permit from doesn't feel comfortable with the information and the codes. So could you please, please, please add this important sector into this bill, the section that relates to education. I'm going to skim around because I know
Mark, so please summarize.
I'm going to wind up right now. I also, of course, say, please reward people that look for homes that are energy efficient with a tax credit. We know that the fossil fuel industry has enjoyed decades of tax rebates, underwriting by the federal government and many other special grants. An energy efficient home is a healthier home. And so I thank you for your time. Have a nice evening and appreciate you.
Okay, any questions for Florchella? Seeing none, thank you very much for sticking out to the end, and thank you to the committee members who stayed awake. I do unfortunately see a question from Rep. Johnson. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to say thank you. I really am interested in talking to you some more about the utilization of state properties to help us with the housing shortage that we have and make sure that the properties just don't sit there. And so I thank you for that. Also for the information that we probably should start trying to spread on trying to make sure that the use of the heat pumps and that sort of thing are available to everybody, and that people understand what they are if they haven't had to research them, and how the code officials could incorporate that sort of thing into their informational system. So if you have anything to add to that, that would be great.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. The first thing is you had asked about the state-owned properties. I live in Norwalk at the confluence of some major state roads. There are pieces of property that would not be too noisy off of Super 7 that before they're sold off to private sector for market rate or expensive housing that's been happening. Take a look, as Representative Michelle, and I forget who the other co-sponsor was on this bill. I don't have it right in front of me, but I also don't necessarily think that all conservation lands, can you hear me? Oh, here we are. That all conservation lands should be off the table. I have heard in some states that the states will build affordable housing as long as the people living in that edge property on a park help by keeping track of the park. In other words, they are taking care of the park. That's part of the deal. And they have cluster housing in a corner of, for instance, Sherwood Island State Park, although that is actually too close to the sound, but it would in a safe, not flood prone area. There are many parks that could have even a few units or a small cluster of units where those folks could be in charge of keeping it safe and free of evening visitors, etc. Going back to the issue of heat pumps, there is a myth going on that I hope all of you legislators do not believe, and that is that you can't have a heat pump, an air source heat pump in Connecticut in the cold weather. That is an old technological problem that has been fixed technologically. As you've heard, in Maine, there are cold climate air sourced heat pumps that are efficient. They don't cost as much on electricity. There's also ground source heat pumps or geothermal. Those are a little more expensive because no one's subsidizing them like we have the fossil fuel industry for so long. The PACE, I think we had some people might have spoken, PACE, the People's Action for Climate Equity, I forget what the acronym means. They have a wonderful Heat Smart program that you should check out. It's terrific and it's honest and it will help us get to our climate goals, but it will save people money and keep them safe and have a healthy home instead of a fossil fuel contaminated home.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Have a good night.
All right, have a good night, everyone else. Unless I'm mistaken, Mr. Clerk, we're done.
There's no one else in the attendees who has accepted the panelist who has not testified.
Hallelujah. All right, everyone. See you at the next meeting.
Good night.